What is this foolishness?
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, so you lost. Next time you win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the Act Live show. We have kicked Michael out of the studio tonight, and we're having a legend show tonight with a lot of what I would call a majority of the legends of the sport here tonight. Howdy, folks. I hear myself. To the Act Live show. We have kicked Michael out of the studio tonight.
I think that's Pete.
Jimmy. Turn your monitor down, Jimmy.
Okay.
Get away.
One of the things about the legends is, we can make mistakes. Not like these young guys. We own our mistakes. We own them.
Amen to that, brother.
We've got a special show here tonight for you. This is the Halloween special. I want to introduce this cast tonight. And again, these are the legends tonight with us. Sitting to my right, I've got to thank this man. In fact, later in the show, I will kiss his boots.
You sure should.
I will kiss his boot toe. The man that's responsible. What I would say responsible for starting sport, Ray Scott.
Well,
Ray Scott, to my right.
thank you. I'd like to thank you, Orlando, and I'd like to also compliment you and tell you how the outstanding television program you had, boy.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to welcome the A team to my left and my B team over here to the right.
A team.
Thank you.
Sitting next to me on the couch tonight, a pretty lady, very what I would call influential. Some say influenza, but I say influential to the sport. In women's angling, ladies, that is, Ray, women.
Who?
Women. We have Penny Barrowman joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Legend. Penny.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Penny. Looking beautiful as always.
Thank you.
And to my left, man, we've had some spats over the years, but I'm so glad he's here. The one and only Big Bass son, Roland Martin, joins us tonight. Roland, I love you, man. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry for all the fights we've had over the years.
ain't nothing but love out there on the water in the reeds. Ain't nothing. All right, I appreciate you having me here.
Okay, we're going to talk about balloons,
All that good stuff.
little puff of air.
Ain't nothing I ain't seen in this industry this long.
Agree.
Yes, sir.
Did I already tell Orlando his show was my favorite show?
Did you say that?
I might have.
Thank you.
We'll see after this
I'm
tonight.
sorry.
Thank you. We got a few more. I want to introduce joining us via Zoom, and this man has been my hero since I was young, and that's going back in the 40s. I would like to introduce the one and only Jimmy Houston joining us on Zoom. Jimmy?
Hey, Jimmy.
See you, boy.
Jimmy?
I'm good.
Hey.
Jimmy?
We're
Okay, Jimmy Houston.
good to be here. Good to be here tonight, Orlando. Good to be here.
Okay, hopefully he'll figure out that connection a little better.
We'll get it squared away.
Okay. pushing buttons tonight, and I know how important this is. I watch the Ike Live show regularly, and I know how bad these guys are. We've got
Your boys figured it out 40 years ago.
unreal. We've got IMs tonight. We've got the one and only. And let me say, Ray, that although we have dominated geographically the sport for a lot of years in the South, this man had got some of them Yankees in fishing.
Yeah, I was never a fan. Was he in the room?
Now, Dave, this is a critical element to bass fishing, is the podcast world, okay? So stay tuned, strap in, get ready, get your jigs tied on. We're going to have a good time tonight.
Thank you. Al Linder and the folks, Al Linder tonight. And last but not least, if there's one man who has changed the game from many perspectives, Ray, bass fishing tournaments, TV, most of all bloopers. I still watch them goddamn bloopers
Dadgummit.
over and
He's
over.
a funny son of a gun.
Belly busted.
God, Roland, I love his bloopers. The one when he got stung by the bees.
That beast tore that boy up. It tore that boy up.
Might be a snake back there.
You watch it.
We've got Bill Dance producing the show tonight. Mr. Dance.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, everybody. I'm Bill Dance. We've got a great show tonight. We've got Orlando Wilson
Thank you.
and Al Linder.
Thank you, Bill.
That's all.
It's as hard as hell to stay in character
Yeah.
tonight.
How about that boy? He said two names and it went blank.
Just like Bill.
Yeah, just like old Bill.
Just like old Bill.
Bill done flipped
Oh,
his lid.
drat.
We're falling out of character just for a second. I want to welcome everybody to the Halloween special Ike Live show. We got a good one for you tonight. Obviously, we do have a representation of some of the best guys in the sport and ladies sitting next to me, Penny Berman. And we've got a couple special guests joining us tonight. Joining us in the first segment, we have the actual Ray, one and only Jimmy Houston joining us. I can't wait, dude. I'm so excited. I got to say this real quick. I want to jump in and talk what we were just talking about offset before the camera went on.
Yeah.
Which is, can you imagine, think back when we were in vaults, we're in 7th, 8th grade, and we're fishing. We're watching this stuff on Saturdays and Sundays. Would you have ever imagined in a million years you'd have the opportunity to get a guy like this on the phone and talk to him on Zoom? And this is crazy.
Now, I'm going to tell you what I was thinking. Brian was standing right over there on the phone with him. I look on Brian's phone, and it has Jimmy Houston, and he's talking to Jimmy Houston on speaker. And exactly what you said. I'm thinking when I was a kid watching him on TV, like what I've ever thought when I looked at Brian, the guy that would steal eggs out of his mom's refrigerator on this very night so he could go wreck people's private property with it. Like, did I ever think that dude would be like our contact point to Jimmy Houston? You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing, bro. Thank you, Brian.
Threw you under that bus.
Wow. Dude, it's funny because
That's right. I got something I should be doing tonight.
I didn't realize. But did you realize this was? Did you realize this was Mischief Eve? Mischief Night?
Night.
Do people still do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, my son and his friends are tooled up. That's like toilet paper. Yeah, they're tooled up. They're on TP to coaches.
I heard about a new trend called cheesing.
What's
where
that?
These kids just go around and they just slap cheese on cars because it doesn't do anything to the paint.
Oh, that's nice.
That's not as fun.
Then.
Yeah, because salami and stuff like takes it off,
yeah.
and the eggs take it off.
So I've heard.
Yeah, dude. I remember
Shaving cream.
some of the nights we had. We had some epic nights out.
Oh, my God.
On Mischief Night. I remember some of the tampon and ketchup prank was awesome. Was always a good one.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Always a good one. I love the poop in a brown paper bag.
Yep.
That's always a good one. There were a lot of those over the years.
You
Beck,
don't-
you got any good stories from Mischief Night?
No, my parents weren't gonna let me out. Are you kidding?
They don't even let you
I
out.
locked my ass up.
Like a caged.
Becky, darling, get inside. The hooligans all about.
Why do you think I got to college and got banned from an entire state for 12 months?
The butler wouldn't let Beck out.
I told you about the soccer hooligans.
Wow.
They
Mischief
banter
Night.
about.
That's crazy. Yeah, the irony of having one of our childhood heroes on
man.
tonight, Mischief Night's great. It's going to be a good show. I want everybody to stay tuned. want to announce the real crew here. We've got Dave Brodzik sitting to my right, Miss Rebecca joining us on the couch. The one and only Bud Cipoletti coming in as Roland tonight. So excited to have Bud in studio.
Pretty legit name though, Bud, and then the super Italian name behind.
I love it.
You know
It's
what
a
I mean?
good name.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's the kind of name that when you look at it on paper, if you didn't see a picture of you,
Right.
you would probably not want to meet you. You'd be a little intimidated.
Oh yeah.
A little scared. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. But it'd be his name would be like Bud Clippers, Cipollelli. Like he would definitely have a nickname like Clippers or Pliers or something. You know what I
that
mean?
translates on the water.
That's right. Pushing buttons tonight. We've got, of course, Brian the Carpenter producing the show tonight. Brian,
Yes.
Brian, you got some hats off for setting this up tonight. Very excited.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we've got a mystery guest too.
We got a big one.
A big mystery guest.
Big one.
All right, so listen to me. First segment, we're going to be talking to Jimmy Houston. Second segment, we've got a giant mystery guest. I don't
Do you know who it is?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, okay.
I want to be surprised.
Nobody but me.
I'm
Okay.
excited.
Yeah.
We've got Rizzo pushing buttons tonight. And
Yo.
let me remind you, your input is so critical tonight. We want to hear from you. Please hit us up on the IM. If you're watching over on Facebook, this is a big thing we do. If you're watching over on Facebook right now, here's all you got to do. Listen to me. Like and share the feed. Like and share the feed. If you do that, you're going to be entered to win this Ike Life gift bag. It weighs over 20 pounds. All the great sponsors of the show.
Oh, but hold on. We're adding something.
We are adding something.
We have a new sponsor. We've got Heshiwear.com. Everyone check out Heshiwear, HESHI wear.com. They've got some Mike Iaconelli socks.
Oh wow.
No joke. These
How
are
about
so the winner is going to get a pair of socks. There's a whole handful. They're all like tournament colors. They're really nice socks.
Oh yeah.
But if you use Ike 20, you get 20% off. So it brings the socks under like $10. So it brings them down to like $8 or something.
That's
but
Good
coming
feeling
soon,
sock.
little teaser. They also partnered with the Ike Foundation,
Nice.
and we've got some Ike Foundation socks coming out on November 5th on their website. Don't go crazy. Don't scream. Don't cry. The socks are $50. It's a donation to the Ike Foundation. You get autographed socks by Mike. They're the Ike Foundation colors. They're the really nice Heshi. Unfortunately, the discount doesn't work on those, but it's awesome because it's a donation and you get some pretty awesome
Very
socks.
cool.
There's only 250 socks.
Limited run.
Limited run.
Limited
So
run.
they're pretty cool.
Are they
And,
thick like that? Like are they? Are
Yeah,
they like a
they're
thicker
just
sock?
they're
Okay.
super. You want to feel the socks?
Super
Those socks
thick
are
and
sensual.
comfy.
They're lovely.
I also want to make sure we remember. I know he's quiet over there, but we've got Jimmy Houston, a.k.a. Pete Glusick, joining us via Zoom.
He nailed the shirt, Pete.
How you doing?
He nailed the shirt, dude.
Yeah, I got to apologize. I was Skyping in from the 1975 Classic, and
That's what I figured.
caused a little trouble. But no, it's cool. It's cool to be Jimmy, man. I'm 1975 Jimmy. I got the sideburns. I'm sexy as hell, I think.
You look like Elton John, bro.
And it's a cross.
Nah, you got Jimmy Houston, dude. Where'd you get that shirt,
No,
Pete?
I think it's Jimmy dead on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a Wrangler, man. It's like a,
Dude,
a
you killed it,
Wrangler
man, 'cause-
Western shirt that a dude from Oklahoma would wear. You know.
When I was, it's funny, no, because did you go?
Another 1,000 fans we just lost.
When he went to Google, I tell you, I saw that shirt, Jimmy wearing that shirt in Google Images. When I was looking for my Ray Scott costume, I saw
Yeah.
Jimmy Houston was in
Oh,
the
yeah.
feed, and that shirt was exactly something I
the
saw
V
on
collar,
Google, dude.
Yeah, the little V
Red
collar
with like the
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
on it.
It's a great
He's-
shirt.
he-
Yeah.
he
Jimmy,
wore
you
the-
look great tonight, Jimmy.
He wore the Elvis glasses in
Yeah.
the Classic, you know, and he had these like tight white skinny jeans.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, he was stepping out,
Like a
man.
stud.
Who do you think had the better Lebensborn hair, Roland or Jimmy?
Man, that's a tough one. They're both so distinctive. Roland had the big bouffant, the flip over. What are you
What
rocking
say you,
over there,
Roland?
bud?
I was just letting her out to breathe
Yep.
just now.
And-
She's getting a little suffocated, but she's out to play now.
Love that big wave of hair. It's going to be a good show. Invite everybody to stay for the whole show. It's going to be really, really, really good. Real quick, let me run down our list of sponsors. Of course, we are presented by Mystery Tackle Box, like Christmas to your doorstep once a month. It's a great box. We're going to be opening one up tonight in the third segment. Bash University, TH Marine, Dr. Squatch, Liquid Mayhem, Flambeau, Founders, Tackle Warehouse, Hobie, Turquito, Tin Cup Whiskey, and, as you mentioned, brand new sponsor, Heshi Socks, coming on board tonight. Very excited. we're going to be drinking, Brian. We got some great beers tonight. I love the all-day IPA. It's one of my favorite. But, Beck, I want to put you on the spot. You're drinking, this is a pretty new one here from Founders. This is the Masagave grapefruit, but it's the hard seltzer.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. What do you
Really
got?
good. It's really good. Well, I love grapefruit, and I love their
Yeah.
Masagave grapefruit.
Yeah.
But this, like, I see unicorns and rainbows when I drink the regular one.
Yeah.
I feel like I can actually drink a couple of these tonight, and
Right.
everything won't go psychedelic on
Right.
me. So
That's
it's
good.
nice.
That's good sometimes.
I'm in for psychedelic.
Well, I bet probably 3 will do the trick. But
John Valdez is now injecting Masagave into his calf as we speak. Between his toes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
All right. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it.
Much obliged.
Before the show really starts, I want to thank all our military men and women, active and veterans. Thank you guys for what you do. Also, shout out to policemen, firemen, EMT, doctors. Thank you guys. It's crazy effing world right now. That message was for Bud. You saw that, Bud?
I didn't.
I want to jump into this before, and I'm so excited to get Jimmy on. I almost don't even want to just talk, but I do want to talk a little bit about these guys, the legends, right?
Yeah.
Dude, one of the things about it is the theme song of these guys' show
Yes.
is engraved into your memory.
Oh, yeah, man.
So, like, and Becky will tell you, I started researching Orlando like 2 weeks ago in the camper. And the first thing I popped up was, it was a clip of his old show with the intro song that came up. And, dude, it was like, I was like frozen, and I was catapulted back in time, and it all came back. I remembered the entire song like a flick of a light switch, you know? It's unbelievable to think about that. So these guys had power over people. Like, there were, a crop of anglers from that period. 80s, 90s, 2000s. Dude, they were enthralled with what these guys were doing.
The big four, you know?
And who would you say the big four are here
Well,
tonight?
I mean, obviously Jimmy, Roland, Bill, and Orlando.
And Orlando, right.
All of their music. I knew if I was making a sandwich or if I was in the bathroom, I knew, because there was no rewinding back then.
Yeah.
We had to catch that shit.
Right.
We weren't getting on our DVR and rewinding what we missed.
Right.
Like, you would listen to the music, and I knew when I got to a certain chord, I'm like, my God, I got to hurry up. You know,
Right.
I got to get out there,
Right.
you know? But, yeah.
Now, I
knew all them songs, man.
Penny, I do want to ask you, or Becky, I want to ask you. You were a non-angler.
Right.
But these shows, a lot of these shows were on TNN, TBS, right? These were semi-mainstream channels back then.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Do you at all remember any of these names or songs? Does just any little flash of memory come back?
no, but I also didn't have cable.
No cable!
Hey,
No cable, Dave.
that'll do it.
The butler cut the cord.
I didn't have
straight to
cable.
satellite?
I didn't have cable till I was in high school.
Wow. Wow.
So no.
Okay.
The only thing I had was like back in the day it was WWF. Now it's WWE. Like my brother and I watched cartoons WWE in the morning.
That was it. Because that came on like regular mainstream
Yeah.
TV. Okay.
That explains a lot. The way the office is run.
Yeah, it's a lot of alpha going on there.
That's a lot. Now,
Do you remember the reel-to-reel show on public broadcasting, PBS, Mike?
Vaguely.
a little bit, yeah.
Reel-to-reel, like Bill Safe was the guy's name. And I was like you, Beck. We didn't have cable until I was in high school, and
Thank
that
you.
was in 1940. But for me, but when we got cable, it was awesome because I would go out of my way to watch that show, and that dude would fish for anything, and that was cool. I liked watching. It's the only fishing show on, and you got to see salmon, trout, and bluegill, whatever.
Yeah.
But then we got cable, and we got that TNN, the outdoor block, and it just like you said, it was like, oh my gosh, it's like it took me back as soon as I started looking at the YouTube stuff, because Jimmy still plays his song on his YouTube channel, and I think I'm pretty sure Tom T. Hall wrote the Orlando Wilson fishing show song. I bet you Jimmy knows.
Tom T. Hall.
Yeah, he's like superstar country music guy. You know? And yeah, but those songs, man, they're ingrained. I just couldn't. I was like you guys, glued once that happened. You know.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, I'd like to I'd like to play some of these here tonight. If we could. I'd like to play at least a few of them. I think Riz has a few queued up for us. And I don't even think an order matters here, Riz. Let's just play a couple.
But can we talk about real quick?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just fishing shows that had like very gimmicky like opening songs. Like that was
A
very
lot of
much
TV.
80s and 90s.
Every show.
That was
That's
like
true.
we all
18,
knew what our
18,
we
yeah.
all knew.
Greatest American
I
Hero.
knew when B.A. Baracus was coming on.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Be
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. All right. Let's
That was
let's
the branding, right?
Let's hear
That's
a
how
couple.
they-
Riz, what do you
that's how
got?
they branded themselves.
Go try our luck. Turn it up, Rance. Sorry, buddy, I can't go. Watching
the Orlando Wilson fishing show. I called a gal who
the
wasn't
fiddle. Is that a fiddle?
Yes.
If I don't go fishing, I'll go out of my head. She said, I'm
Sorry,
honey,
buddy, I can't go.
I'm watching the Orlando Wilson fishing show.
Fishing with Orlando Wilson.
Ah.
Is brought to you by.
So
I like
good.
that they had to clarify that at the
most
end that it was
dependable,
fishing with
longest-lasting
Orlando
trucks
Wilson
Right.
because you hadn't figured it out during the
Yeah.
During all the
Didn't
hook
know.
sets and
You had no idea.
Fishing edge.
You had no idea.
they were so proper back
Oil
then.
Marine.
It's awesome,
A
isn't it?
new wave of protection.
Pow.
Ranger boat.
The way you said pow, pow.
Pow, pow. Ray, we got a good one here with all the legends tonight.
Yes, huh?
There you go. Let's hear another one.
the treetops. And it's gonna be a beautiful day, that's plain to see.
That's like John Denver.
I know, that's Bill Dance, right?
Welcome to Bill Dance Outdoors, America's most popular and longest running TV fishing
Oh,
show.
man, look at that.
Now I've gone fishing with Bill Dance today.
We're live on my friend's lake that you'll get shot at if you even look at. And here's where I blind cast whatever I'm throwing and catch a 6-pounder.
Another 7-pounder.
It's funny. I read some of the old, like I was looking at blogs when I was researching Orlando, and there's a lot of blogs that come up and said, "Where is Orlando today?" You know, that like people wanting to know, and that was one of the things I would see pop up a lot, like guys criticizing it, like, "Oh, he always fished phosphate pits and he fished private ponds," and it was like, I don't remember ever thinking that, like when I was watching it, you know, when I was engaged in it, right? I was like, the bait, the technique, like his personality. Like at that time, I never cared. Like, what is it? What did it matter?
Where can I buy a spider cast reel?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but you guys were kids. Look at how like cynical you are now. That's how y'all would view the show now.
Right.
Oh, look at him fishing in the same place. Blah 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 blah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
That's
it was a
what you
different
became.
time. The world was more naive back then.
Yeah.
It was a better place. The world was better when it was naive.
Yeah.
Everyone being dialed in with an opinion now is not too fun.
Yeah. All right. What else we got
Let's
here?
not go there.
All right.
What else we got here?
Rising with the morning sun. I got no
Oh, hell yeah.
way. You might find me up on the bayou.
Pretty big fish.
Over in the ocean bay.
Yeah, there's the big one.
Might be
No wonder.
fishing on a mountain stream.
I got that.
Might as well grab your fishing pole. Come and go along with
This
me.
might be the second best one.
We're going fishing, Jimmy. Ain't we a lucky dog?
Best laughing fishing.
That's amazing. That's amazing, man. What a great tune.
All right, get the best one on by one of the best country artists of all time, Brian.
Oh.
You know what's next.
The
Artists.
The best artists?
Come on, man.
Come on.
Here we go. I
All
know.
right, what do we got?
You ain't got.
Come on.
Oh, look, Al's looking baffled.
You don't have goddamn great American fisherman.
Fish
Come on, dude.
anywhere.
Jerry Reed, legend.
Anywhere there's water, Lord knows he'll be there. Man, yeah, we got to get that one.
Gypsy.
Did you see Pete photobombing the?
I saw a head floating around. It's
So
amazing.
that was the beginning of our Orlando Wilson show. I couldn't make out what was happening because
Yeah, it was
can't
Pete's
see
head.
the screen.
Pete's head was floating around.
I don't have those kind. I got reading glasses. I need the other kind. They look further.
You need all the glasses.
Yeah, I need more glasses.
Now, Roland, my song, I still think my song's the best. Up in Atlanta, of course, a banker friend of mine, made that song for me. But did you have a hand in your own song there, Roland? I know.
We've all got our stories. We've all got our times when we get around people and we find their little skill set or whatnot. Actually, funny enough, I try to reach out to Tim Wood to do mine, and you should have heard what he had to say. I said,
"Is that right?"
I said, "Take a walk."
Wow.
Take a walk, Tim. Wow. I wound up doing the song myself. A friend of my son's was a very talented high school musician. Son, he could pick a fiddle.
Son.
So we didn't spend too much time. We got him straight to the studio.
Right. Now, Roland, I notice a lot you fish them shiners, the wild shiners. I see you wading a lot with the shiners, but I'm a rattle trap man myself.
That's right.
Factory hooks.
Rattle trap.
That's right. You ain't need nothing but a factory hook.
Now, tell me about the balloon under that wild shiner, golden shiner. Actually, Ray, they call them roach.
That's right.
In some parts of the country.
In Europe.
Roach.
Yeah, I thought that's what you sprayed the raid on. I didn't know about that, boy. We called it something else.
Right. But the balloon, tell me about the balloons, a puff of air.
Well, the puff of air gets in there, and, the shiners can smell it.
Right.
They could smell it. And so, you get around an area with some deep water close by.
Right.
Them shiners are going to come on up that flat. And you got to be ready out there with your tornado bait.
Right.
They want to see something with that centrifugal motion.
Well, I hate to toot my own horn, but I am responsible for the left-handed baitcaster reel. Okay? I don't care Zebco Quantum. I don't care what they say. Call them now. I know Dynamics watching. Call Zebco Quantum. I'm responsible for that. If I have one thing I'm mad about, Ray, I know all the residual funds you've made over the years with BSSS and all that.
Why are you counting my money, boy?
Well, I'm very upset that I had no residual income from a left-handed retrieve. Do you know how many goddamn anglers now have a left-hand retrieve?
You should have moved out my way in Arkansas, boy, not around them all them dumb Atlanta GA. You might have figured it out sooner.
Now, I want to call this man. Why's all the spotlight been on the Southern guys tonight? Poor Al is getting passed over once again. Al Linder, the king of the North. Al?
It is very critical that you always have a jig with a black leech in your tackle box.
And Shalms 316, right?
If it wasn't for the northern angler, Ray, the southern angler wouldn't exist.
Ooh, low blow. Penny, this is very much a man's conversation, but how do you figure all this?
Don't I get to respond to the Yankee?
Well, let Penny talk.
All right, go ahead, Penny.
All I know is that I had an excellent career of 30+ years fishing professionally.
Penny,
no,
Sugar Booger.
She's a legend. I have to agree, and I think it's amazing. You always have your sponsor logos on everywhere.
Yes.
Tournament, cooking.
Yes, I'd be nowhere without my sponsors. Thank you.
And you're sleeping in them.
Mm-hmm.
Showering.
Yeah, I have my nitro pajamas.
Good for you. Representation's key. Jimmy.
Oh my God. Woo!
Oh man, I love it.
My Jimmy Houston don't have bad eyes. Pete, can you put the sunglasses back on? I like my Jimmy Houston pure.
We're gonna.
I can't read my laugh notes with the other glasses.
There we go. Thank
Dave
you.
doesn't visualize his Jimmy. We're gonna ask Jimmy when we get him on later.
I mean, Superman don't wear glasses,
Brian,
dude. Come on.
Can you rein Mike in a bit?
Yeah, like let's go. Let's get Jimmy on.
His whole let's all stay in character for a full 30 minutes, whatever the
I
hell
know,
he
it
said.
doesn't
Can
work.
we
It never
not?
works. I try it every year.
I agreed with you back then.
I tried
and
every year.
It's so painful.
I almost said about 5 things.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Can we please?
Okay. All right. Let's.
We got Bud Cipoletti over here.
We do. We have
very
Bud,
excited
the real
for Bud. The real
we
Bud.
actually have Bud. Not
And
Roland.
Bud and Bud shaved his damn beard for this.
I did.
I know.
Roland.
Yeah,
That's
Roland.
key.
Yeah, man. Look at this.
I searched the archives for a Roland that had a somewhat of a beard, maybe a younger Roland.
Never.
Just getting all the red bands or something.
Yeah.
I couldn't find a single bearded Roland.
Right.
It's
The guy
crazy.
keeps it slicked out on the sun there.
You look so young.
Yeah. My kids, they didn't recognize Dad when I took it off.
That's awesome. And Pete, I noticed the shave from you as well. Thank you very much.
I tried, man. I was looking. I knew that he had a handlebar mustache somewhere, man. And I looked and looked like you, Bud. I couldn't. I couldn't.
I would
find
love
it.
to have a picture of a handlebar Jimmy Houston.
But he did.
Be a good
But he
poster.
did.
You take some of them socks and go to business. Go to town.
Oh,
He
the
rocked the
sideburns.
Yeah, he
Oh, yeah,
rocked the
Pete's in full-
sideburns
look at
pretty
that.
hard.
Whoa. Look at that. That's trick.
Yeah, that's
Can we go
Yeah.
full screen on that, Bri? Go full. Let me see that again, Pete. Let me see the sideburn. Let me go full
He
screen.
looks like a
on it.
handsome meatloaf there.
Wow.
I respect that.
I think I look like Neil Young.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, good call.
I tried for Jimmy. I tried,
Nah,
but I
you-
think
you-
I got
you killed the Pete.
Neil.
You killed it, bro.
No, it's a good deal. Now, Bud, I want to ask you for Brian and I and Dave, for sure these guys played an influence. How about for you? Were any of these guys
Oh, yeah.
influential?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I was dialed. I was one of those kids that was just dialed into the screen, and these guys were my heroes. And I remember at the time, early 90s, my parents had this like box computer, this box PC, and the only thing that you could do was type in like code, and it would send it to a printer. So after I would legitimately watch these shows, I'd sit on that computer, I'd type a letter out to Mr. Jimmy Houston, Mr. Roland Martin, Mr. Hank Parker, and I'd print it out, and I'd have my parents actually send them. And they would put it in an envelope, and they send it out. Sometimes I get some baits back, but it was like, for me, that was everything. I was inspired by these guys through college, and still remember streaming old stuff.
Wow. That's awesome.
That's amazing. Hank Parker. Where's Hank tonight?
I know. Where is Hank?
I don't know.
He's in the backwoods of Bamberg County,
Man.
South Carolina.
That's crazy. We
know.
did a
Yeah,
legend show without a Hank.
Old Hank.
I know, we're
old
gonna have
Hank
to get,
is in
like,
the deer
BT.
woods right now, Mike. He's
Yeah.
using his Khmer deer. He's hunting a big buck.
Oh.
He sure is.
His stage presence was the best, dude. Like his stage
Hank?
interviews, man, they were so like it was just he has that gentlemanly Southern accent that's pretty rad. But yeah, the way he would be interviewed, like guys trying to aspire to learn how to speak publicly,
He's
could
a
go back
gentleman.
and watch him.
Yeah.
And it's genuine. You're not
Yeah.
gonna be able to mimic that, but you could at least maybe take a little bit and roll it into what you got going on, your shtick, your
Yeah.
on stage shtick that makes
Yeah.
most people want to throw up
I-
their mouth when
Yeah.
people talking.
It's
I
true.
bumped into him last year in Kokomo, Indiana, at the first sports show that we went to for Bashu last year. I'm walking out of the hotel in the morning to go to the expo center, and Hank Parker's standing there getting coffee. I'm like, what the?
Wow.
It's like that's Hank Parker. I
Yeah.
had to go up and say hi. It's just
yeah.
it's a little bit starstruck.
You remember the one commercial he did, the Ranger commercial, where he had a sandwich? It was the biggest sandwich you could ever eat. Like, it was something like the Hulk would eat. I don't know if you guys remember. It had, like, the greenest lettuce hanging, like, way far out than you would tuck it. You wouldn't let it hang out that far. The sandwich was massive, dude. Like
It was a Ranger commercial.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
I don't know what it was, but I know he had a giant-ass sandwich in one of those commercials.
That's what you
Huh.
retained from the
He
commercial,
retained the
not what he
sandwich.
was selling, the sandwich.
Because you know what the part of the country, not where you guys live, but like where you came from.
Yeah.
Best sandwiches are a big deal up here.
Yeah.
You know, and I just, I was appreciative of the bread. It was amazing looking. Like, the lettuce was like a baby blanket.
Try to sell a boat, and you remember the sandwich.
That's a true story, though. Like, if you're a northerner, you totally appreciate a good sandwich.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I know when we moved from up here down south, and all of a sudden it was like, wait, what is
Yeah.
this crap? Like,
Oh, yeah.
where's your
Sandwiches
bread?
are
Like,
big.
why,
Bread.
why can't they make bread? Like,
Bagels.
It's all about the
bagels.
bread.
can't you make
Yeah.
a bagel? Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
You
the
can't get
water,
it.
apparently.
Can't get a good bagel down south. Riz, did you have some?
I did.
A ton of people coming through. What do we got?
Yep, I got a lot of people coming through. The first thing that came through was Bernie in Deptford is not surprised at all about Brian in the eggs. You guys were raised on the Beastie Boys, so it all kind of makes sense.
That's true.
Now, Buck Stronghold Gentleman Bronco said that said, "I've been sending Mike letters for years. Also, when are you going to lift the restraining order against me?"
Never.
Oh, that's him? The restraining order? Wow. I didn't realize he was right there.
Buck
That's
stronghold.
Good old Buck. It's,
Wow.
it's unbelievable. Man, these guys, all these guys, the interesting thing, and I cannot wait to talk to Jimmy about it, but dude, all these guys had brands and they had images. You know what I mean? It was like
They were ahead of their time.
they were so ahead of their time.
Iconic.
Very iconic. Very iconic. And they've kept them, right? Like, think about their brand then, 30 years ago, and their brand now. It's the same.
But they were all good guys from old school wrestling. Like the good guy, the old guy, like
They
the
were all
old good
good
guys
guys.
from old school wrestling,
Yeah.
like Bob Backlund, Bruno Sammartino. They all had that like the same kind of good guy shtick,
Yeah.
you know. Like
Yeah.
it was that era,
Right.
Of how to be the good guy, you know. I don't
Right.
know.
Right. Now,
You remember, Mike, how hard it was to be seen with those massive brands that you were fishing against?
oh, yeah.
You know, we didn't. There was no social media then. There
Yep.
was no. There was no way to get out. You had to somehow get yourself in the winner's circle to even get noticed.
Yep.
Because every writer wanted Jimmy and Roland and Hank and
Yeah.
and then of course in our era it was more Denny Brower and Fritz and you know and maybe Biffle and those guys. But it was so difficult because they had it locked up. Like they were the sport of bass fishing. They
Yeah.
built this whole thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, Bud, I want to ask you, the stuff you're doing with video, with digital content is unbelievable.
Thanks.
Did any of this stuff influence that at all?
Absolutely.
Because it's a totally different time, right? Like,
Yeah.
we looked at those old videos, and Dave hit it on the head, right? There's something about the old stuff. Even though the production value is not
It's
there,
magic.
there's something about it. Like, we referenced this on a show recently, I think when we had Randy Blockett on, about the Bassmaster intro song, probably late 80s, early 90s. And Nixon has this fish on at Megabucks that jumps, and it's like an 8-pounder, dude. It jumps, you know, it seemed like 30 feet out of the
Bows his
water.
knees, bows the rod down, man. That was rad, man.
It can't be that big.
Dude, it's amazing. Like that footage sucked. It was
Yeah.
flat. It was blurry, but I remember that to this day. Tell me a little bit about that. How did it influence some of the stuff you're doing now?
I mean, I was always
There it is.
Yeah, talk over these.
I was always it was about telling us. It was about how are these people successfully telling a story,
Yeah.
and how are they gripping and captivating the people that are watching them, and for me, like still, I want to make a production that has VCR style editing in it like that because
Yeah.
you can't get that with digital. Everything has become so crisp and sharp.
Yeah.
But really, if you go back on any popular show now, some of them have that retro vibe.
Look at The
of
Office.
VCR, The Office.
Yeah.
And there's something magical to it, especially now with the new platforms that are coming out and social media. You're seeing much more low quality productions outperform high quality productions by a long shot.
For sure, on
And I think,
YouTube it
I think
does,
from a
yeah.
consumer point of view, it's because you're letting the subject speak moreover than the production.
Right.
So for you, remembering that shot, that iconic shot of him, you know, pulling that bass out, they let the content focus on that rather than boom, 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 boom.
Right.
You know, it's like
Right.
it's just a lot more heartfelt.
Yeah.
I think a
Yeah.
lot more heartfelt production.
Not only that, but people could take a lesson from the way Ken Cook did the on-the-water correspondence in some of those classics, on his knees, kneeling down, whispering like
yeah,
he's
being
like he's
very
doing
quiet.
golf.
Oh, I love
yeah,
that.
like it was.
I
Dude,
thought that
right,
was
Pete?
awesome.
Like it was. I don't know, man. Pete was sort of like that when Pete was covering the stuff for a little bit. I watched Pete work, but
Yeah.
they could take a lesson from that too, man.
I do. I liked Ken when he was doing that stuff.
Yeah,
That was great.
absolutely.
Now, I want to know? But back then, when you were watching all this, you know, you were young. Did you know back then that fishing, getting in the fishing business, was something you wanted to do?
100%. Yeah.
You already knew.
If anybody asked me from when I was about 5 years old on, what do you want to be when you grow up? It was a professional bass fisherman.
Right.
You know,
Wow.
or to be now that I'm older, it's like just to be in the industry is a blessing.
Right.
You know, in
Yeah.
any facet.
Yeah.
How old are you,
That's
bud?
awesome.
33.
Okay.
Young buck. Dave, remember when you were 33?
No.
Me either.
Not at all, dude.
Bill, you can't remember either?
No.
Oh, man.
I'm Bill Dance, and I don't remember.
Wow.
Oh, man. These guys were iconic. I got one more thing I got to ask you, bud, and I got to call you to the plate on this. And Brian the Carpenter, many of Ike Live shows over the years, we've tried to get an answer to this question. And now that we have Bud in studio with
I already
us,
know.
he's not on the phone, he's not on Skype or some bullshit. We've got him right here. We're going to corner him a
Good
little
luck
bit.
with that.
And remember, this is the Ike Live show, Bud. You got to somewhat tell the truth, right? It's like the lasso
Always.
here.
Always.
What is Featherwick?
I know.
What is Featherwick? We got so many people that love your stuff. They love the brand. They love the guys at Featherwick. What is Featherwick?
You know,
ever
I wish I
evolving.
had like that Shark Tank style, like this is Featherwick, and I'm for this, and we do this. Like it's just not that cut and dry.
Right.
Really, what Featherwick was kind of, you know, it came from these legends. You know what I mean? Like it was just my entity to make an alias to kind of delve into the industry however I knew how. Coming out of college as a baseball player, like not knowing how to really get my foot in the door in the fishing industry. You know, Featherwick, I had an English major, so Featherwick was a publication, Featherwick Fishing Magazine. It started out with me just asking guys, you know, for articles.
Yeah.
Articles wasn't going anywhere. Instagram was born. Facebook was born. I realized pretty quickly out of college I needed to take my creative writing background and slide that into the video aspect of because people just want to watch stuff.
Right.
But I was like, all right, who am I going to film? So I've reached out to pros out there and got a few, but I was really a nobody still. So, you know, I was really fortunate because I was a diehard tournament guy. So I was fishing the tournaments and making these really worthwhile connections.
Yeah.
And so one connection led to another connection, led to another. And before I knew it, I have this like family, this like inner family of tournament like-minded guys.
Yep.
And so as I kind of improved from a content standpoint, I realized that I could help them by also providing them content and helping their platform grow.
Right.
So it's really what Featherwick is a small crew of very quality human beings. I could confidently call my brothers and my family.
Yeah.
And there's girls in Featherwick as well, and we're just trying to add value to the fishing industry.
Yeah.
However that value naturally evolves and appears.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's awesome. I mean,
that was the most answer we've ever gotten.
it's a great answer. I actually feel like I understand better.
See, I didn't. I thought it was like a housing development I couldn't afford to move into.
That sounds like a good one.
Yeah.
The cornerstone.
Yeah.
I do.
You thought it was a gated community.
Yeah, like a golf
I
community.
do
Yeah.
feel like though when you like are brought into Featherwick, there's like some sort of initiation.
They're always
There's like a
I've
secret
gotten that.
initiation, and they're told to say a certain like each person is told to say a different thing when asked what Featherwick is. That's
Yeah.
very confusing.
Yeah, because we never
Your
got a good
line
answer. Yeah.
is this.
Yeah.
Your line is this.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. You know, to get an edge, there's so many talented people in the fishing industry because people love our sport.
Yeah.
And so for us, we had to take an approach, and my approach was always to be mysterious. It was like I needed to have this like aura. It's marketing, smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
But the mystery kind of was like synonymous with fishing itself. Like we're casting out into a sublime unknown. Like we're using our craft to try to get more out of what we're doing than the next guy.
Yeah.
In the tournament world. So
Yeah.
so Featherwick was always like hardcore craft and technique, and we're gonna like showcase the art of fishing. You know what I mean? But going forward, like I don't like to put a label on it because I like it's gonna evolve just like you would evolve,
Yeah.
or I would evolve, or any of
In
us.
5 years or 10
this
years,
show,
it could be something different.
Right. Like
Yeah.
let it kind of like go where it wants to go. I have a lot of dreams and aspirations. I'd love to hold a tournament one day like the Masters does in golf.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just gonna let it go. All I know is I'm surrounded by the most amazing people, and I'm sitting next to a legend myself. to be honest with you. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Who are you again? Oh, wait. Who is this guy over here?
I got to get his number because I've been going through like de-evolution the last 10 years. So don't no longer me. But I got to get some. I got to move forward.
Well, it is
de-evolution.
De-evolution.
He's
de-evolving.
De-evolving. I like that.
I love the Featherwick stuff because it's honestly like it feels genuine and it feels cool, which I like. And I won't out any other brands out there, but there are other brands that are sort of trying this approach, and they feel very forced. You know what I mean? You watch this stuff, it feels very forced and canned. They're making hard sells, and it's just, you're like, But all the stuff that the content, Featherwick content I see, I love because you feel like, oh man, that was me. That's me. Or you feel like, man, I want to go fishing with that dude.
Yeah.
I want to go flip a mat with that dude.
That's amazing.
You know what I mean? Like
that's what
I
we're
can
trying
feel
to portray.
It. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's you try to put the angler at that moment on, it's their moment. You know what I mean? So if we can create around that, not by taking, the ode from the old productions and letting their moment shine rather than creating that moment.
Yeah.
That's where we find a sweet spot production-wise.
Yeah.
That sentence just exactly hit why we like that old stuff.
Yeah.
Let the moment dictate it, not
absolutely.
Not try to
and that's
force the
fishing,
moment.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like you can't force a bite.
Right.
But you can manifest one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'd agree. Let me remind everybody, you are watching the Ike Live Halloween special. We are dressed as the legends tonight. If you got a question or comment, please hit us up on the IMs. Riz is going to be handling tonight.
He's laughing. There must be something good.
There's some good ones.
The IM board is going to start a GoFundMe account to get Dave pants that reach his ankles.
So let me tell the IM board bums.
No, he doesn't need them because he just needs some Heshy socks so he can show them off.
That's right.
Yeah.
For you young men that don't pull your pants up or wear a belt like a man's supposed to, when your pants touch the top of your shoe, you're just supposed to have a slight crease down by your shin. If you ironed your pants, I know your dads didn't teach you. If you had ironed your pants, you would know exactly how you're supposed to wear them. When you sit down, they're supposed to do that.
They got a good crease down the front.
Out of here, scrubs. Out of here, scrubs. Let me also remind you, if you're watching over Facebook, one more
Bunch
time.
of fat guys wearing basketball shorts.
Please.
Dave, I just got to get my licks in now because I know when I go away in January, you're going to be crushing me from this message board.
Why were you going in January?
For Bash You,
okay.
Riz Tour.
Riz Tour. Okay.
Riz Tour.
If you're watching over on Facebook, please like and share the feed. You're going to be entered in a contest to win this amazing gift bag. Brian Carpenter, I'm ready to take a little break. Why don't we take a break?
Okay.
And why don't we come back? You think we can get Jimmy on?
Yeah, I'm working on that. Jimmy's having a little trouble getting on Zoom. He's on the end of the dock. He's trying to catch some crappie, and he's trying to download the Zoom app at the same time.
Send him a text message.
I'm working on it.
I'll wear a goddamn kilt next show. All right, you want to play around with his pants?
Is he still on the pants?
Dave's still on the pants topic.
Okay. Hey, Dave broke the rule that we're supposed to start with beer in the first segment. You went
right to the whiskey.
Straight to the whiskey.
Cup.
So that's part of my de-evolution. Like, I don't even drink beer anymore. I
Straight to the whiskey.
Yeah, now I'm going to become a whiskey connoisseur. I'm done with beer.
This is like that commercial where you're turning into your parents. Like, Dave, you just turned into your parents,
no
your
doubt.
dad. Like, why you're ironing your pants and you crease in the front and you got to drink your whiskey.
Well, nah, because I work with a bunch of young kids, and they're not being shown the things they need to be shown. I see how they dress, and I see how they dress when they're wearing their Sunday best, and it's unsatisfactory.
All right, Brian, let's do this. Let's take a little break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we'll do a little catch-up with everybody
Yeah.
while we're waiting for Jimmy.
We're trying to get Jimmy set up. Yeah.
Okay. Hang in there with us. When we come back, more Ike Live.
4.5-inch drop shot worm. Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J. Give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. zombie bass, and how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh. Is he in my pocket?
There's a special place in our hearts for the tools of the trade. They're what we prep for a good day on the water. They're what we clean after a good day in the field. Flambeau's patented Z-Rust technology protects the gear of today from rust and corrosion. Z-Rust, for the performance of tomorrow. Preserve, perform, repeat.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has 2 products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice Live Well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an Oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
Holiday season is almost here. And you know, holiday season might as well be sock season. We're excited to announce our brand new partnership with an amazing company, Heshi Socks. That's spelt H-E-S-H-I Socks. Go to heshysocks.com to check out my brand new Mike Iaconelli collection. That's right, I have my own custom socks in tournament colors. I promise you, you will never, I mean never, find a more comfortable sock. The great news, all my socks are under $10 a pair when you use our promo code IKE20. This is perfect for holiday season. Go to heshysocks.com, use the promo code IKE20 to get the most comfortable socks in the world.
4.5-inch drop shot worm. Bama bug.
Height. Welcome back to Ike Live. Just want to let you know, there they go, rocking some of the Heshi socks.
Is that the Pippi Longstocking lines?
Yeah, they're lines. We've custom designed some of these colors here. If you're just tuning in, you're in store for a good one. This is the Halloween special. We have the one and only, the real Jimmy Houston joining us here in just a little bit once we get all the technical difficulties worked out. Fake Jimmy Houston, while we have you on the phone, what have you been up to, Fake Jimmy? What do you got going on, Pete? I saw a Champlain trip.
Wow.
I saw some on the water instruction down on the Upper Chesapeake Bay. Talk to me a little bit about what's going on.
You know, just enjoying some of the fall fishing up here. You know, Champlain was didn't disappoint.
Yeah.
It especially with the wind.
It blew.
Yeah, we had 25-mile-an-hour winds one day with gusts and ferocious, but it was awesome. You know, Champlain is awesome in October, and down on the Chesapeake too. You know, starting to see some brown fish show up, and and the largemouth stuff. But the big deal is, and I know at least I hear you're going to as well. But I think I'm going to see you on Sunday on a high-stakes derby on the Delaware River.
Delaware River, little Winter League derby on the Big D. I'm excited. I always like these fall, early winter tournaments on the Delaware. I think it's a prime time to fish for them. You know, they're starting to group up a little bit.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good one.
All in the same places.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
What do you think? What do you think about all this rain? We had 2 inches of rain, and I hadn't been able to get out on the river or even to the banks to look at it. I'm wondering how muddy it's going to be.
Yeah, that's a big question. You know, it depends how it fell. It depends where it fell.
Central PA got hit hard, so that means all of the feeders coming down on the PA side are going to be choked.
Yeah, I mean when they start flowing mud, they don't like cold mud. You know, it's a bad thing. So, The good news is the fish on the Delaware move really quick. With that tide and that current, I think they relocate pretty quick. So
it's a hardy fish living in that place.
Yeah, but you had an experience in Delaware.
I certainly did.
Dude, people despise the tidal Delaware River, but you had a different opinion of it. You liked it.
It was cool, man, because it was so rewarding.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't have a day of practice out there.
Wow, you just went blind.
But sometimes that's the best thing you could do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you caught good ones that day. Like I remember
2 4-pounders.
That's
2
incredible,
unicorns.
dude. That's incredible.
There's 4 in the river.
There's probably 5 in the river.
5,
and you
There's
caught
5,
2
yeah.
of them.
It was unbelievable to do that.
Wow.
Because I know there are unicorns there.
Oh yeah.
And it was back to back.
Yeah.
So.
That's incredible.
That was a heck of a spot right there.
Catch
Pete, what?
30 in a day in the summertime, and you won't see a 4
Oh
pounder.
no, you won't see a 4 pounder.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I knew it. I knew I was going to go out there and find a big one. So.
Pete, what's the biggest fit bass you've ever caught in the Delaware? Single biggest bass.
I've never caught a 6-pounder, but me or the guys in my boat have hit 5 pounds. Before the elite tournament was the best year for 5-pounders that I've ever seen on the river.
Wow.
It was like the year before, it seemed like, man, we must have caught 6 or 7 of them. It doesn't seem like a lot to some people, but that's a lot of fish over 5 pounds on the river.
Yeah.
But, I've never seen it, but we see 6-pounders as lunkers on the Delaware from time to time.
Yeah.
So, of course, they're probably going through the canal to get those, but
I got a 6.2 on the Normark 6.2.
Yeah.
On the Delaware?
Yeah.
Off your spot, the pipe.
We don't talk about that.
I'm just saying, I slow rolling, big, heavy
Kavarna?
spinnerbait down there.
Kavarna?
Yeah, slow.
Grow up.
Oh, damn it.
Grow
Mike,
up.
is it because
Grow up.
do you think it's because there's not that population of 5 and 6 pounders in there, or do you think there's just so many places for them to get?
Harsh conditions, dude.
I think it's a little bit of both of those. I think the life cycle in general of that fish is a shorter life cycle.
Yeah.
But I also think that with that tide, there are fish that get back in those ponds that you never see. How many ponds there are off of the tidal Delaware that have a little pipe that big that connect that pond, that those fish, they travel between it. You know? So there's plenty of big ones.
There's at least 10 that I remember waiting for nature to erode that little landmass.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like eventually it's going to happen.
Oh
But
yeah.
Definitely.
I know. Or use some dynamite. Pete, real quick, I mentioned Bass University in the beginning of the show. What do we got over at BU? You guys have some new content coming out here. What do we got?
man, we every week is new at Bass University, and we had Cody Bird on the live show this week, and what a treat he was. Been fishing. He won the Toyota Championship in '98, and he won again this year. That was his next win. So he's been doing this a long time, and really, really great interview up the river. We just released Ott Defoe's how to fish up the river, and Ott's won that way and is an expert at that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
did you catch any of that, Mike?
No.
With Cody?
The Cody? No, I didn't catch. I tuned in for like 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, he was amazing.
I heard Riz told me a little bit.
Yeah.
He was pretty comedic too.
Oh, he was unbelievable. So, I set up the guests and I called him and I called him and he thought I was a reporter from a newspaper in Texas. So I'm like, oh man, this guy's gonna be tough on the podcast. I'm like, Pete, this, I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know this guy. He was amazing, dude.
You think that was his shtick, breaking your stones?
No, there is no shtick. It's all for real, man. Yeah, he was unbelievable.
That's cool.
Like Bert Huffman had all those little one-liners.
Oh,
They just flowed. He didn't set them up. They just come out of them.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
That's awesome.
He is the Game Rooster from here on in.
Rooster.
Yep, we have dubbed him the Game Rooster.
That's something Ray Scott would say. Game Rooster.
Yeah, he would.
Definitely, right?
Yep.
He would.
I think so.
Brian says keep going. I do want to talk a little bit, Beck, since we're here. We had an amazing adventure.
We did.
Hopefully some of the people watching tonight have followed along with social media with us a little bit, tried to keep everybody in tune to where we were. But You want to talk a little bit about that? It was cool. It was very unplanned.
It was very
which
unplanned.
is something we don't do a lot.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
So, thanks to COVID, I mean, we could have never done this if we didn't have COVID. But the kids were going to school only twice a week, so 3 days were virtual. We talked to the school and said, listen, if we take the kids out, go for a month, can they still just do all virtual, not have this be an issue? And thank the Lord, the school, we're such a small town here, they were totally on board. So we got in the camper. Literally, Dave hitched us. We got married, and the next morning.
So it was our honeymoon.
It was our honeymoon.
Wow.
No, it was not our honeymoon.
Honeymoon in a camper.
Honeymoon in a camper. We literally we threw the camper on the truck and just headed north. And the only place we knew where we were going was the first stop, because we knew we were heading to Connecticut to go fishing. And then from there on, it was like, all right, what are we going to do?
Right.
We learned very quickly that we had to make a plan, because we hadn't realized it, but in the Northeast, the campgrounds close.
Dude,
like early October. They were
all
closed.
around us. They were literally, as we were traveling, most of them were closing.
Wow.
I would make plans and then call back like a few hours later. No, I'm actually coming to you on these days because this campground closes on the 15th. So I can stay with you till the 18th when you close down, and then stay with you till the 21st when you shut down.
I think we closed three or four we closed three campgrounds down.
Yeah.
So we went till their last day of closing.
Yeah. Wow.
Which was really cool. But the benefit of it was, for the most part, there wasn't a lot of people.
No, it was
which
real
was
quiet.
which was great. You know, it's
Yeah.
a great time of year. I mean, the leaves are changing, right? The weather's getting cold.
gorgeous.
It's a perfect time of the year to be there, and you didn't have the masses. You know what I mean?
Sure.
We were at places like, Martha's Vineyard and Acadia National Park, and it wasn't mobbed. It was just a regular flow of people, and it was awesome, man.
Acadia is Maine, right?
Yeah.
Maine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's as far as we made it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because the Canadians won't let us come in. So.
I was in Maine once.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. And you know what? The weather has been moderate until literally last night.
Yep. Yeah.
This weather's been so moderate. We've barely had to wear, coats even in Acadia. It was
Wow.
it was so nice. So, long story short, we started in Connecticut. We went saltwater fishing. We caught striper and sea bass and sea robin.
Sea robin. Yep.
Had a blast.
Albies.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you caught some
albies.
albies.
Yep.
Caught a few albies.
They're pretty rare.
Yeah.
Yep, filleted them up and ate the sea bass.
Not the albie.
Not the albie.
No, we didn't.
Not
do
the
that.
albie. The sea bass.
Sushi the albie.
So that was the first meal, and the kids downed it. So we're like, oh, we're set, because we weren't
Wow.
sure if they eat fish, but we'd never really done like, hey, here, catch it,
clean and
fillet
cook
it, and cook it. We weren't sure if they were gonna be like, oh.
And they were into it.
They were totally into
That's
it.
great.
Yeah.
Little animals. They were like, yeah, cut it up. They
Got 'em
wanted
all
the
fired
knife.
up.
They
Cut
were
that
like, oh, little creatures. And then, people told us to go to Rhode Island. They were like, you need to go to Newport. The cliffs are gorgeous.
Mansions.
So we did a little bit of that. Now remember, we had to educate the kids too. So like our mornings were always absorbed.
That was-
because I
that
didn't-
was the toughest part of
That
the
was the
trip.
hardest part, because I didn't want to get in trouble with the school system.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to do as much stuff as we probably wanted to. But the campground there was right on the water. So you hiked through these trails, and then so you could freshwater fish, ponds, and then hike the trails a little bit more, and you're there at the ocean.
Oh, wow.
So,
Great
I mean, we
spot.
spent most of our time doing stuff that was just spur of the moment, off the beaten path. Like,
Yeah.
you can only drive kids to a mansion, and then they're like, oh my God, it's just a big house. Like, who cares?
Plus, we had a dog, which was nice. We did the outdoor stuff. We could take Quincy.
Yeah,
to
like
most
our
of it.
freaking 100
Yeah.
pound, 8-month-old dog that just, like.
How far into the trip did you wish you never had the dog? I'm just wondering.
Every time he barked at like
Yeah.
6 a.m. and we're like, oh
the
my
barking
God.
and whining is what got you. You know.
But it was a mission to wear him out. So it was a mission to wear the kids out. We would hike for like 8 miles, and he was still like straight ahead pulling, and the kids are like, But they slept at night, the three of them, out. It was pretty awesome. But we did you caught some trout the one time. I finally kicked Mike out of the camper, because when Mike gets antsy, like, it's just easier to get rid of him, and I'll handle the schoolwork.
Yeah.
So he went fishing, and that was good. So we ate that trout, and the kids loved it. They wanted to catch more trout. We were in New Hampshire. Mike and I had to take a call. So we found a deli. We got some sandwiches, and he found a park right down the road. We're like, all right, it's a beautiful day. We'll go to this park. The kids and the dog can run around. We'll eat the sandwiches. He and I will take the Zoom call, and it'll be good. Well, we don't realize it, but we get there. But it's got this pond, and the sign says that it's, kids fishing only, stocked trout pond. So we're on this Zoom call with this guy from, 22-year-old kid from New York City who's never even probably held a rod before a day in his life. He's got us, these gorgeous mountains of New Hampshire in the background. Dogs barking. I'm just feeding him grilled cheese sandwich to keep him quiet. And Vegas just keeps running up like, I caught another trout. Caught another trout. Like, we're just sticking him in a bucket. And Vegas fed us that night. That was our dinner.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Like
So it was
fun,
awesome.
man.
Just tons of hiking. I mean, Acadia was gorgeous. The campground was right on the water. The kids were just enthralled with the tide because the tide is insane, like how high and low it goes, but how fast it moves. So they would build these towers of rocks.
I saw
and
that.
it was like Tower 4's underwater, Tower 3's going down. You know what I mean? Because the tide comes in so fast.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Vegas is collecting mussels because he loves mussels, and he's collecting them when the tide goes out, and he's like boiling water on the fire pit. He's like, "Can I eat them?" And I'm like, "Oh."
Kids will never be bored around the ocean shore.
No. So I mean, it's just crazy stuff like that. Like we ended up in Gloucester, Mass, the one day, and the kids are like, "Can we walk along the beach? Like, can we not walk the street?" We're like, "All right, yeah, that's cool." And these people are just picking stuff up off the sand. We're like, what are you collecting? They're like, oh, there's sea glass everywhere. We're like, really? Oh, we spent like an hour just collecting sea glass,
Did you go to the memorial where all the fishermen's names are?
Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
That was a cool memorial.
Yeah.
Yep. They had one for the fishermen and then for the fishermen's wives and kids.
Yeah.
2 separate memorials. It's really cool.
It was cool.
Cool
But
town.
amazing seaports.
Yeah.
Saw an aquarium. We
It was
took
a
them
good
to
trip.
Salem and Sleepy Hollow so we could do some Halloween stuff. They thought that was fun. Of course, they go back to school with their, magical rocks and spell books.
That's awesome.
I'm not sure what they think of me because they're like, Mom's buying colored candles and we're going to do a seance,
Oh, Christ.
You're a witch. We did see Sasquatch, too, Dave.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a sighting.
We did have a sighting. That was up in Maine, in fact, so... We saw.
Well, they run at the edge of the Appalachian Trail.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a migration
This
route.
one was just
They
sitting out
wind
on a
up
rock. It was pretty interesting. It's just chilling on a rock.
Wait, now Sasquatch migrates?
Yeah, he migrates. He follows a food source.
So
everybody knows that, Beck.
You know what? I'm not.
It's like a striper.
Everybody.
He follows the bunker.
Pete,
up and down
Pete, you don't even start. You have no problem driving up to Champlain. It's 15 times further than here. You can't come here once a month. So don't you even tell me about Sasquatch. Exactly. Now I can talk about Sasquatch the rest of the night. He ain't going to say anything.
No, that's
No,
not
but I'm being serious. Are you making this up, or are you actually saying that Sasquatch has a migration pattern?
So the people who follow it theorize that they absolutely move along the Appalachian Trail, for food sources and stuff like that.
That makes sense.
I don't think that.
I don't know.
I don't think they're of this world. I think there's something else, but.
I think there was a squatch, like a dominant squatch. He would just find like the prime real estate, like a big basswood.
Just stay.
And just lock it down.
Get under a mat.
Lock
just
it
stay
down.
there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But,
Yeah.
who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah, but listen, even if you don't believe in Sasquatch, you might want to go to Dr. Squatch and get yourself some holiday
Dr.
gifts.
Squatch.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Great
Oh,
time.
wow.
I love it.
Indeed.
Great time of the year.
Yeah, you really channeled the old angler in everyone. That was
You're living through Penny right now.
The
Very
message, board
Penny-esque.
the message board wants to know what's more rare, a Sasquatch sighting or Dave giving someone a compliment?
That's not fair. Dave actually gives compliments if he likes you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he makes fun of you if he likes you.
That's how you get compliment. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fact. It's East Coast.
Yeah,
So-
you're right. Because we just won't talk to you if we don't like you.
Yeah.
You know?
But we are working on getting Jimmy on. Everybody is hanging in there patiently.
Jimmy.
Yeah, he's on the doctor's crop ear biting.
Man.
The Zoom links, it's stuff's downloading.
Right.
We're working on it.
I like it. I like it.
That's good.
That's
Very
awesome.
good.
I mean, is there any other way?
This
to bring
whole show's been one big Bill Dance blooper. I imagined it going differently, but hey, here we are.
Oh man, it's funny. The whole world has gone to Zoom now. You know what I mean? Like it's
Except Jimmy Houston.
Except Jimmy.
Have you guys
Except
started
Jimmy.
seeing the bloopers on Zoom with the Zoom meetings?
No.
Oh, the people walking in the back.
One of the kids,
Nudity
one
and
of
all
the
that?
kids on
Yeah.
the team from Camden showed me his phone, like people hacking into other people's Zoom meetings and like
That was a huge issue.
making fun of people, like roasting other kids, like. And
my
this is like in
God.
the inner city, dude. You fold over sideways. You're like, pause it. You know what I mean? You got to go back and keep watching it.
Hey,
Oh my
I
God,
upgraded
man.
us to professional Zoom pretty quickly
Yeah.
because the security features on the free Zoom were so bad that people were
Yeah.
getting hacked left and right. That's why I paid because the security was stronger for like the
Yeah.
professional Zoom accounts. Because there was a day that like everyone was getting hacked left and right. And people were like, should we even get on the Zoom call? Like, are people going to, I'm like, what are they going to do? Get on with us? Like, that's amazing. Like, because they were saying like naked people were getting on. I was like, get on.
Yeah,
Oh my
nudity.
God, if a naked person got on with us, how amazing
Who
would
doesn't
that
want
be?
to see a little nudity?
Well,
Little
that's
entertainment.
That's the thing with school. You have parents walking behind their kids, and oh my God, it's funny stuff.
All right, well, I wouldn't want my kids to get on if like potentially a naked person get on. I'm saying like within the office environment, if a naked person got on,
That's
would you
just
not
fine.
laugh?
No, I'd crack up. I'd
Yeah,
love
it'd
it.
be amazing.
I'd instigate
Jimmy.
the whole situation
Yeah.
and see how far I could take it.
Jimmy Houston.
You talking to me?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Hey, Riz, mark that time down because that's an amazing soundbite.
That's a good soundbite right there. Good job, Pete. Way to be on the ball.
We do what we can. Did you get my video, Riz? Did you get my video, Riz? Is Riz there?
Riz, Pete's asking, did you get his video?
Not sure what video we're talking about here, people. I see a video right now.
I just texted you a video. If we can get that up now,
Okay.
that would be
All right,
that
yeah,
would be kind
yeah.
of fun.
Oh, all right. We got a good video. It was a good adventure.
It was a good adventure. I feel
adventure.
like, Bud,
Yeah.
you live that life. You're always on the road too.
Yeah,
And I
we're-
always
Yeah.
see your kids' places.
Yes. Yes.
It's an amazing life.
That's the best way for a kid to learn, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Tell us
totally
about where have you
adaptable.
been lately, Bud? I've seen you've been in Florida.
Yeah,
Tell me about your travels.
I just went down. I drove from New York down to Florida, southwest Florida, like Naples area. Went back up north and got to fish a new lake in Florida called Headwaters. It was incredible
Oh,
experience.
they just opened that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. If you could draw up heaven as a basser, you know,
Wow.
that's pretty much what it was.
Where's that located?
It's
It's
like
near Stick Marsh,
It's
right?
like Palm Bay area, like
Yeah.
inland from Palm Bay a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw Scott Martin
It's
did
above
a video from there.
It's above Stick Marsh,
Yeah.
and you know, I got to experience that with some of the Featherwick guys. We had 32 pounds for our best 5. It was
Oh, my
wild.
God.
You know, the first couple fish was like an 8 1/4, and one a little bit smaller than that in the 8-pound range.
Oh, my
Of the
God.
on a frog in the morning. So it doesn't get better than that. Went from there to Gunnersville. I got to film a 7 1/4 eating a frog in slow motion up there. That was wild. And then went from Gunnersville down to Lake Wedowee, which is like a little unknown spot in Alabama, but you know, not for long. They've got giant stringers of Florida bass in there.
Wow. Is it a public lake?
It is. Wedowee Marine is most known for being on that lake. The ABT, the Alabama Bass Tour, has had it on their schedule.
Yeah.
The past few years, but it's a wild place. It's flooded. You know, you could be in 35 foot and see trees on your live scope, just perfect. You know, it's flooded forest under there. It was a wild lake, and then you know from there I came back home.
Yeah.
But it was a really cool tour.
That's a cool
yeah,
tour.
It was a really good one.
Now, see, I'm headed to Florida next week, and that lake that you mentioned is one that I have to hit.
Oh yeah, you got to hit that among some others that I won't mention their name exact.
Yeah.
Just in respect.
Yeah.
For the bass fishing community,
Yep.
but there's a few you got to hit.
Yeah. So I've got a little trip scheduled with a friend named Ben that does Barstool Outdoors, and he wants to legitimately try to catch a giant, like an 8 or 9 pounder. So
Yeah,
I gotta look up one of those.
I'll
places.
give you two places you ought to go.
Okay, we'll talk about that. All right, Brian the Carpenter. I think do we have some success?
Partial.
Partial success. All right.
I like it.
We're working on it.
Hold on, wait. Let's just capture this moment, everybody.
Mark this down too, Riz. This is a good time capture here.
Jimmy.
I like it though.
Oh my God.
Hi, Jimmy.
Jimmy 1. Jimmy 2.
Bugs Bunny to Earth.
Well, he's waving. He can hear us.
Okay. We got well. That's half the equation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's almost like two. It's almost like two Pete's.
You can't tell the difference.
Jimmy, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up.
He was waving.
Okay.
I could tell
That's
he could
good.
hear us.
All right. That's
now we
half
just
the battle.
he just needs to turn his mic on.
Turn the mic on. Okay. She's actually a Zoom expert.
He said
in the
something
last
about
couple months.
a 7 1/4 eating a frog. Get people listening. You get a chance. Google grouper eating hammerhead. Someone had about a 3-foot hammerhead that they're just reeling in. It's playing around next to the boat. This giant grouper just comes up,
eats the
and
hammerhead,
demolishes it, dude.
Oh my god!
You won't even want to throw a frog anymore. You'll want to throw a hammerhead. You know what I mean? Like you'll be giving up bass fishing overnight if you see that thing. If you live on the coast, it is so rad, Mike. You have to look it up, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Grouper are no joke, dude. The
Yeah.
Goliaths.
Well, they look like a bass.
Oh yeah.
They look just like a bass.
It's a giant, oversized bass.
They're huge. They're pretty prehistoric looking.
Very
though.
savage.
Yeah. I want to catch one of those. You can't pull them out of the water, I guess, right? I've seen
Well,
shows
you
where
can eat them though. I have crunchy grouper sandwiches.
Yeah, regular grouper.
Yeah.
Not Goliath.
The
Goliaths you can't get.
You could all the fight is just pulling them off their piling, getting them to the surface, and then being like, yeah.
Jump in the water with them.
Yeah, but the
hang
crazy
out, pet 'em.
videos are the guys who get in the water with them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because you can't pull them out.
Yeah.
So if you want to get a good picture, you jump in with it.
Well, I mean, they weigh so much. I mean, you'd have to be a strong man to be able to get one out.
Yeah, you need a crane.
Or
on
the
boat.
door. You know, the door. They drag them in the back. They open the door on the back of those boats. You know?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I hear Brian ringing phones.
Brian's ringing phones. I like it.
Heard some phone ringing. No, so but back on your trip, did you guys actually hike any of the mountains when you were up there in New Hampshire? Or you
We
just-
did.
Well, we did.
Yeah.
We
New
did. We
Hampshire.
tried to go to
Yeah.
Mount Washington, then found out that my dually was too large to be allowed up the auto road. So
Because
we're-
no one can pass you on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we ended up hiking.
Yeah, we just
And-
found a couple,
Nice.
which ended up being better. We just found
that's
a couple
where you guys
trails.
were?
More
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah. It was the deal. So the one trail was kind of like a fully marked trail. And we went maybe a couple miles down that, saw this amazing waterfall. And we came back and we're like, see this other trail. Let's do this one. This one goes to this hidden lake. Like, man, this will be a great hike. So about not even a quarter of the way into the beginning of it, you have to cross a creek.
Freaking river.
You have to cross a creek.
It was
well,
like
yeah, I mean,
late
this is a
season
flowing
creek.
river.
Yeah.
And apparently, at one point, there was probably a bridge there or something that got washed out. So now we're trying to cross this thing with an 8-year-old, Vegas,
A dog.
a dog.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
And
you
it
guys
was,
had your hands full.
dude, it was actually crossing it to get to the trail was scary. You know,
My heart was racing.
But you did
yeah,
it. You
we
did
did
it.
it. We said screw it.
Only
we did
Stell
For that.
Only Stell fell in.
it. Stell
Yeah.
fell in.
She was
I
cold.
had her I had a hold of her so she didn't go downstream. You
Wow.
know, but it was.
They'll never forget that, though.
Oh yeah.
They'll
yeah.
never forget that.
Yeah.
Well, so we thought we could find a way to circle around. Come to find out, there's no way around. Like we had to come back.
Yeah, it's the least
So we had to
sucky
cross
way.
it again.
It's
Yeah.
The least sucky path is what you got to take.
Yeah, but then we slowed down. Like we actually did well coming back because I think we were trying to hurry and get across.
Get to the hidden lake.
Yeah, where when we came back, we're like, all right, we're not losing anybody this time. Like let's figure this out.
For people who aren't from like this part of the country, like people who are from Florida and never really left, they don't really know like the mountain trails that we have up like in the Adirondacks, which are
it's
4 or 5
beautiful.
hours from
It's
here
gorgeous.
in New Hampshire,
Yeah.
Vermont,
Yeah.
and how wild they are. And it's like a state trail will go up a rock sheer that's on like a 70-degree angle that's
Yeah.
50 yards. And
Yeah, you
it's
gotta
like,
climb it.
You got to go up it. Like there's no
Yeah.
handles, there's no ropes. It's fun.
Yeah.
It isn't like it's rock climbing, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like a nerfed environment. You know,
Arduous.
Like,
Yeah.
Well, and
they're
that's
real
what we did in
environments, man.
Acadia, and we got to a certain point that the dog, because you had to get shimmy through a crevice
Yeah.
to get to the next spot. We finally had to take turns going up to the top of the mountain because we couldn't get the dog up.
Yeah, every year for about the last 15 years, we've made a trip to the Adirondacks and hiked a new mountain. We didn't go this year because we just didn't know with COVID and all the New Yorkers fleeing up that way, you know, what it was even going to be like. But, you know, we'll go next year. But doing a new mountain every single year is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very cool. We'll definitely do it again for
Yeah.
sure. It's going to be on the list to do it again. Let me remind everybody, if you're watching, we're going to have Jimmy Houston on here in just a second. Hopefully, we're going to get things worked out for you. In the meantime, if you've got a question or comment about anything you hear on the show, please hit up the IM, and Riz is going to pass some through. Riz, you got anything you want to pass through here real quick? What do you got?
Yeah. Go ahead.
1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute. We're working through a multitude of things.
Oh, okay. All right.
We see multiple Jimmys, by the way. Go
We
ahead,
do.
Riz.
Okay.
All right. Oh, we got it.
It's getting better. We're getting close. I like that. We're getting very close.
Can we hear the real Jimmy yet?
Oh, those glasses.
I'm going to say no. With all that movement on the camera.
Is the net sound working there now, any guys, or not?
Yes! Success! Touchdown! Oh, man. Jimmy,
Is it working?
it's working. It's working. Can you hear us?
I can just barely hear y'all, so you have to speak up. But I heard it's working, so that's good.
Okay, it is working.
Hey, all of this great technology, man. I'm telling you what, I'm into this great technology, and it's beautiful, huh? Did I see somebody there that looks like Jimmy Houston?
Well, we are so excited to have you on this show. I cannot tell you.
Well, I can just barely hear y'all. For some reason, the net sound that I must be coming in okay, but y'all are not really. I can hear you, but I heard you say you're excited. I like it when anybody gets excited, even a guy.
So, Penny, maybe you should handle the rest of the questions. Were you fishing, Jimmy? Were you doing some crappie fishing?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I walked down on the dock. It got dark on me. I walked down on the dock and I caught 21 crappie in 21 minutes.
Wow.
Son.
Not too bad, huh?
It's a heck of a ratio.
Slaying them.
Yeah, 21 crappie in 21 minutes.
Wow.
I don't know. That's not a record, but that's a record for 21 minutes for today.
That's true. I've got so many things. I wish we could have you with a good clarity of sound here. We'd have you for 3 hours. I have so many questions for you. But I do want to start. I
can just barely hear you. I've got my audio turned up all the way on my iPhone. It's all the way. Volume's up all the way. But for some reason, I don't know. It's just not. It's not coming through good.
Huh. I wonder. Can we text questions? How can we do this, Bri?
You have to sign language. He can see you.
I know. Can we do sign? Who knows sign language?
Hey, everybody.
Well, so
I'm Bill
Jimmy,
Dance.
let me introduce myself to you. You ready?
Oh, he's got it.
All right.
I'm just walking around here in the house having a great time.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's do this. Why don't we have...
There's Chris back behind me right there. Oh, no, that's not Chris. That's a bear. I'm sorry. She's not here right now. She's gone to town to buy carrots and Cheerios and grapes for Lucy the deer, our pet deer. And Lucy has turned into a herd. You got to be careful if you have a pet deer and it's a girl pet deer, because girl pet deers will get with wild deer and you'll have triplets. And then she adopted another little buck, a baby buck we found laying on the highway. His mama got run over and he was about dead. And then she adopted a couple of twins. So now we have a herd. Well, we had a herd of 7, and now one of the triplets died. A little Indy died. We named him Indy. They were born June 29th, almost Independence Day. So we named him Indy, and one Nina and one Ranger. But the twins are Forrest and Jenny. We go through about, I don't know how many boxes of Cheerios. I don't know how many grapes. I don't know how many carrots, and plus a sack of South Fresh deer food every day. We use a sack of food about a half a sack per day.
Wow.
Well,
So,
hey, Jimmy, why don't you get a pair of your
when
old
the kids
short-
leave the house, you have a herd of deer. So we have a herd of deer. So that's not bad. We got a few hanging around on the wall too. When Lucy comes in the house, she looks up here on the wall and she says, "Wow, those are some good-looking guys up there."
Hey,
I wish
Jimmy.
I could hear y'all better, because I'm
Jimmy.
sure you're saying something really, really important.
Now, yeah, I got something, Jimmy. So I got some birth control for Lucy. Why don't you let her wear a pair of your old shorts from the 80s? Keep all them boys out of there.
What'd you say about the 80s?
I was saying, give Lucy
Y'all
the
weren't
deer
even
a pair
born
of
in
your
the
old
80s.
shorts.
This might be the best
We
interview
gotta
ever.
Right, Brian. We need to. Can we do Jimmy and Jimmy? Just the side by side.
Yeah.
I think that's the
Absolutely.
best thing right now.
Go ahead, Pete.
A full screen.
So what was your question about the 80s?
You did a great job in the 80s on that show. Everybody in here is a giant fan. It was we were talking, I don't know if you heard the show before you came
Well,
on. But
yeah, you know, we've been doing that on television show for 44 years, beginning in January, and it's really been good. It's paid a lot of bills around my house, and it's kind of like the reason I wear sunglasses inside the house. But I noticed I'm not the only one that does that. So, that television show's been a good one. It's been good for us and continues to do well every single year.
All right. Well, Jimmy, we're gonna have Jimmy interview Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy, can you hear me okay on Zoom? Can you hear me any better?
Oh, you're a really good-looking guy. I can just barely hear you. I can see you, and that's pretty frightening.
you
either have the right color shirt, and you have the right color shirt too. I love the shirt.
I told you.
The glasses kind of suck a little bit, but the hair looks nice.
You don't recognize these glasses from 1975?
1975?
That's
no,
right.
I don't know. If those are Jimmy Houston sunglasses, I don't think they are. No, I think those are imitation Jimmy Houston sunglasses.
Well,
these are the real things right here. But, hey, the hair is wonderful though. Hey, I wish I had that much hair left. I'm lucky to have any. I gotta tell you though, you look really good. I can see what all the girls were going crazy about for all these years. What can I say?
Couple studs.
Is this the look that you used to get Miss Chris? All hooked up. Was this the deal? Was this the look that she couldn't resist?
That's the look. That's the look. That's it. Yeah, that's it. It was just like it was. The women could not resist it. That's the look. I mean, that's it. And me and John Denver and that guy that's running England over there. That's it. That's it. We got it. Don't go out on the street like that or you'll not be involved. There'll be a riot started right there in New Jersey.
And the Prime Minister of Germany, Merkel, she has a haircut like that too.
Merkel.
I sure wish I could hear y'all better.
So do I.
I know.
I even hold the phone up close to my ear and I still can't hear.
I love him.
This is probably the most scared that some people have been on Halloween. That's scary right there. That's scary. Now, you look good. I'm telling you, you look good.
Thank you. Jimmy, tell me, how did you get into the spinnerbait? You are the spinnerbait man of all time. Where and when did you start throwing a spinnerbait?
Let me tell you what, the spinnerbait really, actually, I got beat in the Oklahoma State Championship. I won a couple of Oklahoma State Championships here, but one year I got beat by a guy named Joe Wells. Him and I was fishing up in Rock Creek on Lake Hudson, and we were in sight of each other all day long, and I was catching some fish on, listen, and this is the absolute truth, an old bait that was called a lazy Ike crawler. That's right, a lazy Ike crawler. That was maybe before Mike was born, but a lazy Ike crawler is what it's called.
I know that
bait. It's a worm bait with a little spoon on the front of it, and I was catching a lot of fish on that bait. And I did pretty well in that tournament. I think I finished third or fourth, but I got wiped out by a guy named Joe Wells. He was fishing. I saw him all day long. I mean, we were fishing a lot of the exact same areas, way up in the end of Rock Creek. There's only two boats up there, but he just blew me away. And so when we got in there at the end of the day, I tried to, and he won the state championship. And I was asking him about what he caught his fish on. And he wouldn't tell me. And I don't drink. But I told a buddy of mine, Joe, he said, a cold beer would taste real good right now. And I said, I'll tell you what, buddy, I'll buy you one. And so I had a buddy of mine, I gave him some money. I didn't even know what beer cost. I gave him some money, and he went up to the little store right there, and he bought a couple of six-packs, and he brought them down there, and Joe and I started talking about fishing. He wouldn't tell me how he caught his fish. And then, but after about 7 beers, he said, let me show you how I caught those fish. And we walked down there at the lake, and he got his rod and reel out, and he throwed an old Zebco 808, those big giant Zebco 808s, and he had a spinnerbait on it, and he throwed it out there, and he waked it across the top of the water. I said, well, you're not fishing that spinnerbait down under the water, slow rolling it or pumping it or doing anything like that? And, of course, I, like everybody else, had fished the spinnerbait since I could walk. And he said, no, you got to run it right up on top of the water. And I'd never seen anybody do that. I'd never heard of anybody running the spinnerbait up on top of the water like that. So I got back to 10 killer, and I went out the next day, and I started running that spinnerbait on top of the water, and I started slaying them. And about a couple $1 million later, I still run a spinnerbait up on top of the water. Of course, I fish at all different depths, but Joe Wells from Manford, Oklahoma, was the guy that started me doing that. And for a long time, nobody ever even knew what we were doing. We just thought we was catching them on spinnerbait. They assumed we was dragging along the bottom, which is the way most people fished the spinnerbait back in those days. They fished a jig kind of the same way. But that's how we got started on the spinnerbait. And the deal on underhand casting was probably what set me apart from a lot of the early tournament fishermen. That was before pitching became very famous, and before flipping come along. And so being able to cast underhanded, make short, accurate casts, really kind of, I could go down behind people, down the bank behind people, and catch fish, and I could catch them just about everywhere I went on that spinnerbait. And so we had a few little things that kind of helped us in there, and it sure paid off well for us. We had some good years with it, and we actually had a pretty good year last year in tournament fishing. And this year right here is the first year that I've fished and have not fished national tournaments in 54 years. I fished national tournaments 54 consecutive years. Wow. And the only reason I quit this year was they wouldn't let Chris practice with me. And we had to practice by ourselves. And I just didn't really feel like that'd be any fun. And so in December, I finally told them, well, guys, I think I just won't fish this year. I might come back and fish the next year or the following year or something. But I haven't really missed the tournaments that much, which is kind of amazing to me, because that's all we've done ever since we were actually since I was a senior in college when I started fishing tournaments. So, but this is the first year I haven't fished them. And to be honest with you, I don't know how I had time to fish tournaments, because we've been so busy. I don't really know how I had time to fish tournaments, but evidently I did, because I fished a lot of in the last 54 years. Well, I sure like your hair.
You don't have time to fish tournaments because you're a YouTube sensation now. You're doing YouTube videos.
Well, I don't know about a sensation. I think we rolled over 80,000 subscribers. We started that YouTube channel in February of last year, so we're closing in on about a 1 3/4 year. We've got 500,000 on our Facebook, though. We do videos for Facebook also, and we rolled 500,000 last night. It's kind of amazing that the YouTube channel Jimmy Houston Outdoors hit 80,000. The same a few hours after the Facebook fan page hit 500,000. So, we do about 500 videos a year for YouTube and Facebook. So that's an awful lot. We work really, really hard at it. That's the only thing that we've known how to do is work hard all our lives. And so that's what we do. But I'm enjoying it. And we've got, the one thing we started another YouTube channel, Catch of the Day, which is a daily devotional channel. We started that back in April of this year. We got about 9,000 people on it right now, but I read from my daily devotional book, the Catch of the Day daily devotional book, and we put that up every morning at 5 o'clock Central Time. And it's just about a 4, 5, 6 minute video is all it is, but it's got a fishing tip and a scripture and a devotion for every single day. And like I said, we've been doing that. We've had that channel about 5 or 6 months, and it's about 9,000. We have 3,000 to 5,000 people a day watch that video, and it's like I said, it's only a 4, 5, 6 minute video. It's very, very short, but it's really kind of turned into a ministry in itself. And we also show that on our Facebook, and we'll have another 10, 15, 20,000 people a day watch the video on Facebook, and probably another 30 to 50,000 read the daily Catch of the Day. So some people think I'm a preacher and not a fisherman, but that's not true. But the way I've fished in some of the tournaments lately, I might ought to go into preaching.
I'd come to that church.
Jimmy, tell me about the difference between the tournaments back in the day. Like, I'm wearing these glasses, and I hope you can hear me. I'm wearing them because I watched you in the '75 Classic, and it was crazy. What was the difference between the tournaments then and the tournaments today?
Well, the big thing, 1975 was the first Bassmaster Classic that I fished, as a matter of fact. And that was the first year I fished all of the BASS tournaments. I started and fished the second or third tournament BASS ever had at Eufaula, Alabama. And actually caught 11 fish to stringer that first day, weighed over 50 pounds, and I got the lead in the tournament. Did not win the tournament, but that was my first try at tournament fishing. Was back not my first try at tournament fishing, but BAS is. And I've been fishing tournaments a couple years. I started that when I was a senior in college in 1966. It's 19, not 1866. 1966. But that first Classic, I finished third in the Angler of the Year race that year, and I think Roland Martin won the Angler of the Year that year. Like, he won about every year, seemed like. And Ricky Green had finished second, and I finished third. So it was a real thrill to go fish that Classic. And the big difference that I see in tournament fishing back in those early days was that we had big limits. I talked about catching 11 fish at Eufaula, Alabama. The limit was 15. A lot of guys caught 15, and I had my line broken 3 times that day, so I should have had another 25 pounds. But I had like an 8.10, an 8.14, and a 9.3 on that stringer. So really, really giant fish. But the difference was we had a 15 bass limit, and also we had 300 people in the tournament. The BASS tournaments, those early ones didn't, like in 75 and 60. Well, when they started in 68, you had 150 people, something like that. But once we got down to a few years later, every tournament had a maximum field of 300. They had 300 in every tournament, and you drew for partners. So both competitors were standing in the front of the boat battling for every cast. So a stump or a log or a bush or something up there, you had to battle for the choice area on that spot. We didn't have co-anglers. We didn't have marshals like that we've gone to nowadays. And that's probably the biggest difference at all. And then, we gradually, as time went by, move that limit back from 15 to 10 to 8 to 7 and then back to 5. And of course, Major League Fishing now is doing a total catch and release deal. So that's the big major change. The other thing was that we kill those fish. We talked about, and it's almost like it embarrasses me to even say it, but like that big stringer at Eufaula, Alabama in 1968, that 8.10 and 8.14 and 9.3, which I would handle with such care nowadays and give them a big old piece of sugar and let them go and just, treat them like gold, because they are. And those fish ended up being filleted and eaten. They were given to charities, and we would come in with those giant strings of fish in ice chests or on stringers and put them they would weigh them in and put them in a big aluminum John boat and give them away to a local charity. And the fish were not going to waste, but that's some of the really big things that's changed in tournament fishing. And through the years, the fishermen, it's kind of hard to look back and say, well, could somebody that wins the Angler of the Year this year, are they as good as Roland Martin was in his prime? Because you need to be in your prime to win an Angler of the Year title. And it's like looking back at Barry Bonds hitting home runs, or Mickey Mantle or something like that. And are they as good as the home run hitters today? When you look at different eras, it's totally different. But, the difference in the competition of having to battle for every single cast, a lot of times flipping a coin to see what boat you went into and whose fish you went to first. And that was a big deal. There was a lot more involved in a strategy from maybe only getting to fish your fish for 3 or 4 hours as opposed to a whole day, and also having to battle for every single cast.
Boy, I remember that well. I started fishing in the days of the invitationals when we had to flip a coin, and it ended like within a year of me doing that. And I want to add, Ike has texted you a few questions on your phone. I don't know if you can access your text while we're talking, but he's texted you a couple questions. I don't know if you can check it, but if you can't check it.
I probably can. I think it would lose everything if I did that. I can access the text, but I think it'll lose everything we're doing here. And it's so hard to get hooked up with y'all. I don't want to try that.
That's a great call. I'm going to have them text.
I can hear you. It's just really, really. It's just really, really low volume on there, and it's just got to be the way it's coming through on this feed because, like I said, my volume is turned up all the way on this end.
I'm so impressed with you, Jimmy. My whole career, I've watched you. I've been intimidated by you. I was afraid to talk to you at times, but you're not. You've won 2 Angler of the Year titles, but you've been amazing at the business side of fishing. How have you been able to juggle the fishing and the business? Because I haven't seen anybody do it better than you have.
Well, I'm a businessman first, really. I mean, that's really what we've always been about. We've always been about making a living at this game. We've never really considered ourselves a tournament fisherman. Chris fished the Basset Gal for 21 years, and she won 7 Angler of the Year titles. Only Roland Martin has won more than Chris has, and I think he won 9 in BASS, but Chris won 7 Angler of the Year titles plus 3 or 4 classics. I don't remember which, but she won about 25 boats in Basset Gal. So we've never considered ourselves a tournament fisherman. I mean, and I'm not saying that is any kind of negative deal, obviously, but we've never really considered, how we made our living for the last 40 plus years is doing television shows. But we've also, we had a catalog business for many, many years and where we sold tackle, mail order tackle, and I ended up selling that catalog to Johnny Morris at Bass Pro Shops and been working with him for the last 30 years or more for Johnny and been, Johnny, of course, been a great personal friends for almost 50 years, I guess. But we did that. We owned an insurance agency. We own a boat dealership. We own a Kawasaki dealership. We own a retail store. We own a travel agency. We own a Subway shop. At one time, we owned 6 marine dealerships, 6. And so, that we've always been involved in the outside business world way more than we were the tournament world. The tournaments were a place where, and I got to be careful how I say this, but the tournaments were a place where I went and sort of relaxed for the week. And in saying that, and Mike has fished tournaments with me, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And well, a lot of you have. I fish hard. I practice daylight till dark. I was normally the last boat to leave the ramp during the practice days and fished extremely, extremely hard. But it was a week where I just got away totally from business. I got away totally from everything else and concentrated 100% on trying to do well in a tournament. But once that was over, we never really considered ourselves a tournament fisherman. We just didn't do that. I mean, we always felt like we were, we was business people and we fished tournaments really for the fun of it. And in the early days, you couldn't make any money at it. So you had to be fishing for the fun of it. That's all there was to it. I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try and see if I can make this phone. I might just not be on a speaker because I think if I hold the phone up, I can hear you fine. And I'm going to try something here.
Okay. Can you hear me? I've got a question for Ike or from Ike along those same lines. Is about branding. Like everybody talks about building a brand. Were you ahead of your time in that arena? How did you know to do that? Have I lost you, Jimmy?
All right. Jimmy Houston, everybody. Round of applause for Jimmy Houston.
I just got the question.
Am I gone, guys?
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Wait.
We still hear you, Jimmy.
Christine's phone.
Can you see me? Because I can't seem to find my way back.
Go to the light, Jimmy.
I was trying to.
Stay away from the light.
Oh, stay away from the light.
I believe
Stay
that's
away
it.
from the
I think
light.
it just needs to be on the speaker.
We can't see.
Hey, I'm going to go back. Y'all can't see me, can you?
No,
we
we
see a
cannot.
fake
Okay, I'm
feed.
gonna go back over. I'm gonna go back over and click in and try to jump in there again, and maybe we can get in there a little bit better.
Jimmy, you talk.
Dave,
Pete,
where's the whiskey?
Pete will just mime what you're saying.
Hey, Jimmy, you moved more tonight than Pete has the last 2 months, so congratulations.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get a little whiskey here. This is about time for a whiskey.
Okay, Ray. We see you now, Jimmy. Can you?
Oh my God.
I was asking.
Okay, I jumped back in here, yeah, but I can't make this phone. I can't get it on the speaker, and I think that's a problem. It's just coming through on the phone and not on the speaker.
I was asking you about branding, and your brand is like huge, and you were so far ahead of your time in branding. How did you know how to do that with the hair and the laugh? And was it natural, or did you get lucky on it, or was that by design?
Well, a little bit of both. It is a little bit of both. You know, the glasses came about because at that time no one used Polaroid fishing glasses. Polaroid, it was invented by Polaroid, which we call polarized now. Polaroid fishing glasses was developed by the Polaroid camera company that made the cameras that you could take a picture, and y'all are all too young to remember that. But there were Polaroid cameras. That's what invented Polaroid fishing glasses. And we got a hold of some in the early days of fishing, and so we started selling them, and we sold thousands and thousands and thousands of pair of them. And I wear them just constantly, daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. Inside, outside, it doesn't matter. So that sort of helped. But we made polarized fishing glasses popular in fishing. We did that way back, over 40 years ago. And so that was part of it. My hair is obviously crazy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I don't have as much as I used to, but I want the hair that you got. That's what I want. but it's
I'll send it to you.
The hair is held, but when we started in television 44 years ago, two of my buddies were already doing television, Roland Martin and Bill Dance, and I talked to Roland this morning, as a matter of fact, a couple of times. But Roland and Bill were already doing television shows. Roland had been doing his show for 2 years. Bill had been doing his for 4. And I got a hold of the videotapes of both of those guys. And I watched them. Hour after hour after hour. And what I was trying to do when we decided to get into the television show business was I wanted to emulate the things I felt like they were doing really right and doing well. And I wanted to avoid the things I felt like they were doing wrong. And I won't ever tell anybody the things I thought they were doing wrong. I certainly wouldn't tell Bill and Roland. But I wanted to avoid those things, and I wanted to emulate what I thought they were doing right. And I'm just a regular fishing fan of watching outdoor shows on television and watching videos and all of that. I love them just as much as I did when I was young. And so, but a couple of things that I noticed on that, and one was obviously Bill Dance and his T hat was a brand. And so I felt like that was good. And the fact, and I never wore a hat, and I still don't to this day. I just don't wear them. I don't use sunscreen. I don't use the mask that everybody uses. This is real. This is not a mask. I know that people think it's a mask. They think I'm trick-or-treating all the time. But I don't use sunscreen. I don't wear a hat. And I'm really fortunate that I haven't died of skin cancer a long time ago. But as it turned out, the crazy hair ended up being a brand. The sunglasses ended up being a brand. The goofy, silly laugh ended up being a brand. And, I've been married to the same woman for 57 years, still my first wife. And when we went to the studio in Tulsa, when we shot a pilot show for Jimmy Houston Outdoors, we were walking down there, and the production guys like to have their audio up really, really loud. They're listening for mistakes or something that they feel like that is different or whatever in the audio. And we were about 3 or 4 doors down from the studio that they were editing our pilot show. And I was laughing. I caught this fish and I was laughing. And Chris looked over at me and she said, I'm going to tell you one thing right now. She said, you've got to learn how to laugh differently. She said, that is absolutely horrible. She said, they will run you off the television.
Yep, they steal the soul right out of you.
And so I said, well, I don't know how to laugh any differently. I just laugh. But as it turned out, that laugh ended up being kind of a trademark too. So we sort of hit it lucky with the sunglasses and with the goofy hair and the goofy laugh. And you know, we get obviously thousands of comments on YouTube and Facebook. And we used to, back in the letter writing days, get 20 to 30,000 letters a year about the television show. And so many of those talked about it made people feel good to hear me laugh. And so what Chris took as something that was horrible ended up being, fortunately, really, really good. And they still laugh today about my hair. You know, I get comments on YouTube all the time about how horrible my hair is. And Hank Parker, my buddy Hank, has made fun of my hair for the last 40 years. He's making less fun of it now. In fact, Hank doesn't make too many hair jokes nowadays. It doesn't seem like. And he buys Rogaine by the gallon.
Yeah, but he had that giant mustache. He had his own
I love
thing
Hank
going
to
on.
death, though, but his hair, have y'all noticed that? It's about gone. And he's still making fun of mine. You need to send me that right there or something. That's the best looking hair I've ever seen.
It's coming your way, Jimmy. Hank's the only one that didn't make it on the panel tonight, and we appreciate you being with us so much tonight, and we're sorry about the feed, and we're going to get it better next time. We hope that you'll come back and visit us another night when we get this all worked out.
Yes, please.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I've got I got that Zoom app uploading right now. I've done 2 or 3 Zoom things, and usually we're able to just hit that link like we finally did with y'all. But I'll get that Zoom app loaded up. We don't really do too much live stuff on our social media, but I'm on Ike's channel as well, and I watch it all the time. And y'all doing a great, fantastic job, and Ike and I have been friends for a long, long time, and I did incredible fisherman. I can remember him when he wasn't famous, didn't scream and holler that much, but I love him still. Doesn't matter. But I'd be happy to get back on there with y'all anytime. I always love it, have a lot of fun. So y'all just have a great time, and I know it's scary. It's scary to see 2 Jimmy Houstons. I just think there could be more.
The great Jimmy Houston, everybody.
Jimmy squared.
Jiminy's.
He said he does 500 videos for YouTube and Facebook a year.
Unbelievable.
Wow. That's a lot.
man.
He said 500, dude.
That's a lot of videos.
500.
It's a Jim. Trail.
Well, he does the devotional every day.
What's that?
He's like the past preaching.
Yeah, he does like a fishing tip and a
Life tip.
Yeah, life tip devotional.
Oh, okay.
He does that every day at 5 on that one channel. He said.
You're right,
so
he
that's
said that.
365.
Do
and
this,
then,
don't do that, knock it off.
Yeah. I think he reads like
that
a
kind
little
of
bit of
stuff.
scripture and then gives a devotional.
That's cool.
Don't
very cool.
read the lyrics and learn the lyrics of Slayer, right? That was just learning.
Don't play the record backwards.
Keep the Waji board away.
That was great.
Keep the Waji board way
Jimmy,
away.
nice job interviewing yourself, man.
Yeah.
Away.
You saved that one, Jimmy.
I felt we had a lot in common.
He loved your hair. You may need to package that up and ship it to him.
Oh, it's going. It's going right out there.
Pete, can you just always look like that?
I know.
From here on
Should
out.
Should I wear this on Sunday?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So what are you doing? You're going to put Jake in your boat and watch him on Zoom? Like, are you actually going to come out and go on the water?
Yeah. After I get done hunting for Sasquatch, I'm going to go and
Hold on.
fish a little tournament.
We got to give Pete the chance to come back at you, Dave, because you cut hard.
Did he step over me as usual? Did he not learn how to broadcast yet?
So, unfortunately, I don't have special ed broadcasting, so I'm trying to learn on the fly here.
At least he hasn't cursed yet at
No, because
Tin Cup.
I'm trying to do Ray Scott justice. He wouldn't appreciate that very much. I'm wearing his ascot. All right.
He did have
You're
an
looking,
ascot.
you're looking
Yeah.
sharp as Ray Scott.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm trying to do him some.
Is that a hairband?
It is, dude. It's a scrunchie. He had like this glorious, like, probably carved from like the toe knuckle of an elephant, like thing around there. You know what I mean? Like he had a real nice thing that you rope it up with. I don't know what it's even called, but.
Hey, let me tell you, it was brilliant what Ray Scott did, wearing that 10-gallon hat like Jimmy did and Bill Dance did. I mean, God almighty, how did they know to brand back then? I mean, how did they know?
I don't know.
They were showmen. You got to figure there were. I'm guessing now, and I'm really, if I'm out of my lane for people that know, I'm sorry, but there's rodeos, it's all branding, like the stuff they consumed in the part of the country they grew up in. There always were characters.
It's like be the bigger version of yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
The exaggerated version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were businessmen.
But
They
they
said
were
that.
awesome.
They were
I
businessmen.
live that. Does anyone not notice that I usually am in sequins?
Tonight, though, you're penny tonight.
I'm penning tonight, but
And
usually
you're
I just,
repping Penny well.
Yeah. That was interesting that you said that, Bud, because he said, I've heard him say that before. When he said it, I'm like, man, I heard him say that. It's like he's a businessman first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to think
he
like
fished
those
to
guys
relax.
are having power meetings. How can we grow our brands? Him, Roland, all these guys.
Yeah.
Babe Winkleman.
Yeah.
Babe Winkleman.
How do we crush Triton boats?
No.
How do I make the best
You know what?
seasoning?
What's unfortunate is I wanted to. It sucks that we couldn't. Like, hopefully we'll get a chance to
I
talk
know,
to him
I'm
again.
sorry,
No,
John.
that's all right. But the thing I wanted to harp on was, and he hit it. He said it, which is the hustle. He has it.
Those guys are
yeah.
grinders.
Dude, he had the hustle. Like him
He's
getting
still got
in.
the hustle.
He still has it. I mean, he's got to be in. What is he in his late 60s?
We ended the interview. He's still talking.
Oh yeah.
I promise you.
Yeah, he's got the hustle.
Sounds like his female deer friend's got the hustle too. She's out there fucking getting knocked up all over the farm.
I hope
Hey,
he's
life's short.
I hope he's
You know what
older
I
than
mean?
late 60s. He's been
Make
married
plays.
for 57
Oh,
years.
all right, so maybe he's in the 70s. But so the thing I was hoping that like young anglers, I know we have a lot of young anglers watching the show, aspiring anglers. I know there's even young pro anglers watching the show. And without saying names, a lot of them are lazy. They just want to fish. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, we know because we deal with them all the time. They just want to fish. They don't want to do this other stuff. Dude, he's an icon of growing the business in other directions. And you have to do that.
Yeah.
Because fishing's not always going to be there.
Here's
you
the other
know?
thing.
You're
It's
not
a-
always going to win. You're not always going to be the best angler. You're not always going to catch fish. And by having a marina and sunglasses and this and that, and he did it before anybody was doing it.
Brandon Polnick filmed himself in his AOI season.
Yeah.
Filmed himself.
Yep.
Dude.
Yep. It's got a little hustle there, which
Yeah,
is good.
And I can't get you to turn the camera on to fish, with your son.
No, I won't turn the camera on. The camera's the devil.
I mean, you know what?
People who live in glass houses should probably not throw stones like live boat build.
What's that mean?
When do you turn the camera on you and
All
on your
the time. I load him with content.
I don't fish with him no more because of the camera, so he does have
See
it
that?
on. Like,
Yes. He won't go out with me because I turned the camera on one time. I give him content. You don't have an editing guy. You apologize to me right now. Yeah, that's right.
And younger anglers, I'm going to tell you, if you are going to people's parties that are friends of yours, then you're probably not busy enough. Because I mean, like you guys, for instance, you've never come to my house when I invite you, because you're always doing you know what I mean? Like
We're just all throwing stones tonight, aren't we?
no, because they're always doing something. That's a good gauge. There's always something going on. You guys always have something.
Yeah,
going
and that
on.
one night a week when you invite somebody over, they're not available. One night a year, I'm sorry.
They just happen to be busy.
It is that. It's,
No, but honestly, here's the thing. And the other thing is, like, fishing doesn't have a retirement plan. You know what I mean? So it's not like a normal job where you're putting into your retirement
right.
every week, every paycheck, and you hit 65 and you're good. You're okay.
You get to
Dude,
live in a
when you
golf
hit
community in
65 and
Temecula,
fishing,
Florida.
if you haven't been investing in other shit or building your business
You're
other
gonna have a
ways,
tough time.
you're fucked.
Yeah.
You want to know the weirdest thing that I've heard in working with anglers? And this was not once. This has happened a handful of times. I can't tell you how many guys have said to us along the way, in business conversation stuff, they're like, well, I've been doing this for 5 years, or I've been doing this for 8 years. Like, they should hire me. Like, they owe me. I've been out here. I've been doing this. Like people should just I'm there. Like, they should do that for me. I'm
there.
Like, what the F? I'm like, what do you mean? No one owes you anything at this point.
Everyone's so
Ever.
entitled. Everyone's so entitled.
Yeah, they're like,
now,
there's
Becky.
no point that it hits.
Yeah.
Like, look at Jimmy. There's no point
None.
that he would tell you, well, I've been out here for 45 years, so they owe me. They should do this. Or, no?
No, he's working.
He would
he's
never.
hustling
He's
every
still
day.
hustling.
Yeah, it's good
Well,
to
see, that's the other thing about retirement, and Rick Clunn said this, is that retirement is the great American farce or something to that effect. That, you should be doing what you love to do, and just keep doing it.
Yeah.
And and that's what Jimmy's doing. And it's like, what are you going to do? Retire from it? I mean, he could retire, I'm sure, but he just loves it. So he's going to keep doing it. What happened?
Pete, there's like a devil talking in our microphone, dude. I'm not kidding, bro.
Sounds like a dog.
Devil.
Do you have a dog?
It's a dog.
We're getting White Noise, man. Remember the movie White Noise with Michael Keaton?
Dude, it's a spirit coming through. Either Jimmy still has his
that was the
Zoom
dog.
feed on.
It was totally a dog, but whose dog?
How's there a
No,
dog?
that's not a dog. That's a devil.
I've heard that people have seen Brian's ghost behind me from time to time.
Jimmy's still on.
Jimmy's still on. He's still on right now.
Is he?
This is the ghost
That was
of Jimmy.
that was that who a deer of his out there getting
The ghost
the deer's
of
getting a
Jimmy.
little Mustang.
Yeah, Jimmy just heard the first question that we've asked tonight.
Now I kind of want to listen to the feed here.
Hey, I tried to get on. Hey guys, I tried to get on Ike Live. I couldn't get on Ike Live, and so I couldn't make that handle. So I'm just listening to y'all, and y'all have not said anything bad about me, and I appreciate that.
Not
at all. You got to be careful with this social media stuff. I mean, it's look at Joe Biden right now. I mean, those computers that get you in trouble, boy. You're a computer repairman.
now having a carpenter as your tech guys. Hey, Brian, the CIA's hiring.
Y'all saying all these nice things, and y'all saying all these nice things. I appreciate that, man. I'm telling you.
We love
sometimes we
you,
get off
man.
the show and everybody says that turd. I can't believe he had to go fishing, instead of talk to us. Hey, you're right about the retirement deal, though. You're right about the retirement. I'll never retire. But I will go fishing every day.
God bless you.
Jimmy, why do we hear you, not see you?
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead. I am gonna hang up on y'all and let you say something bad. You go ahead and say it.
That's not
Just
gonna
remember the ghost of Jimmy. Just remember. It's
Always
like the
listening.
Force. Very much like the Force is with you. The ghost of Jimmy is with you. Hey, y'all have a good one.
Good Halloween show.
This is amazing.
That's right. That's a perfect Halloween show.
Oh,
If you
my
would,
God.
yeah, when I was 11 years old watching him, I never would have thought that I'd be sitting here
In that moment.
in
that
some
moment.
underproduced show,
Inspire.
and then we're talking, and the guy's still there listening with his
You
dog
could hear
growling.
the jowls of his dog.
But they're like, it's a dog. But where's the dog? Like,
You have got to be kidding me, dude.
oh my God, that was amazing.
I would love to see my 11-year-old self and be like, "Yo, dude, this is what's going to happen.
This is what's going to happen.
I
on
know
that
our
day.
timelines can't cross for long, but listen."
Nothing else. None of the other bad shit
no,
happened in your life.
no, like-
when it came back to tell him
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Right now.
I'm literally bruised from my
Oh, my God.
It was legendary, though.
My rib. Oh, my rib hurts.
Why couldn't we see him though?
I don't know. He's finally gone. I see him gone.
Oh, wait.
Even better is we were able actually to interview. We were actually able to have a conversation with him after.
Yeah. It was better then than it was.
Oh my
Get him on
God!
speakerphone.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was so. That was so worth it. I was thinking this was not a very good episode until that just happened.
No, that was amazing, Brian.
Yeah.
That was the big save.
I scripted that.
Good
job, Brian.
Jimmy's
Wow.
good.
job, Bill.
He listened to us like totally bash each other.
Hey, what we do best.
I know. He's like, these people, do they like each other? Like, why did they?
Well, I heard you guys didn't say nothing about me. We idolize him. I mean, what are we gonna do?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I'm sweating.
Jimmy.
So
Like
awesome.
he's our Guggen squad. You
He
know
is
what I
our
mean? Like
Guggen squad.
him, Roland, you know,
Yeah.
Orlando. They're our
Yeah.
Guggens, man.
That's true.
You know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
How dare you?
That was
Rip.
so awesome.
I mean, come on, man.
I feel like Jimmy could tell you off though, and then laugh afterwards, and then you'd be like, "Oh, okay,
Nah.
okay." Like,
You're
I've
right,
dealt with,
Becky.
I've dealt with bosses like him. They'll tell you off, and it'll score your soul, and they'll do it in a nice way, and you'll leave the conversation hours later being like,
How's it go?
like they will tell you at your core your fault with brevity, and it'll be quick, and you'll reflect on it later, and you'll be like, oh my God, like I suck. I have that gaping hole in my personality that this old guy with wisdom just pointed out to me in a sentence that I wasn't even smart enough to understand when he said
In the
it.
moment.
Yeah.
It took 3 days later.
Exactly.
Reflecting.
Like, oh my God, yeah, I had that happen.
Jimmy Houston.
Yeah.
I watched him on the show when I was.
that's what Bud could do to you. The rest of us just
Oh,
throw
yeah.
stones.
Bud's really.
Yeah, we did very funny.
Hey, Pete's trying to say something, guys. I see his mouth.
Yeah.
Hey, Pete.
I was watching Jimmy's shows. Thank you, Dave. And
I saw you.
you know, he like guys would contradict him, and or do something like that, and he just could spin it immediately back to something fun and interesting, and easy to listen to. I never heard anybody easier to listen to.
Yeah.
You know, it just like those letters he said that he was getting. You know, it just you know, he brings a lot of levity and makes people happy. That's an amazing talent. That's an impossible talent to possess, but he's got it in droves, you know.
So I used to always think he was like you know, at the time it was like, you know, when we were kids, right? There was Kung Fu Theater, there was WWF, NWA, and the fishing shows that we would watch. Like for me, Jimmy Houston was like classy Freddie Blassie, you know, like the way one of the best managers of all time. But no, like yeah, like I thought they were very similar.
Woo!
No, he managed Ric Flair for a minute, I think, but
Did he?
yeah,
Jimmy?
He didn't do that. Classy Freddie Blassie.
Well, I'm a fan of him now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
Always.
Yeah. I should have taken more time studying up on his Zoom capabilities
Yeah.
leading up to the show.
He's awesome. And one of the things I wanted to tell him, which I didn't get to, and I know he's not listening now because he doesn't have the wherewithal and technology to listen. I remember like being at shows. You remember the show? We used to do the show circuit like,
Timonium.
around here.
Yeah.
We did Timonium. We did the one in Philly. You know,
Oaks.
like Oaks. You know, like all the local shows. And the one thing I remember about his seminars is like the way he would treat the fans afterward.
Yeah.
And, like I remember seeing other guys go up there and do their presentation on the tank, the demo, and you know, and we would all be watching. Like,
So this is
holy shit.
aspiring pro Mike watching this guy work his craft.
I'm watching him, and I'm watching him, and there were other guys that did a better delivery, you know, showing a bait and all this in a tank. But then, dude, they would get off, turn their back, and just, and you'd be, you know, you'd kind of like, what the fuck, you know, they just, you know, on the next. But I remember every time I saw him doing a seminar or saw him out in public, dude, he would just hang with the fans and just spend the time.
Yeah.
It left a big impression on me, for sure.
Yeah.
You know?
That influenced you to do what you do?
Yeah, it did. Because I saw it done the other way,
Yeah.
and I saw how he handled it, and I was always like, oh, my God, that's the deal.
Yeah.
You know,
You
what I
might.
mean? I
I
wanted to
just
tell him,
remembered.
you know?
I just remembered something. I went to the up in Bordentown, the Sportsman's Outcrop.
Yeah.
With that place up there.
Sportsman Center.
Sportsman Center. Yeah.
Sportsman Center.
And that was the first seminar I ever saw was Jimmy Houston upstairs there.
Wow. Small
And
venue.
And I was just blown away. I wished I could have shared that with him. I totally forgot until you mentioned that. I went and bought one of their hats, and I stood in line for an hour, maybe not that, a long time. And I have Jimmy Houston's autograph somewhere in this house. Wow. Well, that's the
cool.
first time.
Where the hell did they house him at?
cool.
The Ramada Inn in Robbinsville? You know what I mean?
He stayed at Mansu's house.
Yeah, Jimmy, we got you reservations at the Blue Crab. Remember the Blue Crab on 130 in Cinnamon? We got you.
Blue Crab.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God.
There was that row of like floozy motels, like right from Cinnamon, like right in Cinnaminson all the way up to Delran.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're all gone now. They knocked them all down, but the Blue Crab was one of them.
Prostitution, restitution.
Why would you say at a place called the Blue Crab? Like, what do you think you're getting there?
Crabs.
Yeah, I mean, it's where people are going and cheating on their others with,
The Blue Crab?
Themed
nefarious
motel.
activity. Yeah, I mean, you're going to go park back in a place
A lot
like
of prostitution.
Is it a seafood restaurant?
Nah, it was a real shady motel on Route 130
Called
in
the Blue
Cinnaminson.
Crab?
It wasn't Blue Claw, it was the Blue Crab.
A lot of prostitution there, man. Heavy.
Sorry.
Heavy. Riz, you want to catch up with some? Are there any comments we should catch up with, and then maybe we take a break?
Al Linder, everybody.
Al Linder.
Yeah. James Hash on the message board said that Brian looks like a crossbreed of Edwin Evers and Bill Dance. We got Jimmy's Nokia phone checking in on the message board saying, I've been playing the snake game all night. My battery might be a little bit low. Jimmy's dial-up says, how do I turn my speakerphone on? The barking dog said, let me into the podcast. I want to be a part of this.
It wasn't even barking. It was like he was pushing his face away with his foot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was
like kicking that ball.
He was like fighting.
It wasn't it wasn't like a punt, but it was like a slow push, you know?
It was like a growl.
Yeah.
It was like it was gnawing on like a steak bone or something.
Dude,
Chewing on a piece of gristle.
Dude, I cannot wait. I don't want to hear anything on the show except that segment. Like, that's the only thing I want to hear back. I want to listen back to him this whole show.
When he comes
and
back
that
on.
moment, the moment when we were having that conversation, and all of a sudden it was like you heard it.
Jimmy's ghost.
Yeah, it was like, and we were all like, and I looked over at Bud. Bud's eye went up. Like,
immediately I was like, dog.
And it's immediately, I'm like, it's a ghost, guys. It's
gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be paranormal.
Interdimensional. Someone's chopping in. They're chopping in, guys.
Keith Cowan said that Jimmy's dog blew up his spot for creep mode.
That's a fact. He got blown up.
I wonder how long he would have stayed on.
That's why we don't edit. Just when you get the juice.
Oh my God!
Keep it live. Keep it real.
It does remind me of my mom though, because she'll do that shit when I talk to her on the phone. Like I'll be like, have a conversation with my mom, and I can't even talk, so she just talks and I just listen. Blah blah blah, and then like I'll be like, bye mom, love you, bye, and then she just doesn't hang up. And then all the time I sit around and listen for a while. She's talking to my uncle. I'm hearing conversations. I'm like, Mom, what?
My mom did the best phone thing.
But no. But you just admitted that you don't hang up.
No, I don't hang up because I wait to hear her hang up. She don't hang
But you
up.
don't hang up because I'm staying on the phone just to see if you'll hang up because you have a thing about not hanging up
No, I
either.
don't. She has a thing about not hanging up.
Mike, you're really good at pocket dialing, by the way.
Yes, it's not the worst.
That's my shitty phone.
So, yo, listen to this.
It's not because he doesn't he doesn't close the phone.
It's your Nokia?
One time we're at a wrestling tournament. My mom's going to take a picture of me and David, and she goes to get my phone, but she turns it the wrong way, and she's looking in the camera hole, and her eye was looking at us. I swear to God, because she wears glasses, but her eye was like this giant. I'm like, how the hell's this thing look? Dude.
That's awesome.
But dude, everyone who's like waiting to get their picture, everyone was dying, dude.
Dude, that reminds me. Was it Top Secret, that comedy where it was like the scientist had the magnifying glass and his eye was giant, and then he took it away, and his eye was still giant.
Yeah, what was Top Secret, dude?
It was Top Secret. Yeah. It was a comedy with Val Kilmer was in it.
We're gonna pull that up while we're taking a
Fucking
break.
Val Kilmer was like 20 in that movie.
What happened to Val Kilmer?
He got fat.
He got fat. He did get fat. He blew up like a balloon.
He was probably the worst Batman if there was.
No, but the Doors movie, I thought he did a good job.
He killed
of playing,
the Doors.
Yeah, he killed the Doors.
He played like a Dungeons and Dragons movie one time that was pretty rad. I forget what it was called, but he did a good job. With that.
What was the Western?
The Young Guns?
No.
The remake of Mag 7, Magnificent 7?
Riders of the Storm?
It's got to show up on the message board. He did a Western. He was outstanding in it.
Dude, this is the first time I'm seeing.
Oh, didn't he play like Doc Holliday in
he
it?
played Doc Holliday.
I mean, he was awesome as
Tombstone.
Iceman. He was an amazing Iceman.
Yeah, he was a good
Tombstone.
Iceman. He was a good Iceman.
Great Iceman.
Yeah. By the way, this is the first time I'm seeing Ish's frog. It's pretty nice.
What is it?
It's Ish's.
Why is it purple?
Fat Matt Daddy
Why
frog.
is it so purple?
It's a red frog.
No,
I don't know.
that's-
But feel that, bud. That's right. That's right. The gap on the hook.
Yeah,
and
it's
that softness
nice
is right.
softness.
Yeah, it's actually a nice frog. It's the first time I'm seeing it.
Clearly made for biggins.
Big.
You know what I mean?
A lot of push on that. Look
Yeah.
how wide that is on the bottom right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
It's a lot of
Where'd
push.
that frog come from?
Stole it from that BU basket over there.
Don't
Hey,
Pete's
now.
still on there. Do that.
Riz, get on that.
All right, Brian, you want to take a little break?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete's lurking out there with his Siberian cat.
All right. Listen, should I get? You want me to give it away now that I know, or should I not give it away? No.
Nah.
Okay. Listen, I want
Because who
everybody.
the hell knows if it's even going to happen?
We had about 10,000 people watching, listening, and after that fiasco, we had about 10.
Right.
But I want you 10 guys and girls watching right now. Hang in there with us, because when we come back, Dave, we got a mystery guest. I'm telling you, they leaked it to me over there. This is better than Jimmy Houston. This is a great guest. Hang in there with us when we come back. More Ike Life.
Blasphemy.
I'm telling you, it's good.
Hi. Today we're going chest to chest in the Dr. Squatch lather test. On that half of Mike's impressive chest, we're rubbing him down with 3 name brand bars. The result? A sad, milky film of disappointment. How's that feel, Mike? You see, Big Soap cuts corners and strips out all the sudsy goodness in order to make production cheaper. But not Dr. Squatch. Don't worry, Mike. Dr. Squatch soap retains all the natural ingredients, which creates a rich, foamy lather, leaving your skin healthy, soft, and clean. Ooh, looks like Squatch is taking over this peck party. How do you feel now, Mike? Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. When we say it lathers, it f***ing lathers. You deserve glorious lather. Take the lather challenge for yourself today.
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh. Is he in my pocket?
This time of year, I definitely recommend putting a little bit of this on your soft plastics too. There he is. Another one. Next cast. And that would be number 6. I'm addicted. I'll admit it. I'm straight addicted.
Might be bigger.
You think so?
Yeah. Feels bigger. I haven't even seen this thing yet. It doesn't want to come up. Don't break me off the rocks.
Oh, it's a... Oh!
27-incher.
He caught it.
28.
Oh my god, it's such a healthy fish. Look at the size.
Put a little liquid mayhem on your crappie jig, and look where the stripers get it. You can't even see it, man. That might be a keeper.
Folks at home, welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful mischief night. I know we are. It's Friday, the night before Halloween, and this is the Ike Live Halloween special.
We got mischiefed.
We did get mischiefed by the production.
But Jimmy.
By Jimmy.
Jimmy and his, what was that deer's name? Lucy?
Lucy.
Yeah,
Jimmy
it
and
was
Lucy.
Probably
We
Lucy.
got
It wasn't
mischief.
a dog. It was probably that deer.
Probably was.
If you've been following along tonight, you notice that we are some of the legends of the sport. Of course, Dave Brodzik to my right is the one and only Ray Scott. We've got Penny Berriman. We've got Roland Martin. We've got Al Linder. And last but not least, we've got Bill Dance producing the show tonight. It's been a great show. We've got a really cool thing happening here in just a little bit. Brian's going to give me a signal here in a little bit. We've got a mystery guest coming on tonight. I'm very excited. I'm always excited when we have a mystery guest on, Dave. We've had some good ones over the years.
Yeah, I'm curious who this is, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait, dude.
Don't know who it's going to be. Very excited to have them on. Want to remind everybody a little later in the show, we're going to be doing an MTB unboxing. We're going to unbox one of these things. We're going to pass it around. We're going to let Bud sift through it and see if you can find anything good. Maybe you can pick something out of there, and we can use it tomorrow out here on the pond and catch a giant.
Let's check it out.
Okay. Maybe
Should we just
something
do
like
it
that'll
now?
happen. You want to do it now? Maybe
Yeah,
we
we're
should.
waiting.
All right, let's do it. We usually wait till the end of the show, but let's go ahead and do this. Hold on. Let me find one that's it's not
violated.
opened up. Yeah, this one. Let me see.
Because, you know, you got
they're
Riz
all-
and Brian lurking around up here. Them
I think
things.
that one's good.
Oh, here we go. We found one that's not. All right. This is the best part. You ready? I want to try to get it close to the mic so you can hear it. Hold on. Let me find it. Here it goes. Ready? Here.
That's great.
Did you just break the pen?
Man, that's a tough seal. I guess since COVID,
Hey,
they've
be
been
careful
putting
you don't have like
I
a
know.
pen with ink
No,
over there.
no, it's just the tip.
Nah, the tip busted off.
Yeah,
It's
the
got-
tip busted, but it went that way.
No, but the part that writes is still missing.
Yeah, but it went that way.
Oh,
toward
okay.
you. I can't even open it. Man, did they do this since COVID? Are they worried about? God, I can't get
Maybe it's a COVID box.
All right. We're going to open this mystery tackle box. You know the deal. We're going to pick one bait out each, and we're going to pass it around. Okay? I'm going to start here, and let's see. Here, Dave, you start.
All right, I'll
you start past to me, and then I'll go over to Beck and Bud, and we'll pick something out here that's interesting to you.
Well, I'm going right here. I'm
Okay.
going with this gigantic.
Okay. What do we
3
got?
hook Yozori walking bait. 3 hook, big 3 hook for smallmouth. Never throw the 2. Mike, you throw 3 hooks with the smallies? You go 2? You afraid?
I actually like a top water with 3 hooks a little
Yeah.
bit better. Oops, sorry. There you go.
Yeah, this
It's a
is by
3-hooker?
Yozori. Yeah, it's a big 3
Oh.
hooker. This is the equivalent to the 120, right, of Lucky Craft?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Like a super spook. Let's hear a little sound on it, Dave. We got silent. We got balls. What do we got?
We're going to find out. Oh, they're heavy.
Cool.
You can feel them when you
Little
shake.
weight
They're
transfer
heavy.
system?
Yeah, they're big heavy.
Damn.
Yeah. You could bomb that thing, man. Oh, my God.
That's sweet. It
That
actually
is
has a cut
huge.
mouth on it, too.
Yeah, that's huge.
Cool color pattern. Looks like a leopard frog.
I
don't
mean, I
know.
imagine
I don't know what that is.
Maybe like looks more like a pike than anything else, right?
All right. So I have another bait. Was that Yozori?
Yozori.
Okay. I have another bait by Yozori. This is interesting. This is stuff I've never seen before. I'm going to classify, Dave. What would you classify that as?
I'm calling
a
that
rip bait? Is that a rip bait or is that a crank bait?
Let me say, I can't say.
Borderline jerk bait.
I'm
crank
saying
bait?
a deep diving jerk bait. It's just a little fatter than the rest.
Yep, I'm gonna classify it as a deep diving rip bait, but smaller profile, almost like a shad IU pattern right there. Look at that, nice little bait.
So far, the first 2 I'm liking, dude.
Subtle rattle in there, maybe a little ball in the back there, giving it a little rattle. I like the looks of that. That looks like a smalley killer
that'd
right
be an
there.
early spring killer right there.
Look at that. All right, so that's the Yozori 3DR jerkbait. Pretty cool. All right, Miss Rebecca,
I
what do
have
you got there?
Bait Lab, spelled B8. Bait Lab. Get it?
Oh, B8 Lab. Yeah.
Yep.
I get
So
it.
soft plastic.
Wow, I like that.
It's got extreme squid scent.
Oh.
I don't know what that means. But anyways, I think this oyster shell's got a nice little like paddle tail on the back here,
Smell
some
that shit.
ribbing. Might have some decent movement.
Mm.
Probably
cool.
rig it a couple ways.
Oh my God,
Round,
Lucy,
side.
Lucy the deer.
Smells like deer urine. I like it though. It's a cool swim bait. Bud, what do you got?
I got a Savage Gear 3D frog.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's pretty nice.
Wow. How's it compared to the ish frog?
I don't know. I think each would have advantages in different applications and scenarios.
Okay.
Dang.
Little smaller frog.
That's
looks
an
like.
educated answer.
Yeah, the best way to really find your preferences in frogs, Orlando, would be it would be like fishing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not just looking at it, but
Right.
getting out there on the
have
cheese.
to actually fish it.
Get out there on the cheese and chuck it around.
I'm not a big fan of a frog. After I
Well-
took one through an eyelid.
That's true.
that'll do it.
that's
Yeah,
right.
Roland, I'm more of a rattle trap.
This has a
factory
different.
hook
This
guy
looks
with
like it would walk well, though. Look at
Oh,
the
'cause of
look
the
how-
keel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
it's keel.
Yeah, look at the keel. And
Yeah.
Look at how skinny the head is.
Yeah, look, dude, look at the difference of that.
That's
like,
just-
look
that's
how
just-
flat
that's
that
just-
is. That's a push frog.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that's like a walk frog.
That's gonna walk.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it definitely has
Yeah.
like what is that? Convex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a convex bottom.
Yeah, it's keeled out. It's actually soft though. It is soft.
I honestly think it would.
Yeah.
It looks pretty rad. That's the
Looks pretty
color I would
good.
buy too, man. I just
Yeah.
throw black,
Yeah.
black or white.
It's a
but
pretty
Black or
quality item for the box there.
Yeah.
I like it. And the weight's painted, which is a nice touch. Look at that. Instead
Yeah.
of the silver weight, they
Yeah.
Really
painted
is
the
nice.
weight,
It's matted out.
the color of the
That is-
body.
that is well thought
nice.
out.
Who
It's
makes
awesome.
that frog?
Savage Gear.
Huh, interesting.
Savage Gear. That's a little look there, everybody, at a mystery tackle box. Again, just the great thing about it is it puts lures in your hand that you might not normally get on your own, right? These are lures we're seeing for the first time. So go to mysterytacklebox.com. It's a great product, don't you think, Beck?
I do. Use the Ike Live code and get 20% off.
I'm gonna
Oh,
text myself
I like
that.
that.
Savage. I never heard of that company before. Savage Gear.
Savage Gear.
Okay.
We had a little internal argument going on, Dave. I want you to chime in on this.
I
Becky
can do
and
this
I.
while I'm doing this. Go ahead. Savage Gear.
Talking about the tin cup here.
Yeah.
Beck's a fan of the rye,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the regular tin cup that we've been drinking the last
I'm a
few
fan
shows.
of everything.
Do you have a preference? You like
I'm
the
leaning.
rye?
I'm leaning rye.
You like the rye? Too?
Yeah, I am. I'm leaning
There's something
rye.
smoother about it.
Yeah.
There is.
Brian
Yeah.
the Carpenter, you want to jump in on this conversation? You like
I
the
like
rye
the
or
rye
you like
more
the
than the
regular?
Johnny Walker Black, which
I-
is the best.
It's hard to say because I like everything. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I'm just kind of slutty when it comes to alcohol.
I like the rye. I like the regular.
It's
You know
funny
what I
because
mean?
I tend to not prefer rye,
Yeah.
but in tin cups I do. There's something a little bit more molassy about it. It's
Yeah.
just a smidgen.
I'm
like,
more about the after effect. You know what I mean? Like it's gone, but then where are we going? that's where my head's at.
The aftershocks.
Foresight.
Where's my keys?
I'm more about the,
Who got my keys?
I'm more about the party afterwards.
I like
I'm
it.
just saying.
I like it. How we doing? We
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, okay.
Everything's amazing.
You good? You ready for anything or no? We want to keep talking.
Nah, just keep talking about.
Keep rapping. All right.
Everything is
I
awesome.
want to ask Bud about what do you got going on the tournament front, Bud? Are you going to fish some tournaments next year?
Yeah.
What's your mindset with tournaments?
I want to load it up. I took a year off,
Yeah.
and it felt like a lifetime.
You hated it.
I didn't hate it. Honestly, it was the greatest year for coming together with my kids. You
Yeah.
know, I was going to take this year off anyway.
Right.
Because we had our third child, and
Yeah.
with just me and my wife without any help, you know. She holds it down a lot, I got to say. Like, she's a savage with it. But
Yeah.
it's time for Daddy to get back on the water and tend to some business.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do you have now that we have the tournament world's a little different now, right? There's no FLW, it's all MLF, but we still have
Toyota
series, still
yeah.
have opens.
Yeah,
What
I'm
are
gonna
you leaning toward?
Toyotas and opens.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Because you know, I'm going to be moving my primary residence down to Florida.
Yep.
In a few weeks.
Wow.
Actually.
Wow. Where about?
In Naples area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the Toyota came out and it's like Seminole, St. John's, Okeechobee, Harris Chain.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'll get to fish that whole series.
Wow.
And then, you know, I since I was a kid, always wanted to qualify for the elites, so I'll never stop fishing the opens.
Right.
You know, and
Yeah.
having a little bit of success it just supercharges you to like, I could do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It-
can't wait.
It's like 6 hours from Naples to Seminole. People
It
don't
still
realize
is,
that
yeah.
about Florida. That's
Probably
a hell of a
further.
ride,
It's
dude.
probably further than
You
that,
know,
actually.
yeah.
Seminole's such an iconic lake, though, dude.
Never been on it.
Wind gates and that
yeah.
whole thing. Yeah.
You won down there, right? Didn't
I
you
did.
win one on there?
I won
And
there, and
didn't Pete win one there too, or no?
I don't know. He may have won one there
Thought
too.
he- all right, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very iconic lake.
Do you have? I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, well, that's awesome. Are you gonna fish both divisions of the Opens?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a schedule.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's worth it, right?
Yeah.
It's your dream career. It's
Yeah.
your dream job.
Yeah.
And I have a great on the road family and support, from everyone around, and
Yeah.
that just makes it easy to keep. Like, I take more of a Jimmy approach in it than a lot of the current guys, trying to get after it. It's like, if you're not ready to fish at that level, the Opens level or the Toyota level, you will get chewed out and spit out.
Right.
Quick.
Yeah.
Can I say? I want to ask you, why Naples? Why southwestern Florida? It's not like if you're a saltwater guy, cool. You got the bay, you got the Gulf there. But why southwestern? Do you have family in Naples?
I do, but it was more for like I have the 3 kids, so as far as like a school standpoint, education,
and
that
support
Southwest
network
area,
if you have family down there.
or but there's like I think 5 of the top 10 schools in the nation are actually in Southwest Florida.
No, I got you because I've been tossing Florida around
Yeah.
for 20
Yeah.
years, dude. But
Yeah.
and Southwest is not where I would go for
Yeah.
me.
Well, let me
For
let me-
living, it's great.
Let me tell you,
Yeah.
Becky and I were at Marco Island.
That's
last
right
year.
where I'm at,
dude.
yeah.
We spent
5 minutes from there.
Yeah, what did we spend? Not quite a week there last
Yeah.
year. And dude,
It's different than the rest of Florida.
Oh, we love,
Yeah.
dude. We love. You would
It's where
love.
you would
Well,
live.
everyone thinks
Yeah.
And then you
everyone
can-
love it.
Yes.
Everyone
Love it
thinks
there.
Jimmy Buffett wrote all those old songs down in the Keys. He didn't. He wrote them on Marco Island.
Marco
right?
is an
Yeah.
unbelievable
Yeah.
spot,
Yeah.
but it's where
It's
you'd want to
gorgeous.
live in Florida, in my opinion.
I've never been there.
And then you have those fisheries. Like right now, being in Long Island, to my closest lake to go to Champlain or something, I'm hitting the road at midnight. I'm get to the boat ramp at 5 a.m.
Right.
Even from Naples to get to one of the most legendary bass fisheries in the world, I'm 2 hours away.
Right.
It's like a morning cup of coffee and a couple jams.
And you're there.
And I'm
You selling the house
paradise.
in Long Island or?
I did. It sold in 6 hours.
Long Island.
Wow.
6 hours. It's all.
Long
Wish
Island.
I had your
crazy.
balls, dude. I've been trying to flee this state for so long. I just don't have it in me, man. I
Were you
can't.
about to say armpit?
I was about to use a 4-letter word.
I was
Oh,
I was
damn,
like you
damn.
for a long time, but
Yeah.
you know what? This year made you realize a lot of things. It
Yeah.
made you realize, reprioritize a lot of things in your life, and chase down the quality of life rather than like get caught up in the northern hustle where we think we're trapped here.
Yeah.
Because like
Yeah.
all we got to do is like, yeah, my primary residence might be in Florida, but people won't even realize I'm living there because I'll be back up here. That's what we do. We get around, we fly around, but you just hustle and grind
Yeah.
and like, and it's all it's just location, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can come right back up here anytime you want.
Yeah. I think it's a good move, dude.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
No
I think it's gonna
income
be awesome.
tax.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You have
A lot of
guts,
good.
man.
Yeah.
Talk to all these people
Yeah.
with all
Not-
these guts.
Dude, not to mention the saltwater fishing.
Oh,
there,
yeah.
Oh, my
too.
God.
Dude.
I have yet to experience the tarpon.
Holy hell.
The
Snook.
redfish,
Dude,
the snook.
where do you bang? You can bang snook just like you do.
Well,
bass.
we were down
like-
when we went to Marco Island. Beck caught a giant snook,
Wow.
like giant, like
And they live there all year long.
giant.
Yeah.
All year
Yeah.
long.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And
I'm
in those
excited.
back little like marsh areas, you
Oh,
don't,
yeah.
you don't
They say, some of the bass fishermen friends of mine say, once you've experienced the inshore stuff around
Oh, yeah.
Marco,
Oh, yeah.
Everglades
Yeah.
on the ocean
You're
side,
done with it, bro.
it's like you almost can't
Yeah.
go back to the bass. And I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Listen, man. When my mom used to live right off the Indian River. I would go down there.
Yeah.
I would drop my bass boat in the Indian River.
Yeah,
dude, and
yeah.
Fish with a spinnerbait. You're fishing the
Run
mangroves.
over the protected coral reefs.
No, that
with
was
the
different.
outboard?
That was a different trip.
Oh, okay.
That was Brian.
That was
That was
Brian.
Brian with keys he shouldn't have had. But no, dude, you'll forget about bass with the snook, bro. They are so rad. I hear they're delicious. I've never eaten one, but
Bass?
snook.
Oh.
I hear spotted bass are
Coral
actually
reef.
delicious.
Yeah, I've never had them.
People say they taste just like crab.
Somebody chewing in the phone?
you
Is that
pulled a
me?
Might be
mic.
chewing in the mic?
Is that me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my stress level.
Wow.
I apologize deeply.
Dude, that's
Yeah, because
amazing.
he's usually when you guys see me at camera like doing this, I'm telling him it's not me making the noise on the mic because he looks at me first. Like I'm at an all-you-can-eat hot dog contest or something. I don't know. Like he looks at me like I'm the one doing it. No, what happened? We lost Hank. We lost the guest.
Wait, what? Hold on.
I hear some ringing.
Hello.
Oh.
We got Riz Parker on the line.
Riz!
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, Pete's still over there.
We got you.
Hello,
Riz.
hello.
Yo.
We got nothing.
That's how Riz's
This
house.
is
That's
very, very confusing.
That's how Riz's house closings go.
Do you
Bud,
have,
good thing.
you have your place?
Bud, good thing. Riz, if Riz was your realtor, your house would have sold in like 6 years, not 6 hours.
Yeah. It would. You'd have generations of spiders that live and die.
Nah, I'm sure he's a stud.
Yeah, he is on the water. That's why your house won't sell.
Hard to sell real estate when you're swinging in a 6-pounder.
Yeah. When you're looking for your braid scissors instead of the goddamn pen to sign
All right,
the
so
document.
Bud, let me ask you this. So you've got guys, you've got guys you're friends with that you're tight with that are pro bass. Some are pro MLF.
Oh,
You've got guys from both sides. But here you are, next year, hypothetically, right? You're being thrust into this world where you've got the ability to technically qualify up to these higher ranks.
Absolutely.
Do you have a preference? I mean, would you turn down one over the other? Or
No.
What's your...
No. And you know what? I think it's come with age for me. I don't know if it's age or just time or just being around the industry and just getting more seasoned.
Yeah.
But the level of respect I have for anybody that's been able to carve out their way.
Yeah.
And just the fact that there's action in the industry, I'd be blessed. Anybody would be blessed to go either way. There's room for all of us.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Good answer. All right. I see a hand signal from the producer over here. And what do we got, Bri?
Hank Parker.
Oh, my.
Hey there, guys.
Oh! Yes! Hank, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
It's good. So good to hear your voice tonight. All right, first of all, this is Mischief Night. It's Halloween Eve. Are you doing anything illegal or stuff that you shouldn't be doing tonight?
No, I'm not. I'm being good.
Okay. All right, so no mischief at all. No toilet paper, no soap, nothing like that.
No, nothing at all like that. Halloween's my wedding anniversary, so tomorrow's 20 years for Martha and I. So I got married on Halloween. She got the treat, and I got the trick.
Yeah, Wiccans.
That's awesome. Congrats. That's awesome. Did you guys do anything with a costume or anything Halloween themed every year with this anniversary?
Absolutely. There are a lot of people have wedding anniversaries, but no, not very many people have thousands of people get dressed up for their anniversary like I do.
That's true.
Man, you guys
Everybody's celebrating.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Hank, this is such an unbelievable opportunity to have you on the show, and I want to thank you for coming on. First of all, I want to say you are one of my heroes as a kid growing up. You've got a room full of guys here that when we were young, when we were coming up in the late 70s, early 80s, mid 80s, you were the guy we wanted to be. So thank you for being who you were back then. Like, honestly, we all aspired to become you back in the day. So thank you for being the angler that you are. It was awesome to watch you.
Well, that is some kind of flattery there. I don't know how to take that, but I appreciate it. It was good times then, back in the old days, and it's good times for you young guys now. You're still young compared to me.
Yeah, it's a different world. Like, we always Pete Glusik's on the line here too, and we reminisce a lot that era of the 80s and 90s to a lot of us seemed like it was the heyday of the sport. It was in my opinion, it was honestly the best era of professional fishing. Do you feel like that, Hank? Do you feel like you were there during the best time of the sport?
Yeah, I do. I think it was absolutely the best era. There were a lot of new uncharted waters, and we did a lot of different things, and it was exciting. In the old days when bass got started in the 70s, you'd had 12 gallons of gasoline. And so your range wasn't very far. You had little 16-foot boats, and all that progressed and grew and got to about where it is now as far as gasoline capacity, bigger boats. And so we were, making 100-mile runs and doing stuff that, it was just all brand new, and that was so exciting.
I want to do a little flash forward to today's tournament world and the tournament world that you fished. And I want to call you to the plate on something because it bugs me, and I want to get your opinion on it. Tournament fishing today, certain aspects of it seem so watered down. Almost the tournaments are controlled by the production more than the tournament itself. And to give you an example, like, in a lot of the leagues now, if it's raining too hard, they won't let you go out. Or they'll cut the day. They'll stop the fishing. If the waves are too big, they won't let you launch. It seems a lot more watered down than the tournaments that I watched in the 80s and 90s. How do you feel about that? Because I feel like tournament fishing's lost something because of that.
Well, it's so different because of the revenue that's involved in the sponsors and trying to make a production out of it. And none of that was the case in the early era of 70s, 80s, and 90s. And now today, with all the requests and demands from sponsors, you got to have smooth enough water, the video looks good, and you can't have too much rain. And so there's a lot of variables that make what you do now work. But in the old days, it didn't matter if it was a hurricane or a tornado. It didn't matter if it was lightning. It didn't matter. I mean, at 6:35, we're going to blast off.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can ever remember being held up for when it was really foggy and you couldn't see.
Right. Yeah. It just, to me, the old tournaments were like the good old days. You know what I mean, Dave? It's like they're so watered down now and so particular. Back then, it was just like, just go fishing. And it feels a lot different now.
I love the videos of the shotgun starts.
Oh, the shotgun.
Yeah.
Right.
Ray standing there with the pistol, right? He's shooting a 38 and special up into the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Hank, can I
one
ask you a
thing
question?
that's so different today that I
what
wouldn't
is your
do
biggest
well in
issue
today's,
with
especially in Major
Jimmy
League
Houston's
Fishing.
hair?
I didn't want to know what anybody else was catching. I didn't want anybody around me. I'd drive 100 miles to get away and get in my own little zone. I'm not as smart as you and Van Dam and all them other guys. I had to get in my own little zone, and I had to just concentrate on fishing. And I needed to get away from the crowd. And the last thing I wanted to know is that Denny Breyer had 30 pounds or Larry Nixon. I didn't want to know that. Leave me alone. I'm going to go at 3 o'clock. I'll put them on the scales and we'll see what we got. But don't mess with my mind. And so the Major League Fishing format, where you know what everybody's got and what you got to catch, man, that drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's a totally different way of thinking, totally different way of fishing. You brought something up real quick I want to respond to, and then Pete, I know you want to ask something to Hank. The one thing that I think is funny that we get a lot on the show is people think on the water controversy, on the water, arguments between anglers fishing similar water, getting in each other's way. They think that's a new phenomenon. They think that's something new that's happened in the last, say, 5 years or so. That's been happening forever, right, Hank? Like, I mean, this is something you've dealt with. You've run into guys on the water. You've had, you've had bump-ins with guys, and I mean, this has happened since the beginning of bass fishing.
The difference today is we didn't have television cameras, and by the time we got back to the weigh-in, we had already cooled down, and we shook hands, and it wasn't escalated because of the format and the cameras. It gets escalated, but I don't care who you are. when you give it all you got and the intensity level is so incredibly high and you feel like a guy's infringed on you or cut you off, you're going to respond to that. And it's hard under pressure not to let things kind of escalate. So it's been that way forever. And I guess it'll always be that, but it's magnified so much more today because of all the cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Pete, I know you had a couple questions for Hank. What do you got, Pete?
I've got well, the biggest thing for me is, do you miss it? Like, you won the Classic twice and were awesome, and you stepped away.
I didn't hear any.
Oh, can you hear me? I'll relay it for you, Pete.
Okay.
Hank, Pete's question was it related to your retirement. You had won 2 Classics. You were, in a lot of people's mind, you were still at the peak of your career. You were still at the very top of your game, and you decided to step away. Was that a hard thing for you to do? Was that a hard thing to decide to leave the competitive side of the sport?
It wasn't a hard thing to decide, but it was a hard thing to live with. It was a hard thing to do. I was 36 years old. I had my best year ever. I won 2 tournaments that year, and I won the Classic. I finished second in Angler of the Year. And should have won Angler of the Year. I had a 40-pound lead with 2 tournaments ago, and I just blew it at Livingston. I knocked the lower unit off the first day and knocked one off the second day and didn't make the first 2-day weigh-in. So I fell behind Gary Klein, very deservingly won Angler of the Year. But I had 4 boys that really needed their dad at home, and my older boys had gotten to the age they wanted to race go-karts, and they wanted to go hunting, and they wanted to do a lot of things that Mom couldn't do with them, and I needed to be home. And so I was so torn. And when I won the Classic the second time, it gave me enough financial independence that I could afford to just do TV. And so that was the decision, and I do not regret it, but it was hard, to sit on the sidelines and watch.
Yeah. I can relate to what you're saying a lot because I wrestle with exactly what you're talking about. I wrestle with a lot in my own career right now, so I understand that. I want to ask you something that we asked. We had Jimmy Houston on earlier, Hank, and we asked him the same thing, and I want to get your take on it, which is you were one of the guys. I would say Jimmy and Roland and you and a lot of the amazing anglers from that era were the guys that created a brand for themselves. I just want to know, how did you know to do that? Were you aware of that? Were you aware that you were creating a brand? Were you aware of like all these things that like kids in college now are taking classes based on what you did with your career and your brand and your image? Were you aware of that, or how did you know to do those things?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of it at all. Didn't have a clue where all it was going. People say, boy, you had a great vision to see what you could do financially and build a career. None of that was the case with me. I just loved to compete, and I loved fishing, and I didn't know where it would take me. And when I got to the point that I saw where the market was going, I was fortunate enough when Berkeley really needed some help, and so they offered a big bonus, and I had switched and been using their line for about a year, and I signed up on that sheet. And in 1979, when I won the Classic, Berkeley probably did more to help me get to where I ended up than anybody. Just lots of opportunities for marketing and doing promotions and advertising and doing a lot of different things. And it wasn't until then that I realized, hey, you can build on this. And that's what I started doing. And that's why I started television, because you were so dependent on the ink you got in Bassmaster magazine to be able to keep your career and momentum going in your career. So I started my television show just where I was in control of my own marketing and promotion.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
but that was late in my career. You know, that was way down the line from when I started. I had no earthly idea where it was going.
Yeah, that's crazy because when you look at it, like, you know, when I looked at it, I was like, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, Hank's a genius.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, this is amazing, the plan that you've laid out, and you know it. But from afar, you know what I mean? It's genius, and it was genius. I think you did an amazing job at it. Obviously, you know.
Well, it was not a foundational plan. It was something that occurred as time went on, and then as you saw the opportunity, I did build on it somewhat. But it was really the whole sport grew and went beyond everybody's expectations. You know, Ray Scott never had a dream that bass would reach the level that it did, and all the things that would happen. We were all we loved what we were doing, and it was pretty cool to be able to fish and make a little bit of money. And then when the opportunity to make quite a bit of money came into play, it was even more exciting. So it grew beyond anybody's expectations, and I think in life, timing is everything. You know, it was just the right time and the right era, and it just all Jupiter aligned with Mars.
Yeah. I've got Dave. I know you got a question. I got one more thing I wanted to ask you, Hank, and then we'll give one to Dave. You were one of the first guys, especially in the tournament world, to show emotion. Like when things were good, you got excited. You know, when you won that second classic, I remember the tension. You know, that was a come from behind win. I remember the tension. I remember watching it. You could feel the emotion. And when things went bad, I've heard a lot of stories of the emotion that you showed on the water. That's in my career, it's the thing that I have been the most criticized for, is showing emotion. How have you dealt with that? How did you deal with it in your tournament career, and how have you dealt with it in your life?
I tried to harness it the most I could, but I was so intense, and it's such an important thing, and you put so much pressure on yourself, and you're so dejected when things go bad, and it is just really, really hard for me to hold all that emotion in. You know, you get so frustrated at times, and you just could not hold back. I tried to, and as I got older and a little bit more mature, I did. But a lot of people are different personalities. But when you lay it all on the line, and I know about you, I've always said this, Mike Iaconelli is harder on Mike Iaconelli than anybody else. You're very hard on yourself. You have high expectations for yourself. And when you don't measure up to what you think your potential was, when you don't do that, man, it just wigs you out. You get so frustrated, and it's really at your own self more than it is anybody else. And it's just an emotion that if you don't let it out, you're gonna blow up, man.
Yeah.
You gotta let it go. You know, I remember the deal at Charlotte, and I remember Forrest Wood and I. He and I had a long conversation, and he liked you a lot. He respected you a lot. That was just a bad situation that occurred that really was not intentional at all. And I said that all along. I said, man, that was not an intentional deal. That was the result of just being so frustrated, and you expressed emotion. It just happened to turn out to be a bad deal. And it could have happened to me just as easily as it did you. It could happen to a lot of other guys as well. It just, sometimes those emotions just are hard to harness.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. I am getting older. I'm getting a little better at it, but I'm still, and Becky's helped a lot with it, but I'm still very emotional. Dave, I know you had something for Hank.
Yeah,
you got
a couple things, Hank. This is Dave.
first off, it's a pleasure to talk to you. We brought your name up earlier, and Brian surprised us with bringing you on the show. We really didn't even know you were coming on. So it's pretty awesome to hear you. One of the things I mentioned earlier was your stage presence in the old classics when you got up there and spoke, and you never seemed nervous or rattled. Or I guess what I'm going to ask you is, what did you do prior to fishing? Like, were you a teacher? Like, were you used to being in front of people? Because the way you spoke, it was so succinct and so brief, but you got your point across.
I was horrible. I couldn't speak in school. If I had a public speaking class, I'd lay out the next day. There's no way I could get up in front of people and talk. It just wigged me out really bad. But I don't know. It's just something that it took a lot of time, but it just kind of grew on me. But before I started fishing, all I did was think about fishing. I knew from the time I was 16 years old and I saw Blake Honeycutt with 138 pounds of bass at Lake Eufaula, Alabama, I knew right then that's what I wanted to do. I was going to be a professional fisherman. So that's all I've ever tried to be. That's all I ever wanted to be. And that was my goal from the time I got out of high school.
I got another question for you, because even my best friends in the studio here, they don't understand. From one gentleman to another. How?
What do you say?
Well, let me explain something.
Here we go.
We got these monsters on our line on our live feed that ask questions and constantly rip on me and make fun of certain things. Let me ask you something. How does a man wear his shirt and pants? What should he do with his shirt first after he puts his pants on?
I don't think I know how to answer that.
Does he tuck his shirt in and then strap a belt?
A man wears his shirt pants any way he wants to.
Hold on. Why are you selling out, Hank Parker? I've watched your shows. God damn it. You tuck your shirt in and you wear a belt. Don't you act like you don't. Your pants are fitted.
You can't make fun of my fashion now.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to tell you this is how gentlemen dress from one to another. All right, that got blown up.
Dave got made fun of for his attire, and he wanted someone who he thought was well dressed and a gentleman to agree with him that you should tuck in your shirt and you should wear a belt and your khakis should be ironed.
Yeah.
And they should fall above your shoes and not hang on the floor. He just wanted support.
That's
Hank.
all, Hank. I phrased it. Thank you, Becky. You should be a woman's lawyer. What was that one that represents all the women?
When I first started my television show, we started getting some corporate sponsors. We worked with Campbell Ewald Advertising Agents. We had AC Delco. We had Goodyear, and we had Chevrolet, and that was kind of our first time that had ever happened in the fishing era. And a lot of corporate America didn't like short pants and blue jeans, so that's where I came in and started wearing khakis and a belt. But that was, people expected fishermen to be sloppy or wear their T-shirt and no button down and not wear a belt and short pants. And so I did that when I first started. I guess for the first 15 years of my television show, I'd wear khaki pants and a button-down shirt and a belt.
Well, they tell you never meet your idols, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm living a lie. I'm dressing after you. I'm living a lie. I lived a lie, Hank. All right. Hey, no, I do have one more thing.
Oh, you do.
So, Hank, I'm honoring the Godfather of fishing. I'm honoring Ray Scott tonight. That's who I'm dressed up as. And I know he fished with 41. I understand you had an interesting conversation with 45 yesterday. Would you like to elaborate on that?
What is that now? I can't hear well, so try that one more time.
I understand you had an interesting phone call yesterday. Do you care to elaborate on that with us?
Well, let me tell you, I misled a little bit. I didn't actually talk to the president. I was appointed to be on the Sportsmen for Trump Advisory Coalition, and so we do a Zoom video with the coalition. The president was not actually on the Zoom video, but it was pretty interesting, and it was basically a group of outdoorsmen that are trying to point out some of the things that we need to tell the other fishermen and outdoorsmen in the world the accomplishments of what President Trump has done. And he has actually done more for the sportsmen and the outdoorsmen than any other president other than Theodore Roosevelt. And the fact that everybody gave up on Lake Okeechobee, and he put together a project, and he funded it with $200 million to save Lake Okeechobee. And so we were just all together on that coalition trying to bring to light all the positive things that have happened for the outdoorsmen.
All right. Amen.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
How about it, man?
All right, we've got IM questions coming in from Riz, and I am checking a few. Hank, I've got a few coming in on social media. We have one from Pete's favorite Wawa, and his question is, there's a lot of boat traffic in tournaments today, whether it's other fishermen on the water during a tournament or whether it's spectators watching. And the question from Pete's favorite Wawa is, do you have a great story from managing Classic spectators in the 1989 Classic? Do you want to share that with us?
Oh, in 1988, Guido won the tournament on the James River, and I could have won that tournament. There's no doubt. In my mind, at least, I feel like I could have, and I'm glad Guido won it, and Guido's gone on to heaven, and I love Guido Hibden. But in 1989, we go back to the James River for the second time, and I can't deal with the spectators. Of course, I've had a television show for 4 or 5 years at this point, and I got a lot of people that wanted to follow.
Yeah.
And so I found these fish in this creek, and I figured out how to catch them on a falling tide and a rising tide. And that's a pretty good deal for tidal water when you catch them when the water's rising. But I couldn't deal with boats because they would all jam up in the creek and they'd be behind you and you couldn't turn around and come back and fish it. And so I wanted to make a little up and down, up and down, up and down, and change baits and do different things. And I couldn't do that. So where I was fishing, just down below me was an island that split the river. And on the back side of that island, it was really, really, really shallow. So I went through there where I could just barely make it. And I put up little flags, little bitty poles that I could see. So every day I would go down there, and if you weren't touching those poles, you're going to run aground and stall out. I'd have 40 boats follow me, including the Bassmaster camera boat. And
my God, he James
I would
Bond
make that run behind that island, and everybody would run aground. So I would go down and go out of sight behind the island. Then I'd turn around and go back up the river and go in my creek, and I never had one single boat follow me.
That is genius.
That's
wow.
Stuff of legend. That's the stuff of legend.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
That's like Butch Cassidy.
I waited 30 years before I told that story, though. Bob Cobb would have loved to have killed me.
Wow. That's so awesome.
I would pay $100 for the footage, like a game cam, like a game trail cam of everyone running the ground. Like you lead them to the death, Hank. I would love to see that.
That's
God.
incredible. That'd have like 8 billion views on YouTube.
You kidding me?
If that was out there. And it's true, though, because the spectators can affect the fishing. And that in that environment, you may not have won that tournament if
I definitely would not have won that tournament. There's no way. I'd have finished about 13th.
We had that problem, Hank, when Mike was fishing on the river and we were following him. We had to tell all the dummies, like, where not to put their boats because we knew he was going to work his way back out. Like, we actually had to, like, be like a traffic cop. Yeah, we had to be a traffic cop. And
oh, dang right we were.
Yeah. It was hard, man.
Like, yo, hold back, man. Homeboy's coming back. He's going to fish this area.
Yeah. Now
Hank,
I want to know, do you have an exact figure on how many Man's Classic spinnerbaits you've sold since that win?
Yes, and can we get more?
Can we get more, and do you have a number? Is it thousands? Is it millions? What is it?
Well, when we did that Classic spinnerbait deal, it was I got 25 cents a lure. in royalty, and I think the first 2 years I got $450,000 in royalty money, which blew me away. I wasn't expecting to get anywhere near that, but it kept going. It kept going year after year after year after year, and I mean for 10 years. So I know we sold well over 1 million, and pretty crazy.
Wow.
You know, it's funny you bring that up, Hank. So when my dad died, you know, you go through all the things, and the kids spread things out. Well, I got his tackle box. I didn't have much in there, but he actually had an old man's spinnerbait, old Hank Parker spinnerbait. The skirt's been long gone, but I actually still have the frame with the blades.
Oh, that's cool.
You got the frame?
Yeah, I got it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, Mike, remember the other day when you said you were going with Molix and you wanted spinnerbait ideas?
Yeah.
Well, I think that exact bait, the one that he's talking about, is one that still played just very recently. I mean, for one of my good friends that I fish with, Adam, he had a handful of those spinnerbaits when he was running a tackle shop, and he catches them so good on it. And now he would pay any amount of money that you would tell him to get some more.
Right.
Those Hank Parker spinnerbait.
Wow.
And Adam's really cheap, so that's, it is. It's really, really cheap.
I'm sure the business
but
genius.
He would pay something.
I'm sure the business genius. Hank will still probably get 10% of it.
We're working on this deal.
He probably made money on your stone jig. You didn't even know it.
Probably did. Probably did. Mans was a great I work with Mans too, Hank, and Mans was a great company. Very instrumental in the beginning part of my career, and it was an awesome time that I spent with Mans. I never regret that. That was a great time with Mans.
Yeah, they were so proud of you, and you did a great job for them, and it was good times. You know, I started with Mans when Tom was still there, and Tom Mann, I have to tell a quick story on Tom Mann. It's one of the best stories in all of fishing. Have we got time for that?
Oh yeah,
all night, Tank, all night.
Yeah, Tom, he was a wildlife officer, and he and Miss Mann started pouring jelly worms in the kitchen, and it got to be a pretty big deal. And there's a guy in New Fallen named Jim Murphy, and Jim Murphy owned American Builders, and he was making a lot of money, so he was Tom's finance guy. And when Tom came out, he took a Heath kit depth finder and put it all together and made it where it would fit on a boat. You'd have a transducer you could build in your boat, and he built a little bracket. And then he waxed everything where it would be totally waterproof. And he took Murphy out on Lake Eufaula and showed him the depth finder. And Murphy said, "Tom, I love it. You're going to make a lot of money. This is going to be a big deal. You just tell me how much money you need. We'll do this deal. By the way, you need to get it registered, patented, and all that, and trademarked." He said, "What are you going to name it?" Tom said, "I'm going to name it Hummingbird." He said, "No, you can't do that. You cannot register a common name. You got to come up with a different name." He said, "No, I don't send them my $400. They better register it." He said, "No, Tom, they will not register it. They will not do it. You've got to come up with a different name." He said, "I'm going to tell you right now, Murphy, I done sent them $400. They better register it." So about 3 weeks later, Tom goes into Murphy's office, and he throws the registration down on his desk, and Murphy looks at it, and he said, "Tom, that was brilliant." He said, "Do what?" He said, "That was brilliant." He said, "What was brilliant?" He said, "Leaving the G out of Hummingbird." Tom said,
wow.
He said, "I done heard my mama all her life say, 'Look at that, Tom, that's a hummingbird.' I ain't never heard her say there's a hummingbird."
Oh my God, that's amazing!
Wow. Oh my God.
That's how he got Hummingbird registered.
Wow. Dude, isn't that funny? I've been in the sport for a while, and you think you've heard every story there is to hear, right? I've heard the Leroy Brown stories. I've heard all the Eufaula Lake stories. That's the first time I've ever heard that. That is awesome.
That story makes me happy.
Well, that's how Hummingbird got its name.
That is awesome.
Can we have a legend on every show?
I know. We need to.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Yeah. Absolutely.
As it should be.
We need to.
It's just a lot of work on the production end.
Riz, you got something coming through IMs? I know you got a bunch. Let's just hit a couple of the good ones.
Yeah, Team No Fish wants to know, Hank, what was the biggest fish you ever caught while filming a TV show?
Well, we don't ever weigh them. You know, I don't ever know what the biggest fish I ever caught in the tournament. You know, I caught it St. John's River, weighed 10, 12. I caught 2 over 10 in that one tournament there. I had a 10-7 the first day and a 10-12 the last day. Wow. But the biggest fish I ever actually weighed, I caught on Disney property down in Orlando, Florida, weighed 13.3. What? But on TV, I never did weigh them. I caught one at Bacharach, Mexico. I would have really liked to have weighed. I don't know what that fish weighed. And I caught one at Sam Rayburn in practice that I think was as big as the 13.3 that I caught in Orlando. Of course, it was in practice in a tournament, so I released it. But I've caught some pretty good fish on TV. I probably caught 1 over 12 several years ago down at Bartow, Florida, the place where everybody fishes. What's the name of that place?
Stick Marsh.
I can't even remember. It's right by the Swanee River in Florida, right there on the line. It's a really popular place.
Bienville?
Yeah, Bienville. I believe that's it.
Yeah,
that's
a good place.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I caught a really big one there, probably 12 pounds, and I caught a big one in Bacharach, but I never have weighed them on TV.
And Sean the Game Rooster Forrest wants to know, do any of your grandchildren have the same passion that you had to become a professional angler?
I don't have any grandchildren right now that have shown that interest. You know, I had a son, Ben, that wanted to do it really, really bad, and he tried for a while, and he finally figured out he wasn't gonna be able to make it. But so far, I don't have any grandkids that are showing. I got one that wants to be a professional baseball player. He's throwing a baseball about 100 miles an hour, and he's doing really good in college.
Ooh!
But I don't know. That's a tough world too, you know. I don't know.
Baseball.
These grandkids or something though. I would have skipped my kids and just went straight to grandkids if I could have.
Baseball pays better than bass fishing. I can tell you that. I got a couple more. I got a couple more coming through social media, Hank. Let's see. Pizza Pete wants to know who has the best theme song of all the legends. So in the beginning of the show, we played Orlando's theme song, we played Jimmy's, we played Bill's, and of course we played yours too, Hank. Who has the best theme song in all of bass fishing?
Well, I'm a big Bobby Bear fan. I love Bobby Bear, the old country music, and he sings Roland's theme song and talks about him being a gypsy and going from lake to lake. And so I've always thought Roland had the best theme song. But I will tell you, my producer, Bill Landers, who I've worked with for 36 years, he passed away a month and a half ago. And he wrote my theme song, and he played it and he sang it, so it's all original. So I'm going to have to brag on Bill Landers just because it is his personal work. But, again, I always like Bobby Bear singing Roland's theme song.
Ooh, that's a good one. I think we had a couple people say that here, too. And then Head of Pete, Body of Han has a question. Oh, God. Head of Pete, Body of Han says, Hank, you had an interesting way of marking spots during tournaments to tell if other people went in there besides you. What was that way of marking the spots?
Oh, Lord. I had a deal. I'll have to tell this whole story. You know, Mike, how hard it is when you find fish the first day of practice, and then you got to hope nobody else finds them for the next 3 days. And I had gone up a river as far as you could possibly go up at Lake Ouachita, and I'd got into the rocks. And there was a little waterfall there that man, those fish were stacked up. So I found them the first day of practice, so I'm nervous about somebody else finding them. So I had some 2-pound test line in my boat, and I tied to one willow tree, and I went all the way across the river, and I tied to another willow tree about 200 yards down the river from where I found those fish. That way I knew if anybody else would go up there, they'd break that fishing line, and I would know that somebody else probably had found them.
Yeah.
So I went up there last day to check on it, and nobody had broken that line. So I knew nobody else had found those fish. So I eased on up there to check them, and they were there. So as I started to turn around and go back, there's another tournament boat, and he's looking at me. He don't know who I am. He's about 250 yards away. So I'm thinking, what in the world can I do? So I trimmed my motor up to where I started blowing water. And then I just shoved the gas, and I'm blowing water 40 feet in the air, and I'm shaking the boat like I'm hung on a rock pile. And the boat turns around. So now there's 250 guys in this tournament. The next day I draw a partner, and I'm starting up that river, and I'm getting about where I pull my little caper, and this guy grabs me and says, look out, there's a rock pile in here. I saw a boat hung on it yesterday. I've never told him. I've never told him. I said, man, I appreciate you telling me that.
Man, Hank, you're like an old special ops soldier in Vietnam. He's got tripwires, fungi sticks for the enemy to crash onto, dude. Like, dang.
Oh my God.
Tactical. Yeah.
Wow. That's so hardcore, man.
Dang.
I thought I was being sneaky because I have all these methods, like when I'm practicing and I hook one. And, of course, whenever you hook one, there's never anybody around when you don't hook one. But as soon as you hook one in practice, somebody drives past, right? So I've got all these methods, like where I open the front hatch up, and the fish is still on, but I act like I'm working on tackle. You know, but the front hatch is open, you know?
I like that.
I thought that was tricky.
And those fish never come off.
No, those fish never come off.
You can do they will never come off,
dude. You can leave them up for like 2 days, and they won't come off.
Yeah, I know.
But it's funny because I thought that was sneaky.
Yeah.
And then I hear the story.
He's laying
trip wires out there.
Damn.
He's running people through bear traps.
Man is a savage.
Dude, Hank is ruthless, dude.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I want to ask you something, Hank, that we talked about after we had Jimmy on, which is the new young crop of anglers today, professional anglers, that are getting into the sport or that are aspiring to the sport. A lot of them only want to fish. That's all they want to do. They just want to fish. They don't care about the other stuff. And I think when I look at a lot of you guys, yourself and Jimmy Houston and Bill and Roland, guys that have had success building your brand and your business in other ways, that's so important. Do you want to talk about that just a little bit? Because I think there are a lot of young people watching that think they can just fish and not do anything else. It's a lot bigger than that, right?
It's a lot bigger. But, you know, the one thing I will say is you have been so good, Mike, to sign autographs, and you have been a great inspiration to a lot of the young people. So you've got a lot of credibility with those young guys, and you've brought a lot of them along, and the intensity that you have, they appreciate, and I think that's really, really cool. But if you're going to make it, Tom Bedell with Berkeley told me a long time ago, and it never left me, and I appreciate him telling me this. He said, you can win every bass tournament in the world, but if you don't have credibility, and if you don't have influence on the consuming public, it don't do me a bit of good. I'm trying to sell a fishing rod. I'm trying to sell some line. I'm trying to sell a lure. I'm trying to sell a reel. And it doesn't matter how many fishing tournaments you win. Yeah. If you don't take that influence that you gain with your popularity and your notoriety and parlay that into something useful for me, then there's no way that I'm going to give you a nickel as a sponsor. Yeah. You have got to be able to sell product, and I never forgot that.
Yeah, that's key. That's key. I mean, it's you got to be able to do more than just catch fish. You know, you got to be a good spokesperson and a good salesman. That's so important.
Well, And at the end of the run, it's really what makes the sport grow. We're selling people things they don't have to have. It's not like we're selling food or an automobile that they got to go to work in. We're selling people stuff they don't have to have.
Yeah.
So we've got to have some pageantry and some passion about that product, and we've got to feel the need in ourselves to be able to create a demand for somebody else to buy it. And if we don't do that, our sport won't grow.
Yeah.
So even though it may not be as glamorous or as much fun as going out and catching fish, it's a big part of keeping the sport healthy, growing the sport, and creating new product to fund everything that we want to do. I mean, it's expensive, and if you don't have a way to help generate dollars for a sponsor, it's going to be a dead-end street sooner or later.
Yeah. I'd agree for sure.
No, I mean, I guess in closing, Hank, hopefully, I know Don Jr. is an avid sports guy. Hopefully he's listening. I wish the president would fire you from this outdoor job and put you in charge of the FBI so you could use some of these unconventional use some of these unconventional tactics of yours to snare the rats trying to trap him, Like, he needs you in a different place. He's misusing you, man. All right? Because I know that's just 2 stories you told us. You probably got 100 of other things you did with hunting, trapping guys, dropping them in pits when they're out near your deer. Like, guarantee you. Misusing your skills.
That's right. Y'all have a lot of fun. I like that.
Maybe he does. He just can't talk about
That's
that.
Right. That's right. It's
Right.
secretive.
Yeah.
It's very secretive. Hank, we talked about retirement earlier when you retired from tournament fishing, but you don't seem like you're ever retiring. You just keep going. Do you forecast a time when you're just going to leave it all behind and stop, or do you just love what you're doing?
You remember the old country music singer Roger Miller? Roger Miller was an old-time country music singer, and he retired. And they asked him, they said, Roger, why did you retire? And he said, well, I've worked hard all my life, and I've made enough money to last me the rest of my life, providing I buy nothing big and die by Friday.
I knew it was going there. I knew it was going that way. Why are you going to retire? So I can die. Exactly, dude.
It's a good answer.
That's funny.
That's a really good answer. I've got one other thing that I gotta hear. And Hank, you've done so many amazing commercials and appearances over the years. So many iconic things that have come through TV and the internet.
Giant sandwiches.
Dave remembers the giant sandwich commercial.
Doesn't know what you were selling, but you ate a big sandwich.
No, it was Ranger.
Yeah, what was that, Hank? That commercial where you were chewing on this sandwich that looked like a sneaker box.
It was a Ranger commercial, right?
Are you talking about the McDonald's commercial, 2 fish sandwiches for $2?
No, man, you did a commercial where you were holding like a breaded sandwich with a piece of lettuce that I said looked like a baby blanket hanging out of there. And you were, I don't know what the commercial, whether you were selling a boat, whether it was a Walmart commercial, I don't know. But dude, you had the biggest sandwich in the history of sandwiches, man. It looked like you were holding an infant.
That's nothing unusual. That's just kind of a normal day for me.
Maybe I'm imagining it. I don't know.
You totally dreamt this up.
He's hungry.
That was Dave's favorite.
You're talking about a sandwich. About 15 or 20 years ago, there was a McDonald's in Buffalo, New York. They contacted me and said they'd done a little survey, and my popularity in that particular area was stronger than any other fisherman. They wanted me to do a commercial for McDonald's, 2 fish sandwiches for $2. And I didn't really want to come to Buffalo. It was cold, and I was fishing. They said, hey, we'll pay you. We'll fly you up here first class, and we'll fly you home the same day, and we'll pay you $10,000. I said, how much? $10,000. I said, yeah, I'll be there. So,
oh my God!
I went up and did this commercial, and they paid me $10,000, and I worked about 4 hours.
Wow.
So about 2 weeks later, my secretary, who was my sister, she said, that agency up there where you shot that commercial, they sent you another check for $10,000. I said, well, they'd already paid me. I said, well, send it back to them and tell them they've overpaid. And so about 2 weeks later, she said, they sent that check back, and they sent another one. I said, do what? He said, yeah, they've sent you $30,000. So I said, let me call this agency. So I called them, and they said, oh, yeah, we paid you for the market you were in, and we've gone into 3 other markets. So we got another check coming to you. So that thing went into 5 markets. I ended up getting $50,000 off that deal for about 3 hours work.
Dude.
Dang.
I never heard anything like that.
Man.
And all you did was go up
But I
there and
liked
flash
it.
that
I
beautiful
do more
mustache.
commercials.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, so Dave, your sandwich deal was the one you remember, but Hank, the one I remember and the one I would love to hear tonight, and I feel like I have to. It would actually make my life complete if you could just say this one line for me.
Not the birth of his 4 children.
No.
This line, Hank.
No, this one line, Hank. And I can't remember, I wish I remembered the name of the cooler, but you did a cooler commercial. And I don't know if it was Igloo or I can't remember. But
Coleman, right?
Was it Coleman?
I don't know. He's going to tell us.
What's the cooler company you work with, Hank?
It was Rubbermaid.
Rubbermaid, yes.
Yeah.
And you did this commercial that we all loved. We adored it. We still do. And there was a line where it was like, on fire, babe.
On fire, babe.
Can we please hear that? Please. We got to hear it, Hank. Please.
Yeah, oh, that was crazy. On fire, baby. On fire.
Yes! Oh, my God. My life is complete. Thank you.
On fire, babe.
Thank you, Lord.
Now, Hank, Brian, the producer, sounds like Elvis on heroin and imitating you. We're sorry about that. All right.
Hey, but we got to be careful now. I'm with Yeti, so we got to say Yeti is on fire, baby.
Yeti's on fire now. That's right. That's right.
The only thing I got, Hank, this is Brian, and I met you, I guess, 2.5 years ago. We both know Master Sergeant Mark McCallum, and he passed away. I drove down to his service, and you spoke there that day.
That was a sad event.
Yeah.
Mark McGowan was an American hero, and he had a heart. You know, the thing about Mark, everybody thought he was your best friend.
Yeah.
And he really was, you know. Shaw was there. Shaw thought, well, I thought he was my best friend. Well, I thought he was my best friend. Gary Klein was there, on and on and on. Everybody thought Mark was their best friend, and that's the kind of guy Mark was. He was everybody's best friend.
Yeah.
And he was in the Special Forces of the United States Army and was a sniper and deployed doing all kinds of things, and such a tragic death, and it was a sad service, but I was glad to be there and just be a little part of that to say goodbye, because he was such a special guy.
He was amazing, man. He was a great guy.
Amazing.
We had the fortune to by chance come across those guys, and they came up to Jersey and came in studio. We did a show with Mark and his buddy Rudy. And had the two of them in studio. I think still probably the highlight of Ike Live 6 years in.
Yeah, amazing show.
Yeah. And Dave, like just hanging out with them guys, to listen to them talk. It was such a treat to have them guys.
You know, Mark was instrumental in all those guys in that Fort Bragg group that with the Green Beret. Started Special Ops Survivors, and they did that. They funded that out of their own pocket to make sure that the widows of these fallen soldiers were taken care of. And it's a great organization, and I encourage anybody that's listening tonight to just go on the internet and check it out, Special Ops Survivors. But Mark McGowan was a big part of starting that. He was one of the charter members, and they did it just to make sure that those widows weren't left out, and the kids, that there would be something there for them. And so they're a great organization, and Mark was a big, big part of that.
Hey, Hank, I have a question for you about Mark. So I know how Mike thinks about this. Like, Mark looked up to Mike. He admired Mike. He admired you. How's that make you feel when a superhero like Mark admires you for what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredibly humbling, and it's always hard for me to accept that. How in the world, I'm nothing, and they were so special, and
I know.
He's such a great guy, and how he could ever look up to me, I don't know, but that's a hard thing for me to deal with. I don't do very good with that, so I just become friends and try not to figure out why. You know, I'm just glad he liked me.
Yeah, when you described him as being everyone's best friend, I actually describe him differently. When you left a conversation with him, you felt better about yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like he had that ability to bring that out in you. It's just it's a very.
Yeah.
I only knew one other guy who met a tragic death as well, who had that same ability. But that two people in my whole life, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Good guy.
I'll tell you something. I do a show with those special op guys. I've been doing this now for about almost 10 years, and I fish with Mark, and I fish with a lot of the different guys from time to time. And we were there in North Carolina at Kingfisher Society where we do the show, and it was in March, and it was miserable. It was blowing about 30 miles an hour. And it was about 28 degrees, and it was raining, and the rain was freezing in your boat and freezing on your hands, and I was about to die. I was ready to quit. So I had Mark in the boat, and there was another guy over there that was a Navy SEAL, and he was in the other boat. And I said, Mark, I think it's ridiculous. Let's go in. He said, he ain't going in. I said, yeah, but I'm dying. He said, he ain't going in. I ain't going in. I said, well, that's right. They about froze me to death, but I guarantee the Green Beret wasn't going to go in if that seal didn't go in. So we fished on dark. I was about dead.
Unit pride, man.
That feels like me fishing with Mike back when we were like 19, 20 years old. Remember that, Dave?
Yeah. I wouldn't even go with him because of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew better.
It was like torture.
I'm fetal position in the bottom of the crawdad because my hands are frozen and Mike's still casting.
He's fishing for 8-inch fish in February.
Like,
8-inch fish.
I'm like, bro, this.
I believe he'd do that now, today.
He would, Hank.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
8-inch fish are giants, in my opinion. Hank, I can't thank you enough for coming on tonight, dude. It was highlight of my experience in Ike Live, just doing this podcast, and also a highlight of my life. Honestly, like we've talked and we've hung out before, but to get to sit with you for over an hour and talk to you, it's very, very it's humbling. It's an honor. So thank you for coming on tonight. It was awesome.
And a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun, and I appreciate you. I appreciate all the time you take, and I mentioned it earlier, but I tell you, Mike, I've seen them kids line up for 2 city blocks, and you sit there and sign every single autograph. And I've always appreciated that about you. And I've always understood your intensity, and I think it's a big asset. And I appreciate what you do and how you do it. And just keep up the good work. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell a few stories.
It was awesome.
They're awesome
Amazing stories. Amazing angler. Hank Parker, everybody. Thanks, Hank.
Hey, you guys have a great rest of the night.
Happy Halloween.
Thank you, Hank.
Best mustache.
All right, thank you. Anniversary. Happy anniversary.
That's right. Oh, my gosh.
All
Yeah.
right,
That's awesome.
Yes.
Thanks, Hank.
Great.
Wow.
Wow.
See if you can find Pete.
Can you guys hear me now?
Pete, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you guys. For whatever reason, couldn't hear me. But wow, what an interview! What two amazing interviews!
Wow, it was awesome the way it shook down. Jimmy couldn't hear any of us, but he heard you, and then Hank could hear all of us, but not you.
And for the people watching the show that doesn't know what our equipment looks like right over there, if you remember the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick, like we have a Joshua in here. Like, we have a freaking computer system and monitor. Like, dude, we have a thing this big that has stuff in it. And
but you got me.
No, I know, but we have such good. They bought top of the line technology. We could have signaled with mirrors, Jimmy.
Dude, Bud could have did a better show on his calculator.
On his tandem TRS 80.
TV thing, the sign just fell.
The sign.
No,
I don't hear that. I said calculator.
Hey, Pete, I got
We got this really nice computer system, but Mike duct taped the signs to the blinds.
Pete, I got a question for you because I've never heard you answer this yet, or we've really never talked about it. You're a little bit older than us, so you are in the game longer than us. You followed it longer than us. What is it like?
Where are you going with this?
No, what is it like for you, Pete, especially with BU, to talk to these legends constantly? Do you look back when you were younger and wonder, like, do you ever reflect on, man, I never thought I'd be with these guys that I'm idolizing?
Oh my God, yeah. Honestly, Dave, it's amazing. I still get tongue tied. There's still a lot of guys that you get starstruck with. Hank's one of them, but he's so easy to talk to. Same thing with Jimmy. Jimmy and I fished with him for I don't know, probably 10 years. We fished. I never said a word to him. I was scared to death. I mean, I couldn't get anywhere near him, like I would just turn the other way, and maybe they thought I was being rude, but it was really me being intimidated, and now here it is all these years later, and we're talking to him. They're teaching like for Bashu. I'm dressed like him. He wants my wig, I'm like, I'm going to go and feed Lucy and visit the farm, But you're
going to do more to Lucy than feed the farm, that thing.
But Lucy the deer,
I know.
But it's amazing, Dave. Honestly, it's crazy. And you brought it up earlier too with Brian. Here he is, talking to Jimmy Houston, getting this worked out, and I guess we all never thought that we'd be here, but yet here we are.
And here we are. We got Bud Cipoletti here, and
but it was so rare to be on TV back then.
Yeah.
Right? Like Jimmy Houston was on TV when it was very rare to be on TV. And then I'm watching you stand right there, like talking to him on speaker.
It's just see my phone calls all week, man.
That's just crazy. It's crazy to see that.
There was a lot of it to make this come together. And, special shout out to Al Lindner. Al was going to be that special guest tonight. And, he's got some things going on, some family things, serious stuff. So thoughts and prayers to Al and his family, and we will catch up with Al real soon.
Yeah, dude, an
amazing guy.
An Al show would be great. Because,
oh my God,
because
multi-species,
dude. Listen to this. We joked about it tonight, and Bud, I want to call you play on this too. We joked about it tonight, but for like an actual guy up in the north, dude, Al was one of these guys for us.
He was the
right?
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, when you think about instructional guys. Dude, was he not one of the first guys that actually taught
In Fisherman was BU before.
Right?
Right,
Yeah.
Pete? In Fisherman was BU.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
No doubt. He's still doing it these days.
Yeah, he's a slinger of knowledge.
And he did it. He was from the north. He was from the north and doing it when it was all from the south. Like there's a lot. Like Kevin came on board. Mike, you broke the mold, and there's a lot of northern guys now. But if not for Al, would you guys even be around? I mean, he blazed the trail.
Pete, I pride myself in giving out critical information on the sport of bass fishing.
And just when you thought his voice was bad, his brother would come on and say,
Ron. Oh, that's Ron. Alan Ron. Damn.
Yo, Ron.
Dude, here's the thing. Like, I wonder if we can get Al on and get Al to like talk about the old days, like the real old days. That would be unbelievable.
The days of the Mounties and the birder. What are you talking about?
I mean, the good old days. I mean, the wild fucking west of bass fishing days.
He would have some good
Oh
stories.
my God!
What boats did they use on like Erie and Ontario? Back
He was in
the
like
day,
lungs.
They were getting sunk, Dave. They were getting swamped,
right,
and blown to the bank. You know.
What was that boat? Edmund Fitzgerald, right on Erie. Yeah, they need the beer after that one.
Hey, I do want to give a big shout out to Ken Duke and Pat Renwick for both helping me with the questions tonight.
Yes.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
I know who I want on the show. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna get him here.
Tom Brady.
Who do you got?
Rick Clun.
Yeah.
Yes, Rick Clun show. I
Please
want that.
get us Rick Clun
I
back.
want the Rick Clun show. It's funny because Beck tonight, Brian, listen to this. Brian Carver, listen to this.
I'm right here.
Beck teased it tonight, and she said, I can get Rick on tonight. He'll be better than any of these guests. And I'm like, you're right, but let's not waste him. I'm like, Rick is like
His own show.
that you don't book anybody else.
Yeah.
That's a show. He's his own show.
Way to say it back, Beck.
Huh?
Way to say it back. I mean,
we need to have Rick on.
I want Rick in studio though.
Same.
I think.
Yes.
I was going to say he should be here.
Because I love
Only
Rick
you
and
can make
Melissa,
that happen.
and I'm sure Rick would come on, but I don't think that's the same as actually having Rick sit here.
Nothing's the same as in studio.
It would be better.
It's way better in studio.
It would be better.
Yeah.
Hank Parker may have been the best phone call we ever had, though, in terms of back and forth.
Amazing
Hank was
stories.
good.
He's great. Yeah, he's really good.
They were great stories.
Hank was one.
Hank was amazing. Jimmy went off with nothing. Like there was
No, he seriously did. Pete's right though.
Yeah.
Like
He
he
just
rolled
talked.
with nothing. He could hear nothing,
Professional.
so he just talked.
Yeah, he just talked. Yeah.
I mean, that's how we learned about Lucy and her herd.
It's true.
Wow.
That was amazing. He had absolutely no input, and he carried the whole show for 15 or 20 minutes.
And then he surreptitiously lurked afterwards.
Yeah.
Surreptitiously.
He made the entire Halloween episode by staying on the line. Staying
I hope we
on
could pick
the
up
line.
those sound effects that we heard. Too.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
prior.
dude. I
dog.
cannot
Yeah, like-
wait. I cannot wait to go back. I swear, I won't listen to a stitch of the show except that one segment.
Yeah, the first hour pretty much sucked. I think actually,
What?
Rich,
Can you hear
when we
me?
post it backwards.
Post it backwards.
In
I gotta
reverse.
find the Featherwick snippet in there though. That was a solid explanation.
That
It was
good
a really good
explanation.
explanation.
That was a good explanation.
That's the best one yet.
That was a good one. No, this was a good show. It was very Halloween because Halloween is you expect the weird things happen.
Lots of tricks.
Yeah, a lot of tricks, trick or treat. It was a good one. I think it was a good show.
Yeah,
I liked
well,
it.
yeah. I mean, I had different visions of how smooth things would go.
This was a really long show because we had to fill a lot of time.
Oh, I am so sorry, man.
Nah,
Oh my
nah.
God.
It was
That
all
was a
good.
But
brutal
you know
beginning.
what? With every show where we have to fill time, I learned so many more things about Dave.
Well, what'd I do tonight? What'd I enlighten you to about me tonight?
I think it was the migration of the Squatch.
Well, if you follow the topic, this isn't me. That's what the experts
known
tell you.
thing,
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I'm sure there was more in there somewhere, but yeah, I just keep getting little more snippets. There's always more.
Yes, I'm glad to enlighten you. Yeah.
Brian, what do you got?
You want one?
Oh, yeah. What do we got?
You want a guest?
Oh, yeah.
Viewer?
Yeah.
Beck?
All right.
Who's the wiener?
Yeah. All right, listen. If you're still watching by any chance. if
Is
you're
there like
still watching,
5 people on?
we're good. We're gonna
10.
You want to let a couple Zoom? Is it you saying Zoom guests?
Yeah. Let's get some people on
All
here.
right, we're gonna let a couple Zoom guests in. If you're watching
Let's have
right
some
now,
fun now.
Do I have
if
to
you're
get
in
ready
costume,
to battle somebody?
They
if
won't be
you're
able to
in
hear us.
costume, we're more likely to put you through if you're in costume.
I guess I got to get ready because they like
Get
to
ready,
attack
Dave.
me on this thing.
They like to attack you
This.
big time. Oh, we need more whiskey.
The Wawa Hoagie lady said for Rick Clun, if we have him in, we got to do a remote bonfire special. Like go live from around the campfire.
No,
That would be awesome.
Around the world, around the campfire.
Oh, a campfire show would be so
Maybe
rad.
we should just go to Rick's house.
Can you just grab
Yep.
the normal? There we go.
It'd be a little too cold here.
You know what's great about Rick though, but and I know you know you're a fan of Rick too, dude. He like takes, you gotta like sift through, like he doesn't just give you the answer like quick and like that. Like you gotta sift through a lot of little stuff.
Yeah.
To get the answer.
To the milk.
Oh yeah.
Of the deal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because I saw like he's doing this crankbait now for this Japanese company.
Yeah.
And it's this really big, giant crankbait. It's like a big square bill, but it's like literally that
like
fucking
bigger than
big.
NATO, yeah.
Dude, it's giant. And I somehow through like social media, you know how you start getting in the wormhole.
Yeah.
I found this link to him on a Japanese crankbait website explaining why he designed this crankbait, right? Listen to this. Dude, it's a square bill that's this fucking big. And this is one of the things I love about Rick. Rick's, his sponsor deal is with Lucky Strike, right? He doesn't give a shit. He goes out and designs his crankbait with this Japanese company. I love that.
He's
like
gangster.
Who else could do that, right? But somehow through the
Well, because his deal's
wormhole,
probably in the U.S. with Lucky Strike, so he went to Japan and.
Yeah.
or it's just
Yeah.
what he wanted, right? And so I through this wormhole, click, 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 click. 30 clicks later, I find this thing of Rick in English with Japanese subtitles talking about why he designed this crankbait. Dude, I watched it for like 50 fucking minutes.
Really?
That's cool.
50 minutes of him explaining.
With an English accent?
No.
Yes.
It's Rick. It's
Say
no.
yes. No, yes.
No, I mean, it's Rick talking in English.
English
with
accent.
Japanese. Yeah, English accent. With
English
Japanese.
accent.
Yeah. But it was 50 minutes of him talking about this crankbait that I could have said it in a minute. Seriously, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the features and benefits, dude. It's just him like these. You know how like Rick talks. He's like everything's like very thought out. It's awesome. So I
Very
love
descriptive.
That.
Very
Yeah.
descriptive
And
human
British.
being.
Yeah,
that kills me. That fucking kills me.
Yeah, I know.
That,
But what I'm saying is, if we had him in studio, I think it would be our longest show ever. It would be like a 10-hour show.
Don't have me. No, because I mean, you know,
Dave doesn't want to be on the Rick
No,
show.
I love it. I watch it, but I mean, that's not that educational shit's not the one you want me around. You know what I mean?
No, we don't want the educational stuff. That's be you.
I wonder if Rick
we want
is,
the
you know,
stories.
he's just burnt. He believes in burning them as hard as he can.
Oh,
I wonder if for a giant crank, if he's still thinking, like, you need to burn that son of a bitch.
Use a
I'd like
tuna
to know
reel.
that.
Yeah, you need a freaking...
Dude, to get Melissa in here might be the thing that evens it out, though.
Yeah.
Like maybe Melissa and Rick would be
Yeah,
a better
I
would be a
agree.
better scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She is his balance.
Yeah. Yeah. She's normal.
See, I would need time with him beforehand just to get a feel for his sense of humor and all that.
Yeah. Yep.
You'd be
He
the
actually
first
reminds
one.
me a lot of you, because observing Rick, I always thought Rick was this very calm and like all about nature and connected with the earth, and I just always thought that like he had his shit together. And then the more I got to like know who Rick was, and especially through Melissa, I'm like, oh, he's a fucking hothead like Mike.
Throws his soda cans out the window when he's driving.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I do.
I'm like, this is why I like him so much.
Yeah.
That's probably why I feel I like their relationship.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
funny you said throw the soda can out the window. So I had I was at a Toyota owners event like a month ago, and I had a writer, Alan McGuckin from
Oh, Guck?
Dynamic. Yeah.
What up, Guck?
He wanted to do an article on what you have in your truck that's like little tchotchke stuff that you carry. And so I'm like,
Is there anything left?
No, I'm like, yeah, there's not, and that's what I told him. Like, yeah, there's nothing left. He's like, what do you mean? So I told him the whole story. So I used to have like all these cool little like little stuffed animals or little figurines, things that people have given me, and I would set them on the dash of the truck. Well, over the years of getting pissed off, like that bobblehead, over the years of getting pissed off, I'd have a bad tournament or something would, fuck, and I would take it out on these things. And I'd, fuck you, fuck, fuck, throw it out the window, and there's none left.
Yeah.
Oh
The last of them all went out in one fell swoop when you came in second for the second year in a row at the TTBC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. at the fish off.
Oh, the fish off.
He got back in and literally just went swipe. There was like 15 left, and they all went out the window. Every last one of them. And I was like, the Pelican.
So something
Time for new
similar,
talismans.
When I was a police officer in Camden, we had a very large Vietnamese and Hispanic population. Believe it or not, Vietnamese was there. Very Christian Vietnamese. So you come across these people, the older ones, the older women would always give you different types of crosses. And I would take the different cross. I'm not religious, but I would glue, like on my trauma plate, my vest, I would take it out and I would glue all the crosses on my trauma plate. So I had like my trauma plate was all the crosses that all these old broads gave me, dude. You know. Yeah, but I don't know. People give. I didn't throw them out the friggin' window though. I at least honored the goddamn gift.
Might have protected you.
Yeah, I don't know what they
that
did.
might have kept
but
you safe.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
who knows? But yeah,
that's crazy. That's
Yep.
crazy. All right, Brian and Carpenter, we got some. We got a guest coming on. What do we got?
Yes.
Okay.
Rich, who we got, Rich?
Have no idea.
Okay, let's see.
Have no idea on the message board.
Okay, Zoom guest. What's your name and where are you zooming from?
That's you.
Hey, Patrick, I'm in Texas.
Patrick!
The fireman. That's who this is.
Patrick
Texas.
the fireman.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
looks like he's in uniform.
Not much. Just hanging out.
How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How about y'all?
Good. What part of Texas?
I'm actually in Montgomery, so just by close to Lake Conroe.
Lake Conroe. Okay. I know that lake very well. Yeah. I've got a love-hate relationship with that lake.
I think we just mentioned
Yeah.
a lot of talismans on
Yes.
the side of Lake Conroe.
Good word, dude.
All right, now tonight,
all bud.
tonight is mischief night, and usually firemen and policemen are a little busy on mischief night. Are you laying low? What do you got?
So far, it's been quiet, but it is Friday night, just getting started, so we'll see what happens after midnight.
Okay, now we got to know, in your part of the world, we're up here, we're near Philadelphia. Just had another shooting happen here. We normally don't talk politics, but I want to talk it right now. Nope. Dude, a lot of the world right now is hating on policemen, firemen. They're hating on.
Actually, they're not hating firemen.
No, not firemen, but that segment.
The remotes that they drop when they're falling asleep on the lazy boy, they hate the firemen, but the people
Right.
don't hate the firemen.
Right.
Like, he knows what I'm talking about. Look at him. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
How's that part of the world right now with everything that's going on?
Around here, it's not too bad. Everybody seems to be getting along. We haven't had any issues, but it's kind of a little more out of the country. We're close to Houston, but most people out here, we haven't had a lot of the riots or anything like that that's been going on. So hopefully it stays that way.
Gotcha. Okay, Halloween tomorrow. Are you trick or treating? Are you in costume, or what do you got?
No, I'll have to take my kids out and then take them through the neighborhood, and then.
Do you
I'm
dress
actually getting
up
ready.
when they dress up?
I don't.
Oh, come on.
So I'm usually actually always out of town for Halloween. So this is like the second Halloween I've been around. I'm usually in Colorado every year when Halloween hits.
Gotcha.
Nice.
So they haven't convinced me yet to dress up. So we'll see.
They got to work on you. We apparently have a thing for dressing up. Pete Glusick started it. It's his favorite thing.
Yeah.
And he makes us all get in these costumes.
Yeah, Pete loves it.
He,
Look at him.
he
Look at him.
truly loves it when we extend it to Thanksgiving and Christmas,
Oh,
and we
yeah.
make him Santa Claus.
Yeah, Pete's a Santa. Look
Dude.
at him.
Becky, you made us wear costumes for 2 years, every show. I'm like, can we just talk? Come on.
Can we just talk?
Well, my fear was that you guys weren't interesting enough, so I
Oh.
Pete, remember when she made you dress up as mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
That'd be a hell of a costume.
All right, well,
messy
we're going to do it
costume.
soon.
Wait, what was that Thanksgiving? We were all pilgrims and Indians,
we were
and you were a
pilgrims,
turkey.
And Pete was stuffing or something.
Yeah. We had Seth Biter on that show, too.
We did, yeah.
We had Seth on, and people gave Seth shit because he was an Indian.
Oh, one person.
All right, whatever.
Pete was mashed potatoes. That's all that matters.
I know. I didn't know that was an offensive thing. We learned after
There
that
was one
show.
person. Who gives a
We all learn.
Hey, I got a fireman riddle. You ready to copy?
Yeah, go for it.
What did the Mexican fireman say to his what did the Mexican fireman call his two sons?
Oh.
Jose
No
and
idea.
Jose.
Okay, Dave's gonna stop.
Yeah. No,
that isn't bad. My God, come on.
No, I believe Facebook just flagged us.
No, come on.
You're right. You can say "goddamn" it, but you can't say that.
Yeah.
None of us get the vote now.
They killed our vote. All right, we got a question for you on the panel here. Ready? Here it goes. Series of
Fire Marshal Bill.
Fire Marshal Bill?
Yes. No.
No, I was going to ask just a regular Ike rapid fire. You got Fire Marshal Bill? All right. MLF or BASS?
Who are you asking?
MLF.
Oh, okay.
MLF?
MLF.
Wow.
Nice. Okay. For president, No, for president. I'm not saying the actual president. Shut up, Becky. For president.
That's Penny.
Ray Scott or Boyd Duckett?
Ooh, I have to say Ray Scott.
I knew I liked them lazy ass firemen for a reason.
I mean, nothing against Boyd, but I grew up watching Ray Scott, watching Bassmasters. And I like Bassmasters just for watching purposes. MLF just a little more entertaining for me.
So your MLF answer has me want to ask you a question.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Go for it.
All right. Will Farrell or Adam Sandler?
Oh.
There's only one right answer here.
Hold on, let him go.
Wait. Can I say one
God,
thing?
there was like
before
two
you answer?
really strong eras that they
A
each
light
had, though.
bluish hue.
Really though?
No. Come on. I know.
Ooh.
My wife, Donna.
Adam Sandler.
I know it. I fucking knew it. He said MLF. I knew he was going to say Adam Sandler. I knew it. Goddamn
But
fireman,
how can
I
you
knew
not
it.
like Nudie Magazine Day?
Dude, how
like,
can
I'm telling
you-
you, there's two strong
How
eras
can
here.
you choose?
You're a damn genious, David.
I actually
knew
like
it,
Will
goddammit.
Ferrell.
I knew it. And you probably think Forrest Gump was a sucky movie, don't you?
Yeah, look at him. I see him with the head tilt.
I knew it.
Yes, you saw
I
that.
am so sick of being right. I'm taking the headset off.
Oh my God.
Dave's on the offensive, so he doesn't get attacked.
Well done. So anyone else want to come on?
No, I
Yeah,
love
do you
it,
think
man.
anyone's going to want to come on now?
No,
I know.
I love the firemen, man.
All right.
Every cop wishes he was a fireman. You know, they do, dude. They're like, God, they play PlayStation, they work out, they cook delicious meals. Oh my God. Now, are you full time? Are you full time? Like, are you at a house right now? Like, what do you?
Yeah, I'm full time. I'm at work right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Shocking.
I mean, it is 10 o'clock at night here. So.
What percent of the other guys in the house with you are fishermen?
3 of them actually. So I guess you could say 75%.
Nice.
So I actually got one guy. He just started working with us, and he just got into fishing. So I've actually shown him a few of your videos and tried to help him learn a few techniques and different things to do.
Yeah. Nice. That's awesome. Now we have a Bassmaster Classic coming to Texas in 2021. Will you attend that classic?
I'm going to try to at least one day, depending on what they do with, of course, with COVID going on and all that. Hopefully if it's open, I'd like to try to get up there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
going to be interesting.
It will be interesting. All right, Dave, go ahead. Ask the question. I know you want to ask it. You want me to ask it for you?
Go ahead.
All right. Is COVID real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little blown out of proportion.
There you go, Dave.
I mean, tell me, the 97
Well, you said it wasn't even real.
flu. The flu is 97% down this year from last year.
The
Shocking.
flu?
Yeah. Look that shit up. That ain't me making it up.
Well, Well, of course it's down. Nobody's out there breathing on each other. And when they
No.
are, they've got masks on.
Hospitals don't get paid to report the flu. They actually get federal money for having COVID cases. There's no money in flu.
All right,
Look that shit up.
Let's talk about Sasquatch. It's more beneficial to everybody.
So Pete, when did you become the spokesman for COVID? Are you on their dime now? Like, what are you even talking about?
Oh, no, we got somebody else on.
Oh, my God.
All right, what do we got?
BU gets $25.
Yeah, for every COVID case.
Yeah.
Pete gets a new treble hook every time someone coughs.
Oh, my God.
BU gets a new subscription for every.
Hi, guests. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Looks like he has a miner's hat on.
What is that Iron Man?
It's
What
a
is
monkey.
that?
Turn your mic on, homie.
It's Hunter Shryock.
Yeah, so anyhow, yeah.
We get Ron Hextall.
Another great producing.
Just for the record, Brian said, just put out the Zoom password on the message board.
It's really hard to see them because they're
Yeah,
all so small
everyone's
when we're
small.
all on the screen. So from here, it's literally like I can't even.
So
is it Iron Man? What is that?
New
mask?
Zoom guy, we can't hear you.
He's got his audio on?
I don't think he does, Pete.
I think he's in his garage.
Just his beard.
But anyway, the firefighter, we love you guys, and we do appreciate you guys, each and every one of you. I'm breaking your stones because I was a cop back in the day, so I mean there was a rivalry between us and the Camden firemen. We used to get at each other pretty good.
Oh yeah, I figured when I came on here to be live, I'd probably get a little bit from you, just knowing you were a cop. But
Just so you know, I do admire you
But
and I
it's-
appreciate you guys.
oh yeah,
man.
it's brotherly, so it's all
It
good.
is, and it's just family feuding.
So you get to fish Conroe out there a lot?
Yeah, I try to quite a bit. I usually go out there with my brother, and we have good days and bad days, and some days that lake can be pretty tough.
I heard it's pretty random there sometimes.
Yeah, like some days you can go out there and like you figured them out, and then you go back the next day and they're nowhere to be found. And it's just kind of where they go.
Oh,
Where's it?
Look at this.
Zoom guy. Can you hear us?
What's that say? I can't see it.
BUTV.
I
I saw that on the back of there.
You can hear him now.
Go ahead.
Dylan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Dylan. What do you got?
Nothing. I was just checking in with you guys. It's been a while since I won my last face mask and my.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that Mike?
That never give up, Mike. Yeah.
Nice.
And I got. Hey, Becky, I got.
Oh, that's me!
Wow, look at that.
Look
got
at
everybody.
that! I exist.
Where's Brian the Carpenter at?
They try to get rid of me all the time.
Hold on.
I tried to bring you on all the time.
Yeah.
Brian the Carpenter. Wow.
Look at that shit.
We got them all.
That is excellent.
Where'd this come from?
Remember we used to give them out as prizes.
Who is
I'm
that?
thinking he probably
Dylan?
won a prize.
Probably.
Dylan's his name. You know, if you
Dylan.
close your eyes, he sounds just like Chris Lane.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Except Chris Lane's not as good at golf as I am.
It's Chris Lane to a T.
That's Chris Lane.
That's crazy.
So Chris, tell us.
How you
catching them?
Yeah.
How's Gunnersville?
It's good except underneath my dot.
Something Chris would say.
Yeah. Like
Chris,
Chris,
where are you right now? Are you in a warehouse? Of
In a
some
halfway
sort?
house?
You're making.
If you come on, you know you're going to get harassed. No one escapes.
Does Chris actually have a beard like this now? I don't know.
Bud Cipoletti used to.
Yeah, my beard's gone.
Bud's very angry.
Yeah.
I shaved my
Oh,
beard.
here you go.
I sure like Pete's hair though.
Pete might keep the hair.
No,
Did Shelly
no,
see it, Pete?
Yeah, they love it. They love it. It's going to Jimmy though. The glasses, the hair, it's all going to Jimmy.
It's
There
like
you
any
go.
minute I'm waiting for an orderly to come in and like lasso you.
Get back here.
An orderly.
Where's Lucy, Pete?
It's like the Leonardo DiCaprio movie, like a 14th patient or something.
Hog tie him, man. He's in a padded room. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that was called Something Island.
Yeah, that was an amazing movie. I'm one of them
Just called it
dummies.
14th patient.
14th patient. I like it. That's another script.
Nah,
What do you got over there? You got a little fluking rig
That'd
over
be
there?
a good jerkbait rod. Seriously.
Little trigger handle on that?
I mean, it's all,
Dylan, so
it's
where
written.
are you calling from, bro? We know Patrick's in Texas. Where are you at?
And Cora?
I am in Santa Monica, California.
Oh, okay. West Coast. All right. Yeah. That's what's up.
Hey, are the fires still burning out there, Dylan?
Hey, so I had a question for you guys.
That's a
Since you
wild
guys
setup.
are all great fishermen, like the last 3 weeks I've been out, and I guess the fall pattern is coming up. So they're chasing the bait into these channels, but they are jumping in front of my fucking. Excuse my language. They are.
You're good.
I mean, literally, I might as well have a net. Like, what should I do? I've done everything. I've thrown the top water. We're drop shotting. We're doing chatterbaits. I mean, and we just can't catch them.
You need the glide bite.
Take the Thorazine as prescribed.
You need to check in with BU Live on Tuesday for all fishing technique questions.
Yeah. No, Pete, I know you want to answer this really bad. I can see it in your hair. But let me answer it first, and then I'll let your hair answer the question. As you were talking,
real quick, Mike, I've watched all your YouTube. So, like, going to the last where you're throwing the rooster tail.
Oh yeah.
It don't work.
Wow, when the rooster tail don't work, you're fucked.
So he doesn't want you to answer, is what he's saying. He's watched every video and he still can't catch
but
him.
let me answer it anyway, and then I'll let Pete answer it. I'll let his hair answer.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. If I would say go small, like get your bait smaller, or here's the better answer. You ready?
Yeah.
You need to make that lure stand out from all the bait that's getting busted.
Okay.
So you need to throw something totally different looking than what is getting eaten, right?
Okay.
You don't need to look like a little shad or whatever they're eating. You need to throw something pink, bright chartreuse, something bigger than what they're eating. You got to stand out from. There's too much bait, and when they get keyed in on that shit, you can't mimic that shit. You gotta be something totally different.
Too much bait.
Too much bait.
Dare to dream.
All right. No, hey, and I
Call Vegas the hammer.
No, because we're saltwater fishermen here, and they even say that where what you want to do is if, say, you're fishing next to the pier and they're picking the mussels off the side, well, you want to go to something where it's a little bit tougher, like maybe a sand crab or something like that, because they'll be a little bit more intrigued off of that. So that's kind of what you're saying, right? You know, a little something more that's tougher to get.
Something different. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something different.
Yeah, crabs.
All right, Pete's hair.
You
crab.
should wear this hair and these glasses. You will stand out.
Fucking Beatles. Looks like he's from the Beatles.
Did you get that picture I sent? Oh my God.
Did you see the socks?
It'll help you catch them.
By chance.
That's a wrap.
Okay, anyway, we're waiting for Pete's turn.
Did I hear that's a wrap? BTV?
Pete's ready for bed.
I heard Becky yawn.
I'm done.
Yo, you see that bottle of Cat Morgan's behind Pete? It's totally empty.
It's demonstrative.
I think everyone in the office would be impressed that I literally sat here
You did.
I am impressed.
Did you
for
sit?
4 straight hours.
Did you
This
sit
does
as Becky or as Penny?
I sat as Penny because Becky would have left hours ago.
So you channeled Penny.
I did.
and
It
worked
did, 'cause
through it.
Wow.
This
powered through
this sitting thing doesn't work for me.
Great work, Penny.
Nice work,
Thanks, Penny.
Great work.
Nice
Round of
work,
applause, Penny.
We do need to do a little housekeeping real quick. We've got the
where's our
world
wiener?
famous. What's that?
Our wiener.
Yeah, a world famous like and share contest that we did on Facebook tonight.
Big time.
Riz
Big
and
time.
bag is over 20 pounds. Dave, what do you say?
Mike, that's a great prize pack,
And
Mike.
don't forget to put the socks in there.
I did. I put them in.
Bud, give me a weight on that. I would say, is it 20, 21? What would you put it at?
Yeah, I mean, you're flirting.
Flirting.
You're flirting about 20 and a half.
20 and a half.
In the middle. It's
All right.
like a girthy turkey.
A girthy turkey. We're at 20 and a half pounds of sponsored products. And run down them again for you real quick while Riz is picking a winner. BUTH Marine, Dr. Squatch, Liquid Mayhem, Flambeau, Founders, Tackle Warehouse, Hobie, Torquedo, Heshy Socks, giant gift bag for the like and share contest on Facebook. And Riz, what do we got tonight?
That's right. It's been a great show. A ton of shares. We appreciate everybody on the message board with us all night, on Facebook, YouTube, the whole deal. But we have a winner for this awesome prize pack, and that winner tonight is Hunter Reynolds. Hunter Reynolds, congratulations.
Reynolds.
The Ike Live prize pack.
Great job, Hunter.
Hunter, you are the wiener.
You finally won something.
I wonder if he's related to Walt Reynolds, who happens to manage Jimmy Houston,
Yeah, the
Roland
big
Martin.
three.
Does he manage both?
He managed
Collusion.
both.
The third one too, right? Bill Dance, right?
Might manage Bill Dance as well. I would have loved to, in an honest conversation with Jimmy Houston, I would have loved to corner him on that. Because Walt's a little fucking troll.
Becky?
We got to go.
Thank you.
Brian,
we love
I'm
you,
sending
Walt.
something.
Don't listen.
Lock him up, Beck.
Jimmy's still on.
Oh my God, we got.
Oh no, wait. Jimmy,
We'll hear him.
wait, Jimmy's still here.
What's that? Lucy getting backshotted?
Gotta go. Thank everybody. Come on, thank everybody. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Thank you.
That was
Love
the
you
sound
guys.
of the dog.
We got a couple people joining it. Who's this?
Oh my god.
Oh,
What do we got, Al?
Oh my God, that bottom one. We're getting weird here.
Get him on big screen, Brian.
What is that?
All right. Sorry, Kevin Stevens. We'll come back to you, but we got to see what's going on with Keith Knott.
What we got?
Oh my God.
The problem is from here, I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
we
even
I like it. It
It's
looks
fish
awesome.
taxidermy and shoulder up.
I
view.
just see Pete's fucking head.
Oh, they just hung up on everyone.
Pete, you lost.
Okay, that's
All
a
right,
wrap.
What's going on, guys? Hey,
Oh,
I came
Bill's
on
all
here-
mad. Look, Bill's mad. Bill's bringing it back. Al's wondering. Oh, Al
my
got
God.
him back somehow.
Oh,
Hey,
this is the worst.
I love you guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pete.
Pete's tapping out.
I'm out too. Good
Time
night,
to put your
everyone.
night mask on.
Oh gosh.
Your Nitro logo came off.
Reeled into the sunset. Attaboy, Orlando. You just get him.
I love you guys. Good night, everybody.
Beck, good work tonight.
I knew that Jimmy was no
I'm
good.
back.
I knew
Hey,
day
Brian.
square one that Jimmy was no good.
There we go. Oh, look at this. This is going to be good.
I knew it. I knew from square day
Matt, where
one.
you going?
Roland, I knew from day square one that Jimmy was no good, bailing on us like that.
Man, I'll tell you.
We've been
Some
doing
things don't change.
we've been doing TV for so damn long.
He done turned yellow.
I'll tell you.
All right.
I wish I would have gotten the real estate market earlier than that in the banking business.
All right.
Did we bring After Hours back tonight?
Who's that? What do you got, Zoom guy? Go ahead. Fire.
Hey, Zoom guy.
Pete dropped off and it messed us up.
Pete dropped.
And now we just got half a face. We still got. We got Dylan's beard.
Now we're back to the asylum.
We got half head.
So, we got Dylan's beard.
Oh my God.
All right.
Dylan's here. Nice.
Where did Pete not go?
That's a nice beard, Dylan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Dude,
That's
see,
Chris Lane.
Our
Chris Lane.
viewers, they keep coming in and out, and it changes the shot on me, and I got to change the fucking view every single time.
Full screen.
It's still better than Jimmy.
All right,
All right, what do we got here?
Who are you? Where are you calling from?
What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's Dylan. I'm calling from Santa Monica.
Callie in the house.
So we got a COVID
That's a
Santa.
costume. No, that's a costume.
That's a COVID Santa.
No, it's not.
He's not.
That's definitely Corey.
It could be Corey.
That's Corey.
What?
I don't know who the hell Corey is. I'm Pete's not.
That's motherfucker Corey Schmidt.
It sounds like a Corey, but I'm not
No,
sure
no,
it's a
no.
Corey.
Pete's not.
Maybe it's a Corey. Maybe it's not a Corey.
Yeah, tuck that beard up. We had that business chair in the background. That's an office.
All right. So let's ask some questions to figure out who this actually is. Okay. This is a series of questions.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire questions.
All right.
All right. Here's the first one. Was iCast better this year because of COVID, or was iCast better before COVID?
Because of COVID.
Subterfuge.
I can't make anything out because of that.
All right, so
Dave?
I got one. What are you less likely to sell on Tackle Warehouse? A, Bass Pro Shop hats, or B, Cabela hats?
Neither.
I think we solved the case.
$3 anyway. They're like $3.
All right. Best mustache in the business. Shaw Grigsby, or Jared Littner?
I gotta go Shaw.
Oh! Wow, this throws me off now.
Oh, I take Shaw over Jared Littner.
Yeah,
Now,
but
if
He's
you're
got
gonna-
a full suit.
I know, but
for
this throws me off
Yeah,
now.
Shaw's a legend. Come on.
Huh.
It's not
I
even
mean,
close.
Shaw's looks like they communicate with animals.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sure.
Like they have like his whiskers have telepathy.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
100%.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What's more real, vampires or werewolves?
That's
Werewolves.
What?
You gotta get this full screen that way.
Werewolves.
Werewolves.
Oh, yeah.
Werewolves. That's interesting.
Huh.
That changes things up a little
Well,
bit.
because people do eat people. You know?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, people do eat people.
People do eat people.
All right, so what are we trying to do? We're trying to figure out whether he's a Tackle Warehouse operative, right?
Anybody know if Wayne's available tonight?
Wayne. Wayne's World.
I think we solved that case. He's a Tackle Warehouse operative and infiltrator.
What would make you say that?
Laurel, New Jersey.
Because he's not selling either of those two hats.
Right.
And there's not a hot chick with a half shirt at a country concert that don't have a Bass Pro Shops hat. Why would you not try to sell that, right?
Yeah, Corey, can we start to incorporate that into Tackle Warehouse's marketing program? You know, like get some hot chicks in half shirts like Dave's talking about?
Who's Corey? He's not. I'm from Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Corey's favorite Wawa.
It's a deep knowledge of Pete.
Head of Corey, body of Pete.
Head of Newton, body of Corey.
Damn.
Where's Fat Pete Newton when you need him?
Fat Pete Newton. All right.
Body of Wawa, head of Tackle Warehouse.
All right. That's officially a wrap.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Becky said goodnight. Dave, did you send me a link?
I tried to. I sent. I don't know if it went through in the bunker. You know.
Will it get me fired?
No, it's just it's animal stuff, but clean animal stuff, fun stuff that we like to see. Top water
strike.
Guys who love top water will love this.
All right, so we came in. We should go out like this. It's like
it's like this and like
in
that.
character.
All right, let's say goodbye to the guys on Zoom.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys from Zoom. Be careful, firefighter. All right,
folks.
Take a shower. Thanks for having me.
Try not to get too much sleep and relax.
I'll think about you when I sleep all night.
Try not to over-relax on us, all right? We care about you. We can't have you getting hurt over-relaxing.
Yeah, you got to roll over every now and then so you don't.
Tell Bobby you gotta say goodbye.
And Dylan, I'm glad that I'm glad they didn't put you on lockdown. I'm glad you got to get through this whole Zoom before they hemmed you up. All right,
hemmed up.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
How are we gonna say goodbye if you keep them on? Can I mic drop them?
This is like Jimmy Houston. It never ends.
That thing blends in with the rug, dude.
Spirits.
Thanks, guys.
Good job, Ish. Yeah, Hank Parker trick for Ike's house. Look.
Oh shit.
Well, all right,
folks. I've been doing TV for a long time up in the Atlanta area. First WTBS and then TNT, and later got into the banking industry. But I think the show was a success, Ray.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we might not have a show come Monday.
Roland?
Well, one thing that separates all of us here is that we are just grinders and hustlers.
Right.
So no matter what the day brought,
right,
we must always look forward.
Right. Al, I know you've been disrespected your whole life, even up to tonight. Yankee ass.
Rightfully so.
I'm
have
so
been
tired of these
disrespected.
goddamn Yankees.
But do you have a retrospect on the situation?
Well, Mike, I spent my whole life just triggering bites, and when you're a game rooster like I am, I let it roll right off my shoulders, and I get back out to the critical situation of catching giant largemouth bass. And because I do that, Mike, I can do whatever I want.
Right. Ooh. Now, Bill, I got to be honest with you. All those years I've shot my TV show, I didn't even really like the fish. Well, Christ, I've had the fish hooked up for me already. I shot a show with 2 hours. But how would you rate tonight, Bill?
Well, everybody. I would say tonight was a rough show. We had some rough spots.
Yeah.
They were rough.
Yes, sir.
The spots.
Yes, sir.
We had
Rough
them.
as vegetation.
We had them when they were rough. Orlando, I've heard Rick Clunn say you was the greatest, most well-known terrible fisherman in the world. and I thank you for coming on our show tonight and hosting it. So thank you. So, David, a clip for tonight to roll out to.
Okay. Ray, you want to describe this clip?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. I love watching wildlife beat up on other wildlife, and what we have here is an orca whooping up on a seal.
Wow. Okay. I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. You were watching the Ike Live Halloween special. I want to thank our guests, Dave Brodzik, Miss Rebecca, who just left, Bud Cipoletti, Riz, Brian the Carpenter, and Pete Glusick, a.k.a. Jimmy the Second, for coming on the show. Also, Jimmy Houston and Hank Parker, all our live Skype guests. Thank you guys for coming in tonight. Let's take us out. Ray, what do you got? Here it comes, right?
I done said it. We got an orca going to whoop up on a seal.
Play this motherfucker.
It's going to go just like the other.
Let's see this.
This Luke Duncan. How's that song go, Luke Duncan sang?
Tell all the hunters to lay down their guns. Tell them that the tiger needs a little bit of
Oh shit! It's fucking.
let 'em run the jungle.
Tiger guy.
Let 'em roam their land.
You got a great voice, dude.
Then stand back and marvel.
You got a good voice.
What a beautiful cat. There he is. 'Cause I saw a tiger